Chapter 468. Shadowless sighed, Shui Lingzi, I can only trust you if you sign a contract. Shui Lingzi smiled, sure, but I've already said that I'll write a contract for Brother Shadowless so that Brother Shadowless can rest assured. Hearing Shui Lingzi's words, Shadowless sneered, Shui Lingzi, you're not letting me rest assured by doing this. Saying this, Shadowless sighed, what if you don't give me a contract after we're done? What should I do? Shui Lingzi hurriedly waved her hand, that won't happen, us Tiangongmen always keep our word, we'll definitely do it. Shadowless sighed, although I believe that Tiangongmen always keep their word, I don't really believe your words. After hearing Shadowless' words, Shui Lingzi also sighed, Brother Shadowless, to be honest, I don't really believe you either. If I write a contract in advance and you don't keep it, then wouldn't I have given up 2 level 20 equipment for nothing? Shadowless shook his head, Shui Lingzi, don't worry, I, Shadowless, am also a man of my word. After saying this, the two looked at each other, and after a while, they both shook their heads. Shui Lingzi sighed, Brother Shadowless, if I lie to you, then you won't lose anything, but if you lie to me, then I'll lose 2 level 20 equipment. No matter how you look at it, us Tiangongmen will lose out. Shadowless shook his head, you're wrong, I definitely won't lie to you. If you write a contract now, then I definitely won't care about your business. At this point, Shadowless sighed and turned to look at Water Spirit with a sneer. But you're different. Level 20 equipment is indeed difficult to make. If the Heaven's Craftsman Gate can't make that many level 20 equipment, then we can only deny it. That's why you Tiangongmen have the biggest chance of denying it. Shui Lingzi shook her head, Brother Shadowless, you can't say that. Even if level 20 equipment is hard to make, it's not impossible for us Tiangongmen to make them. As long as Brother Shadowless keeps his promise, I guarantee that you'll get 2 level 20 equipment. After hearing Shui Lingzi's words, Shadowless suddenly turned to Wu Kedi and said, since your Heaven's Craftsman faction can forge so many pieces of equipment, why don't you write down our and Wu family's contracts at the same time so that our two families can rest assured? Hearing Shadowless' question, Water Spirit paused for a moment before letting out a sigh, Brother Shadowless, I won't hide it from you. Level 20 equipment is indeed very difficult to forge. Even if I can forge this many pieces of level 20 equipment, it will still take a long time. So, I want to make a promise with Brother Shadowless. When this matter is over, I'll give Brother Shadowless 2 pieces of level 20 equipment. Speaking up to here, Water Spirit paused for a moment before continuing, after the Shadowless brothers' equipment is paid, the Wu family's equipment might be given to them later. After all, it takes a certain amount of time to forge equipment. Hearing Shui Lingzi's words, Shadowless suddenly sneered. He turned to Shui Lingzi and said word by word. Shui Lingzi, I think you don't want to give the Wu family equipment, so you're playing this trick. Hearing this, Shui Lingzi's expression changed and she quickly shook her head. Brother Shadowless, what are you talking about? Since we promised the Wu clan's equipment, how can the Heaven's Craftsman faction go back on their word? It's just that making equipment takes time, so we'll give them the equipment later. It's not like we won't give it to them. Hearing Shui Lingzi's words, Shadowless shook his head and sneered, Shui Lingzi, don't lie to me. You want to make a separate contract with me, it's clear that you don't want to give the Wu family equipment. Do you really think I can't see that? Seeing Shadowless' bright eyes, Shui Lingzi suddenly sighed and said in a low voice, Brother Shadowless, since you can see through it, then I won't hide it from you. The Tiangongmen don't have much materials left, so it's not easy to make so many high-level equipment. I'm also worried that the Tiangongmen don't have enough materials to make so many high-level equipment, so I want to go back and take a look before making a decision. Shadowless sneered. If my guess is right and your Heaven's Craftsman faction doesn't have enough high-level materials to forge so many level 20 equipment, what will you do? Are you going to give up on the 2 pieces of level 20 equipment from the Wu clan? Hearing Shadowless' words, Shui Lingzi paused for a moment before waving her hand, Brother Shadowless, that's impossible. I'm just worried. I think that with the Tiangongmen's storage, they can definitely make so many equipment. Brother Shadowless, you can rest assured. Shadowless suddenly sneered and asked, I'm saying, if the Tiangongmen can't make so many high-level equipment, then what will you do? Being chased by Shadowless, Shui Ling's forehead was covered in cold sweat. She quickly waved her hand. Impossible, that's impossible. Brother Shadowless, you don't have to worry. Shadowless shook his head and asked again, I'm saying, if you really can't make so many level 20 equipment, then what will you do? Seeing that Shadowless wanted to know the answer, Shui Lingzi thought for a moment before replying with a smile, if the Tiangongmen can't make so many equipment, then we'll compensate the Wu family for their loss. We can't let the Wu family suffer a loss. Shadowless suddenly sneered, compensate? How? Using 2 level 10 equipment for 1 level 20 equipment, is that how it should be compensated? Water Spirit hurriedly waved her hand, how could that be? At the very least, you would need 2 pieces of level 15 equipment to replace a level 21. Shadowless nodded and suddenly asked, then did you ask the Wu family before doing this? Seeing that Shadowless kept asking about the Wu family, Shui Lingzi was a bit annoyed. Brother Shadowless, the Tiangongmen will naturally take care of the Wu family's matter. I'll pay for your 2 level 20 equipment as soon as possible. As for the rest, the Tiangongmen will naturally have a way to take care of it. Shadowless shook his head, what way? If the Tiangongmen can't make so many equipment, then they'll definitely go back on their word. Shui Lingzi was really angry. Brother Shadowless, what do you want? I've already agreed to your conditions, are you still not satisfied? Shadowless shook his head, Shui Lingzi, you said you've already agreed to my conditions, but what conditions did you agree to? Have you written the contract yet? Chapter 469. Water Spirit said angrily, Brother Shadowless, didn't I already promise you that after this matter is settled, I will write a contract for you? Shadowless shook his head and sneered, I don't agree. We must write it now, otherwise, our conditions will be voided. Shui Lingzi stared at Shadowless, panting heavily. After a while, she suddenly said, in front of everyone, if I were to write a contract with you, wouldn't everyone be able to see it? At that time, they will all come looking for me to write a contract. What should I do then? Shadowless shook his head, I don't care about this matter, but my contract must be written now. Otherwise, our conditions will be voided. Water Spirit heard this and took a deep breath to calm her anger. Then she said softly, I already said that it's not that we Tiangongmen can't immediately take out the equipment, but that time doesn't allow for it. Creating so many level 20 equipment is definitely not something that can be completed in a short period of time. Therefore, the equipment that we give to you must be given in a sequence. If I write a contract with Brother Shadowless, once they find out, they will definitely pester me to write one for them. Not only that, they will also demand to receive the equipment as soon as possible. This is something that Tiangongmen can't do. Therefore, we can only stall for time to ease the pressure on the Tiangongmen. Brother Shadowless, can't you understand this? Hearing Water Spirit's words, Shadowless suddenly sighed, Water Spirit, you're right. Everyone wants to get the equipment as soon as possible, but if you lie to us, then we will be happy for nothing. Water Spirit shook her head, that won't happen. I already said that because of the manufacturing process, we can't immediately take out all the equipment. We must have a sequence. No matter if it's sooner or later, I can guarantee that everyone's equipment will be delivered to their hands. Shadowless sighed, Water Spirit, I can understand what you're saying, but what if you really don't give us the equipment? What can we do? Water Spirit said seriously, Brother Shadowless, could it be that you don't even trust the Tiangongmen? Shadowless shook his head, it's not that I don't trust the Tiangongmen, but I don't trust you. Speaking up to here, Shadowless turned to look at Water Spirit and said with a smile, Water Spirit, I also know that even if a level 20 equipment appears, there will be a lot of people fighting to buy it. I believe that everyone understands the value of level 20 equipment. I also know that even the Tiangongmen don't make more than 2 level 20 equipment every year. Shadowless paused for a moment, then suddenly sneered. Water Spirit, level 20 equipment is so precious, but you took out so many today. I'm worried that you won't be able to handle it when you go back, right? After hearing Shadowless' words, Shui Lingzi sighed in her heart. Shadowless was right. Level 20 equipment was not like cabbages that could be taken out at any time. With the wealth of the Tiangongmen, they can only make 2 to 3 level 20 equipment every year. It was easy to imagine how precious level 20 equipment was. But Shadowless agreed to give out so many level 20 equipment today. Water Spirit had a headache just thinking about it. The Tiangongmen didn't belong to his family. Even if he agreed to give out so many level 20 equipment, would the others agree? If the other Tiangongmen didn't agree and only Water Spirit agreed, it would be useless. So Water Spirit's attitude right now was to take one step at a time and deal with the crisis in front of them first. No matter what, bringing Kikyaromen's people back was the most important thing. If Kikyaromen could easily make level 20 equipment, then the equipment promised to everyone would be easily completed. But if Kikyaromen's secret was fake, then Water Spirit could only take the blame and go into hiding. As for the equipment, if Water Spirit went into hiding, then the equipment didn't count. But if there was a contract, and Water Spirit wrote it on behalf of the Tiangongmen, then even if he went into hiding, the Wu family and Shadowless could find the Tiangongmen with the contract. If the Tiangongmen wanted to stay in the south region, then they would have to take out the equipment. It was because of this that Water Spirit didn't want to write the contract. He was trying his luck. If he was lucky and Kikyaromen's secret was real, then he would become the hero of the Tiangongmen. If the Chichiao sect's secret was fake, then he could just go into hiding and it wouldn't matter. The most important thing right now was the contract. As long as there was no contract, even if the Wu family and Shadowless found the Tiangongmen, it would be useless. Thinking to here, Water Spirit sighed. He felt that it was too hard for him. He deeply regretted that if he brought more people, then this wouldn't have happened. But since it had already happened, he could only try his best to solve it. As for returning empty-handed, Water Spirit didn't even think about it. Once Kikyaromen's people were taken away, if their secret was real, then the Tiangongmen would be finished. Seeing that Water Spirit didn't speak, Shadowless suddenly sneered and said, "Water Spirit, did I hit the nail on the head? Is that why you don't dare to answer?" Shadowless' words immediately woke Water Spirit up. He thought about it carefully and said, "Brother Shadowless, as long as you can think of a way to not be found out when we write the contract, then it's fine even if we write it for you." Water Spirit wanted to kick this problem to Shadowless. Because in this state, as long as he took out a pen and paper to write the contract, the Wu family would definitely find out. Shadowless sneered, "Water Spirit, I only want you to write the contract now so that both of us can fulfill our promise. As for under what circumstances, that's your problem." Hearing this, Water Spirit cursed in his heart, but there was nothing he could do. He could only whisper, "Brother Shadowless, please be understanding and think of a good idea. I'll write the contract for Brother Shadowless alone." Shadowless shook his head, "I can't think of anything, you can think of it yourself." Water Spirit saw this and asked, "If that's the case, then let's wait until we take away Kikyaromen's people and write the contract for Brother Shadowless. What do you think?" Shadowless shook his head, "Nothing, if you take away Kikyaromen and don't give me the contract, then I can't do anything to you." Water Spirit quickly waved his hand, "That won't happen." At this point, Water Spirit paused for a bit before continuing, "Let's not talk about other people's equipment, but we Tiangongmen can still afford Brother Shadowless equipment." Hearing Shui Ling's words, Shadowless looked at Wu Kedi and sneered, "What about the Wu family?" Chapter 470. Shui Lingzi smiled, "Since I promised Brother Shadowless to give you the equipment first, then the Wu family's matter can only be delayed." At this point, Shui Lingzi paused and turned to Shadowless with a smile. "Could it be that Brother Shadowless wants to trade with the Wu family and delay your equipment a bit?" Shadowless sneered, "Shui Lingzi, I don't think it's as simple as delaying the equipment a bit, right?" Shui Lingzi smiled, "What's not simple about it? Could it be that Brother Shadowless thinks there's a problem?" Shadowless shook his head and suddenly said, "I don't care about other people's equipment, but I must get mine as soon as possible." Shui Lingzi smiled and nodded, "Sure, no problem. Didn't I just promise you?" Shadowless sneered, "I'm talking about a written agreement. Must you write one before I can rest assured?" Hearing Shadowless' request, Shui Ling's face showed a trace of awkwardness. "Brother Shadowless, anything can be discussed, but you also know that I don't want the Wu family to know when we're doing this." Shadowless shook his head, "I don't care about this. As long as you write the agreement, everything else can be discussed." Shui Lingzi stared at Shadowless for a while before nodding, In that case, in order to make you feel assured, I can write the agreement first, but you have to agree to one condition. Shadowless asked, what condition? Shui Lingzi smiled, you just have to say in front of everyone that you don't care about this matter anymore. After we take away the Kikyarumen people, I'll immediately write you the agreement. Shadowless was furious. After talking for so long, it was still back to square one. He still wanted them to take away the Kikyarumen people and write him the agreement. Shui Lingzi, I don't agree. If you keep talking like that, then we don't have to talk anymore. Shui Lingzi smiled and waved his hand. Brother Shadowless, I've already thought about it. Actually, even if we take away the Kikyarumen people, with your martial arts, even if I don't write you the agreement, you can still take them back. I'm not wrong about this, am I? Hearing this, Shadowless couldn't help but frown. Shui Lingzi was right. Even if they took away the Kikyarumen people, with his and his master's martial arts, they could definitely take them back and make Shui Lingzi's plan fail. Although it seemed like this was the problem on the surface, Shadowless didn't believe it. Shui Lingzi was very cunning. For him to say this method so, there must be something wrong. Shadowless thought about it for a long time, but he couldn't figure out what was wrong. Looking at Shui Lingzi's smiling expression, Shadowless was even more certain that Shui Lingzi had some kind of scheme waiting for him. But what kind of plan was it? Shadowless looked at Shui Lingzi and suddenly asked, Shui Lingzi, what do you want? Shui Lingzi shook his head, I don't want anything. Since you said you want to write the agreement, of course I'll satisfy your conditions. Could it be that Brother Shadowless isn't satisfied with this? Hearing Shui Lingzi's answer, Shadowless quickly thought about what Shui Lingzi's plan was. But Shadowless really couldn't think of what Shui Lingzi's plan was. If Shui Lingzi took away the Kikyarumen people and didn't give Shadowless the agreement, then the Kikyarumen people would definitely be taken back by Shadowless. This way, Shui Lingzi's plan would completely fail. Looking at the hesitant Shadowless, Shui Lingzi suddenly sighed, Brother Shadowless, don't hesitate anymore. I really don't have any other ideas this time. Shadowless looked at Shui Lingzi and asked doubtfully, Shui Lingzi, you really don't have any other tricks? Water Spirit nodded and replied flatly, no. Shadowless was curious, you're really that kind? Shui Lingzi sighed, Brother Shadowless, then tell me, other than giving you the agreement, do I have any other ideas? Shadowless sneered, no. Hearing Shadowless' answer, Shui Lingzi helplessly shrugged, since you know there's no other way, why don't I just give you a written agreement? Hearing Shui Lingzi's words, Shadowless went silent for a while before suddenly nodding. All right, I promise you. Then it's settled. After saying this, Shadowless suddenly turned to Shui Lingzi and asked doubtfully, Shui Lingzi, I know you're definitely not that kind. Since I've already promised you, can you tell me what you're thinking? Shui Lingzi shook her head, I'm not thinking of anything. I just want to take the Kikyarumen people back as soon as possible. Other than that, I don't have any other requests. Hearing Shui Lingzi's answer, Shadowless turned to look at Wu Kedi and the people from the Godly Blade sect before saying in a low voice, then I wish you the best of luck in completing your mission. Shui Lingzi nodded silently and cupped her hands towards Shadowless before walking towards the Godly Sword Gate people. After the incident with Shadowless, Shui Lingzi understood that none of the people here today were simple people. She thought that Shadowless would be easier to deal with since he came alone. But in the end, he didn't come alone. Next was the Godly Sword Gate people. The leader of the Godly Sword Gate was Yin Dao. Shui Lingzi walked in front of Yin Dao and was silent for a while before suddenly speaking, What does your Godly Sword Gate want to do? Hearing Shui Lingzi's words, Yin Dao was stunned for a moment. He then cupped his fists and said, Senior Shui Lingzi, we came this time to make friends with the Seven Skills sect. Is that so? Shui Lingzi sneered, Your Godly Sword Gate people came this time just to make friends with the Kikyarumen people? Yin Dao smiled, if the Kikyarumen people agree, we will even invite the Kikyarumen people to our Godly Sword Gate. Water Spirit coldly laughed as she said, Then I'm afraid that your plan will fail. We'll take away the Seven Skills sect's people because they're related to Sect Master Han's disappearance. We have to take them back and investigate this matter. Yin Dao nodded, Sect Leader Han's matter indeed needs to be investigated. But from Junior's point of view, There is no need for Senior to take the Kikyaromen people back. Kikyaromen already explained the matter clearly and proved that they have nothing to do with this matter. Shui Lingzi stared at Yin Dao and sneered, "If I want to take the Kikyaromen people away, do you think you can stop me?" Yin Dao shook his head. Senior is following the orders of the Tiangongmen. Junior is also following the orders of the Godly Sword Gate. If Junior has offended you, please forgive me. Chapter 471. Water Spirit sneered, "You want to stop me from taking away Kikyaromen's people?" Yin Dao shook his head, "It's not that I want to stop you, but I have orders." Fire Spirit took a step forward and said angrily, "Brat, you think you can stop us?" Hearing Fire Spirit's words, Yin Dao shook his head again, "No." Fire Spirit sneered, "Since you know you can't, then why are you still talking nonsense?" Yin Dao turned his head and looked at his brothers behind him and suddenly asked loudly, "Brothers of the Godly Sword Sect, are you afraid?" Just as Yin Dao's voice fell, the Godly Sword Sect's disciples behind him immediately roared in unison. "No." Yin Dao shouted again, "The enemy is stronger than us. If we fight, I'm afraid none of us will be able to return. Are you afraid?" "No." Almost without any hesitation, the Godly Sword Sect's disciples shouted in unison. Hearing this, Yin Dao nodded with satisfaction, then turned to Shui Lingzi and cupped his fists. "Senior Shui Lingzi, as you can see, if you try to stop us, we will fight to the death, even if we are all annihilated." Seeing this scene, Shui Spirit couldn't help but frown. Although Yin Dao's martial arts weren't that good, but if she killed them all, Shui Spirit wouldn't dare to do so. The Godly Sword Sect wasn't a small sect, it was a big sect that could fight against the Sky Sword Sect. Even if the Tiangongmen were strong, they specialized in making equipment. In terms of martial arts, although they weren't bad, they couldn't be compared to the Godly Sword Sect. If Shui Spirit dared to kill all of them today, then once the Godly Sword Sect knew about this, it would definitely lead to the retaliation of the Godly Sword Sect. Given the formidable strength of the Godly Knife School, it was highly possible that the Heaven's Craftsman School would be defeated and disintegrated. If they didn't have an excuse, then no matter how strong the Godly Sword Sect was, they wouldn't dare to openly cause trouble for the Tiangongmen. But if Shui Lingzi dared to make a move against the Godly Sword Sect, then the Godly Sword Sect would have an excuse to not show any mercy. Thinking of this, Shui Lingzi sighed. She thought it would be a simple task, but she didn't expect it to be so complicated. The Wu family had used 2 pieces of level 20 equipment to fight their way over. Shadowless had also used 2 pieces of level 20 equipment to deal with them. Now, only the members of the Godly Blade Sect were left. However, although the martial arts of the Godly Knife Clan's people were low, their tempers were quite bad. From the looks of it, they were going to fight to the death. Water Spirit and Fire Spirit's martial arts were very strong. If they really wanted to deal with the Godly Knife faction, they wouldn't even need to attack together. Just one of them would be enough to wipe out the entire Godly Knife faction. But can they do that? The answer was that it was impossible. If they did, then the Tiangongmen would suffer a devastating blow. Looking at the expressionless Yin Dao, Shui Lingzi suddenly sighed. "Yin Dao, the Godly Sword Sect and the Tiangongmen have been good friends for generations. After so many years, our relationship has always been good. Today, can you let us have the Kikyaromen people?" Yin Dao shook his head. "No, the sect leader has already given the order. If we can't bring the Kikyaromen people back, then we brothers won't be able to go back." After hearing Yin Dao's words, Shui Lingzi was shocked. The Godly Sword Sect had given such a ruthless order. They must be determined to win. Under such circumstances, it would be very difficult to make the Godly Sword Sect bend the rules. Shui Lingzi frowned deeply. He didn't say anything because he didn't know what to say. The Godly Sword Sect was so stubborn. How could he make them take a step back? After thinking for a long time, Shui Lingzi suddenly sighed. She looked up at Yin Dao and sighed, "What if I use a level 20 equipment to exchange for a promise from the Godly Sword Sect?" Yin Dao shook his head. "No?" Hearing Yin Dao's answer, Shui Lingzi asked doubtfully, "Why?" Yin Dao pointed at Shadowless in the distance and sneered, "You think they are stronger than us?" Hearing this analogy, Shui Lingzi immediately had a bad feeling. However, she still forced a smile and said, "How could it be? The Godly Sword sect is very powerful. In terms of martial arts, they are on par with the Sky Sword sect. Who would dare to say that such a large sect is weak? Hearing Shui Ling's answer, Yin Dao shook his head. No, you think that our Godly Sword sect is weaker than them. Shui Lingzi hurriedly explained. You are wrong. Why would I think that? In the South region, I believe that no one would say that the Godly Sword sect is weak. Yin Dao sneered and turned to look at Shui Lingzi. He suddenly asked, since we are not weaker than them, why can they get 2 level 20 equipment while our Godly Sword sect can only get 1 level 20 equipment? Although Shui Lingzi had expected Yin Dao's words, she still couldn't help but sigh in her heart when she heard it. He had long since expected that Silver Knife would definitely be dissatisfied with a single piece of level 20 equipment and would want to ask for more. Just as Water Spirit was about to speak, Fire Spirit on the side flew into a rage. He suddenly punched out and smashed towards the silver blade. What an arrogant brat. You want 2 level 20 equipment. Let's see if you have the ability. Yin Dao's martial arts were not on the same level as Fire Spirit's. Fire Spirit's punch was very fast. Before Silver Knife could react, Fire Spirit's punch had already landed on his shoulder. He only had time to let out a scream before he was sent flying. He flew 3 to 4 meters before falling to the ground. Seeing that his punch had succeeded, Fire Spirit didn't follow up with another attack. Instead, he stood on the spot and shouted, "Brat, now you know how strong I am. Let's see if you still dare to ask for 2 level 20 equipment." Yin Dao pushed away his brothers who wanted to help him up and stood up by himself. He slowly walked in front of Fire Spirit and sneered. "Fire Spirit, your punch was too light. It seems like you didn't eat breakfast." Hearing Yin Dao's words, Fire Spirit's cold smile froze. But soon, a sinister smile appeared on his face. Fire Spirit snorted and threw another punch. Even if Yin Dao wasn't injured, he wouldn't be able to block Fire Spirit's attack. Not to mention that he was already injured and couldn't move freely. He was even less of a match for Fire Spirit. As expected, Yin Dao was once again sent flying by Fire Spirit's punch. He screamed and fell to the ground far away. Looking at Yin Dao who couldn't get up from the ground, Fire Spirit sneered, "Brat, let's see how many punches you can block." Before Fire Spirit could finish his words, Silver Knife had already stood up shakily again. Chapter 472. Under Fire Spirit's shocked gaze, Silver Blade once again appeared in front of him. "I've long heard of Fire Spirit's martial arts, but after seeing it today, you're only SOSO. I took 2 punches from you and it wasn't a big deal. Looks like you're just a fake, haha." Looking at the laughing Yin Dao, the Fire Spirit felt as if he had been humiliated. His eyes flashed with killing intent as he clenched his fists. He wanted to give Yin Dao a vicious beating so that this despicable fellow would never be able to speak again. Fire Spirit was about to attack again, but he was stopped by Water Spirit. If there were only people from the Godly Sword sect here today, then even if they killed all of them, no one would know. But now was not the time. The Wu family and Shadowless were watching. Once the Godly Sword sect members were injured or killed, the news would immediately reach the headquarters of the Godly Sword sect. At that time, it would be hard to clean up the mess. Thinking up to this point, Water Spirit turned to Silverblade and said through gritted teeth, "Silverblade, 2 pieces of level 20 equipment. Are you satisfied now?" Silver Knife wiped the stain from the corner of his mouth and shook his head. "Water Spirit, I could have promised you 2 level 20 equipment, but as you can see, I've been heavily injured by Fire Spirit. Do you think I'll just let it go like this?" Fire Spirit on the side said angrily, "Then what do you want?" Silver Blade shook his head, "I don't want anything. I only know that I can't take those 2 punches for nothing." Water Spirit sighed. She clearly saw Fire Spirit's attack just now. Although it looked fierce and powerful, the truth was that Fire Spirit didn't want to do anything to Yin Dao. Those 2 punches just now only left Yin Dao with some external injuries. For martial artists like them, they only needed to rest for 2 or 3 days before they would be able to recover. If Fire Spirit really attacked, with the difference in their martial arts, Fire Spirit's 1 punch would have sent Silverblade to heaven. But after hearing Silverblade's words, Water Spirit understood that this was not going to be easy. Although Fire Spirit didn't hit hard, Silver Blade wouldn't let him go. He would definitely compensate him. Thinking of this, Shui Lingzi sighed and asked slowly, "Just now, my brother was indeed in the wrong, so I hope Brother Yin Dao can understand. Please don't take it to heart and hurt the harmony between the Tiangongmen and Godly Sword sect." Although Water Spirit spoke politely, how could Yin Dao let go of such a good opportunity? Senior Shui Lingzi, it's not that I don't want to forgive him, but as you can see, just now when the two of us were talking, your brother suddenly attacked me. If it wasn't for my good physique, I'm afraid I would have been killed by him. This matter definitely won't end like this. You Heaven's Craftsman faction must give me an explanation. Otherwise, I'll definitely go back and report to Master that you Heaven's Craftsman faction beat up the people of the Godly Knife faction for no reason. After hearing Yin Dao's words, Shui Lingzi hurriedly waved her hand and said, "Brother Yin Dao, how could it be so serious? We were just having a simple exchange of pointers. How could it turn into beating up the Godly Blade sect's people? Brother Yin Dao, you mustn't speak carelessly and cause unnecessary trouble." Yin Dao shook his head and said with a sneer, "Fire Spirit is a consecrator of the Tiangongmen, but he actually wanted to exchange pointers with us. Isn't this a joke?" Shui Lingzi shook her head, "It was just a misunderstanding. Brother Yin Dao, please don't take it to heart." Speaking of this, Shui Lingzi hurriedly took out a porcelain bottle and offered it with both hands. "Brother Yin Dao, this is a healing medicine, please accept it." Without even glancing at the porcelain bottle, Yin Dao said with a sneer, "Is this how the Heaven's Craftsman faction does things? You seriously injured me and then gave me a bottle of healing medicine. Is this the end of the matter?" Speaking of this, Yin Dao's tone paused, and he once again let out a sneer before continuing, "I also have healing medicine, so take back your medicine. If you don't want to give me compensation, then I won't ask for it. You can rest assured." Hearing Yin Dao's words, Shui Lingzi was overjoyed. She quickly cupped her fists and said gratefully, "Brother Yin Dao is so righteous, this old man really admires you." Yin Dao waved his hand and coldly said, "You don't need to admire me, and I don't need you to admire me. I just want to tell you that I don't want your 2 level 20 equipment. Everyone is doing their own thing, and no one owes anyone anything." Hearing Yin Dao's words, the smile on Shui Lingzi's face suddenly froze. After a long time, she forced a smile and said, "Brother Yin Dao, what are you saying? We already agreed on this a moment ago, so why did you suddenly change your mind?" Yin Dao shook his head. "It's not that I've changed. It's just that the attitude of your Heaven's Craftsman faction is really disappointing. You obviously seriously injured me, yet you still want to settle this peacefully. You want to solve this matter with only a bottle of healing medicine. I'm really not satisfied, so I won't cooperate with your Heaven's Craftsman faction." Fire Spirit angrily said, "Brat, it's fine if you don't want to cooperate. Who are you trying to scare? At most, we'll just kill you all. Let's see if you still dare to stop us." Hearing Fire Spirit's words, Shui Lingzi's expression changed. She wanted to stop him, but it was too late. Yin Dao had already spoken first. "Fire Spirit, you're so arrogant." At this point, Yin Dao paused for a moment before he sneered. After that, he stared at Fire Spirit with his eyes wide open and said in a cold voice, "Fire Spirit, I'll tell you the truth. Since us brothers came here today, we don't plan on leaving alive. Since you dare to speak such arrogant words, then you can try." Hearing Yin Dao's words, Fire Spirit waved his fists and was about to rush up, but he was pulled back by Shui Lingzi. After pushing Fire Spirit to the side, Shui Lingzi turned to look at Yin Dao and asked in a deep voice, "Brother Yin Dao, what do you want?" Yin Dao sneered and shook his head, "I don't want to do anything. I just want to see what you Tiangongmen want to do after beating me up." Shui Lingzi stared at Yin Dao and suddenly said, "You want compensation?" Yin Dao nodded. "Since you've injured me so badly, it's reasonable for you to compensate me." Hearing Yin Dao's words, Shui Lingzi took a deep breath and then slowly exhaled. Then she softly asked, "How do you want to compensate?" Hearing Shui Lingzi's words, Yin Dao's face showed a trace of a smile. Yin Dao looked at Shui Lingzi and didn't directly say what the compensation was. Instead, he suddenly asked, "Shui Lingzi, what do you think is the most precious thing in this world?" Shui Lingzi was stunned for a moment and then shook her head, There are too many precious things in this world. How can you tell which one is the most precious? Yin Dao shook his head. No, there is a most precious thing in this world. Think about it carefully. What is the most precious thing in this world? The thing that you don't want to lose the most. The thing that you are most afraid of losing the most. Chapter 473. Water Spirit was stunned again. She looked at Yin Dao in confusion and asked, Brother Yin Dao, what is the most precious thing? Seeing that Water Spirit couldn't answer, Yin Dao laughed and said loudly, Of course it's my life. Hearing Yin Dao's answer, Water Spirit suddenly understood. This answer was definitely correct. Yin Dao didn't wait for Water Spirit to speak and said with a smile, Senior Water Spirit, think about it. If I use a level 50 equipment to exchange for your life, would you agree? Water Spirit immediately shook her head, Of course not. Even if you give me a level 100 equipment, if I'm dead, how can I use it? After saying this, Water Spirit's heart suddenly moved as a bad feeling appeared in her mind. Sure enough, Yin Dao gave her a thumbs up and continued, As expected of Senior, your words are very thorough. Even if it's a level 100 equipment, if you're dead, it's useless. So I think that even a level 100 equipment is insignificant compared to my life. After saying this, Yin Dao turned to look at Water Spirit and asked with a smile, Senior Water Spirit, am I right? Hearing Yin Dao's words, cold sweat appeared on Water Spirit's forehead. She forced a smile and replied, Brother Yin Dao is really wise. I really admire you. Yin Dao sighed, Senior Water Spirit, you don't need to admire me. I just found out about this. When the Fire Spirit attacked me just now, I suddenly realized that if I were to die, I would have nothing left. No matter what good equipment was given to me, I wouldn't be able to use it. Doesn't this mean that my life is the most precious thing in the world? Speaking up to here, Yin Dao paused for a moment, then sighed and turned to Shui Lingzi before continuing. Since my life is the most precious and the Fire Spirit severely injured me, I won't ask for much compensation. I don't want the level 100 equipment. Instead, I'll exchange it for half a piece of level 50 equipment. Your Heaven's Craftsman faction shouldn't have a problem with that, right? Looking at Silverblade casually asking her to compensate him with a piece of level 50 equipment, Water Spirit had the urge to go up and crush this Silverblade to dust. After a while, Water Spirit suppressed the anger in her heart and asked in a deep voice, Brother Silverblade, have you ever seen level 50 equipment before? Silver Knife shook his head. I've never seen it before. I've never seen such high-level equipment. Water Spirit suddenly sneered, Since you haven't seen such high-level equipment before, how can you have the courage to ask for it? Isn't this a bit too much? Yin Dao turned to Shui Lingzi and coldly asked, Shui Lingzi, are you saying that my life is worthless? Water Spirit shook her head, needless to say, even I haven't seen level 50 equipment before. Speaking up to here, Shui Lingzi paused for a moment before continuing, I think I'm being very sincere. Since you want compensation, I'll agree to it, but you have to give me a reasonable compensation for me to make it up to you. If you want level 50 equipment as compensation, then I can tell you right now that it's impossible. Speaking up to here, Shui Lingzi's tone softened a bit. Unless you give me a compensation that everyone can accept, then we Tiangongmen will compensate you. Yin Dao nodded. I'm really sorry, I was lost in my thoughts. Alright, I don't want level 50 equipment, but level 25 equipment is fine. As soon as Yin Dao finished speaking, Shui Lingzi hurriedly waved her hand and said, Impossible, level 25 equipment, I definitely won't agree. Hearing Shui Lingzi's words, Yin Dao coldly asked, Do you think that my life isn't worth a level 25 equipment? Shui Lingzi shook her head, It's not the same. If Brother Silverblade died, then level 25 equipment would definitely be fine as compensation. But Brother Silverblade was only injured, level 25 equipment is a bit too much. I think Brother Silverblade should think of a more reasonable compensation. Yin Dao turned his head and looked at Shui Lingzi. After a while, he coldly asked, Since you don't agree, then tell me, what kind of equipment should you give me as compensation? Hearing Yin Dao's words, Shui Lingzi hesitated for a moment. If she let Yin Dao speak, he would definitely ask for an exorbitant price. Since that was the case, She might as well name her own price. Thinking up to here, Shui Lingzi frowned and stretched out her finger. A level 10 equipment. No. Hearing Shui Lingzi's price, Yin Dao flatly refused. Exchanging level 25 equipment for level 10 equipment, Yin Dao absolutely couldn't accept it. Shui Lingzi, you're too insincere. If you only give me a level 10 equipment, then I won't accept it. Shui Lingzi shook her head. Brother Silverblade, a level 10 equipment is already very difficult to obtain. Even if the Qiangong men were to forge it, it would take a lot of time and effort. Not to mention, Brother Silverblade's injuries aren't serious, you only suffered a little external injury. I think a level 10 equipment should be enough to make up for Brother Silverblade's injuries. Yin Dao turned his head to look at Shui Lingzi and asked with a sneer, where did you get the idea that my injuries aren't serious? Don't forget, Fire Spirit's martial arts are very high and his internal force is many times stronger than mine. Not to mention, he launched a sneak attack and hit me when I wasn't on guard. Not only that, he also hit me twice in a row. I was hit by those 2 punches when I wasn't on guard and you still say my injuries aren't serious. Speaking up to here, Yin Dao's tone paused for a moment before continuing. Shui Lingzi, do you think that Fire Spirit's 2 punches would turn me into meat paste for you to feel that it was serious? Shui Lingzi hurriedly waved her hand and said, Brother Silverblade, don't joke around. My brother didn't use his full strength in those 2 punches, he just wanted to scare you. In my opinion, your injuries really aren't serious. If you don't have any other injuries, you should be fine after resting for 2 days. Yin Dao sneered, Shui Lingzi, you said that the Qiangongmen's consecrator punched me twice when I wasn't on guard and then you said I would be fine after resting for 2 days. If this were to spread out, do you think anyone would believe it? Hearing this, Shui Lingzi was stunned. What Yin Dao said was right. If it wasn't for the person involved, they would have thought that the punches were serious. If this were to spread out, it wouldn't be good for the Qiangongmen. Thinking up to here, Shui Lingzi clenched her teeth and said loudly, 1 level 15 equipment, I can't give you more. If you give me more, I won't have the right to agree. Yin Dao immediately shook his head, no, I won't agree to level 15 equipment. At least level 20 equipment. Level 20 equipment. Shui Lingzi fiercely looked at Yin Dao and angrily said, Yin Dao, don't go too far. Chapter 474. After hearing Water Spirit's words, Yin Dao sneered, Water Spirit, do you think that my life isn't even worth a piece of level 20 equipment? Hearing this, Water Spirit shook her head, of course your life is worth a piece of level 20 equipment, but your injury isn't that big of a deal, it's just a small wound. You want to use a piece of level 20 equipment to exchange for such a small wound, isn't that a bit too much? Yin Dao shook his head, Water Spirit, you might think that it's not worth it, but I think that a piece of level 20 equipment isn't even worth my life. Saying this, Yin Dao turned to look at Water Spirit and suddenly laughed, Water Spirit, if you think that my injury isn't serious enough, then you can punch me again until my injury is enough to exchange for a piece of level 20 equipment. After hearing Yin Dao's words, Water Spirit froze for a moment, then hurriedly waved her hand, Brother Yin Dao, just now it was purely a misunderstanding. Since I know it was a misunderstanding, how could I hurt you again? Please don't joke around. Yin Dao looked at Water Spirit and sneered, since you're saying this, does that mean you'll agree to give me a piece of level 20 equipment? Hearing this, Water Spirit hurriedly waved her hand, no, I can't agree to give you a piece of level 20 equipment, at most a piece of level 15 equipment. Hearing this, Yin Dao took a step forward and said with a smile, since it's like this, then punch me again and let you feel that it's worth it to take out a piece of level 20 equipment. Seeing Yin Dao step forward, Shui Lingzi subconsciously took a step back and hurriedly said, Brother Yin Dao, why do you have to be like this? I already said that I won't hit you, so why do you have to force me? Yin Dao shook his head, it's not that I'm forcing you, but you think that my injury isn't worth it, so I'll let you punch me again. Water Spirit flatly refused, impossible, I won't hit you again. Hearing Shui Lingzi's answer, Yin Dao sneered and stared at Shui Lingzi. After a while, he suddenly let out a roar and turned around, throwing a punch at Fire Spirit. Fire Spirit, who was standing on the side, didn't say anything. He watched everything that was happening in front of him. Yin Dao's actions almost made him explode with anger. If he didn't know that he couldn't attack anymore, he would have already turned Yin Dao into meat paste. Just as Fire Spirit was gritting his teeth in anger, he suddenly felt a shadow flash in front of him. In the next moment, he saw Silver Knife roaring and pouncing towards him. Fire Spirit didn't have time to write. He quickly blocked the Silver Blade's attack with one fist and punched at the Silver Blade with the other. Stop! Fire Spirit Z's martial arts were very high and he was as fast as lightning. Water Spirit Z saw that something was wrong and quickly called out, but it was already too late. Fire Spirit blocked Silver Blade's attack with one arm while his other fist smashed onto Silver Blade's body like lightning. Under Fire Spirit Z's powerful attack, Yin Dao only had time to let out a pitiful cry before he was sent flying and fell to the ground. Seeing Yin Dao fall to the ground and not get up for a while, Shui Lingzi suddenly sighed. She knew that things were going to be bad. After a while, Yin Dao slowly stood up and walked towards Shui Lingzi. At this moment, Shui Lingzi realized that something was wrong. Fire Spirit had already hit Silver Knife 3 times in a row. Each time, he would fall to the ground. Even so, Silver Knife's subordinates were still standing straight behind him without moving. It was reasonable to say that when their leader was beaten so miserably, their subordinates would rush up and fight with their lives. However, Yin Dao's subordinates didn't do that and just stood there without moving. It was as if Yin Dao wasn't their leader and had nothing to do with them. They were just like strangers, standing there and watching. Seeing this, Shui Lingzi's heart skipped a beat. She suddenly felt like she had been tricked. He guessed that everything Yin Dao had done had been predicted by them in advance. Didn't this mean that Yin Dao being beaten by Fire Spirit Z was within their expectations? That was why they didn't take revenge for Yin Dao, because they knew that he would be fine. Seeing Yin Dao getting closer and closer, Shui Lingzi gritted her teeth and asked, "You did this on purpose? This was all part of your plan?" Yin Dao shook his head and didn't answer Shui Lingzi's question. He only sneered and said, "Shui Lingzi, are my injuries worth a level 20 equipment?" Hearing this, Shui Lingzi's brows deeply furrowed. She looked at Yin Dao and didn't know what to say. Shui Lingzi could tell that if she said that his injuries weren't enough, Yin Dao would find a way to make them hit him again until Shui Lingzi said enough. The reason why Yin Dao dared to do this was because he was sure that Shui Lingzi and Fire Spirit Z wouldn't dare to be ruthless and would only injure him. Level 20 equipment was very precious. With Silver Knife's martial arts, he would never be able to wear a single piece of level 20 equipment in his lifetime. If he could exchange his injuries for a piece of level 20 equipment, then Silver Knife would definitely not hesitate to do so. Seeing that Shui Lingzi didn't answer, Yin Dao sneered and asked again, "Shui Lingzi, my injuries, do you think it was worth it this time?" Hearing Yin Dao's question, Shui Lingzi suddenly sighed, "Brother Yin Dao, why are you doing this? Do you think it was worth it for a level 20 equipment?" Yin Dao shook his head, "Worth it? If you can give me a level 20 equipment, then no matter how hard you hit me, I think it was worth it." Water Spirit sighed again, "Brother Silver Saber, you just said that life is more important than anything else. If you don't have your life, then even the best equipment is useless to you. Why are you doing this?" Hearing Shui Lingzi's words, Yin Dao suddenly sighed. He turned to look at Shui Lingzi and asked, "Shui Lingzi, is my martial arts high?" Shui Lingzi froze for a moment, then slowly said, "Brother Yin Dao, your martial arts aren't high right now, but you're still young. As long as you practice hard, you'll definitely become an expert of your generation." Yin Dao shook his head and said with a bitter smile, "Shui Lingzi, you don't need to comfort me. I know my own aptitude the best. After training in the Godly Sword sect for so many years, I can guarantee that the effort I put in isn't any less than others. In fact, it's even more than others. But why is my martial arts still stuck at the level of a silver blade? It's because my aptitude isn't high enough. Even if I practice hard, maybe after 30 years, I'll be able to become a golden blade." Speaking up to here, Yin Dao sighed, "Jianghu is full of dangers, and I need 30 years to reach the level of a golden blade. Moreover, even if I reach the level of a golden blade, I'll only be in the upper middle class. I can't even be considered a first-class expert." Hearing Yin Dao's words, Shui Lingzi could only sigh in her heart. Chapter 475. In terms of martial arts, Water Spirit was very clear that you couldn't reach the level of an expert just by practicing hard. Talent and aptitude, this would determine your future achievements. If your talent wasn't good enough, then even if you practiced hard, although you could make some progress, it would be very little. Those who could become peerless experts were all heavenly geniuses. Even if they didn't practice hard, they would still become peerless experts because their talent was enough. Although Water Spirit said that Yin Dao was still young, but that was really just to comfort him. Although Water Spirit didn't know how old Yin Dao was, but from his appearance, he should be around 30 years old. To become a silver blade expert at 30 years old, his aptitude really wasn't that good. Moreover, Yin Dao just said that even if he practiced hard, he would only be able to reach the level of a golden blade in 30 years. This was the truth. This was the sorrow of having no talent. Looking at Yin Dao's lonely face, Water Spirit suddenly felt some sympathy. She knew that it wasn't easy for Yin Dao to say these words. Yin Dao also saw the sympathy in Water Spirit's eyes, and his heart became even more sad. For a martial artist to have other people sympathize with him on the road of martial arts, this was the biggest sorrow. Yin Dao suddenly straightened his back, and the trace of loneliness on his face immediately disappeared. Water Spirit, I don't need your sympathy. I just want to use my ability in exchange for my safety in the future. At this point, Silver Knife paused for a moment before continuing. If I can use my ability to exchange for a piece of level 20 equipment, I believe that this piece of level 20 equipment will be of great help to me in the future. Hearing Yin Dao's words, Water Spirit silently nodded in her heart. Jianghu was very dangerous. If Yin Dao had a level 20 equipment, then he would at least have some protection. Water Spirit sympathized with Yin Dao. She even wanted to blurt out that she would give him a level 20 equipment to express her sympathy. But, would it really be that easy? Would it be that easy to create a level 20 equipment? With the massive Heaven's Craftsman Gate and the materials and manpower accumulated over the years, it wasn't easy to forge a piece of level 20 equipment. One could imagine how precious a piece of level 20 equipment was. It was precisely because of this reason that when Wu Lai had asked Water Spirit for a piece of level 24 equipment, Water Spirit had flatly rejected him. Instead, she had offered him 2 pieces of level 20 equipment. Wu Lai hadn't been angry at all. Even an expert like Wu Lai was very satisfied with level 20 equipment, so one could imagine how rare level 20 equipment was. Wu Lai also knew that no matter what method he used, the Tiangongmen wouldn't give him level 24 equipment. Level 24 equipment was simply too precious. Even if you had enough money, you still wouldn't be able to buy it. Once Silver Saber obtained such a rare piece of equipment, it would be of great help to him. But Water Spirit wouldn't agree to exchange with Yin Dao, of course, of the Tiangongmen of Jianghu. Not only that, today, the Tiangongmen's losses. The Wu clan had already agreed to give them 2 level 20 equipment and told them not to interfere with this matter. As for Shadowless and Du Wudai, Water Spirit also agreed to give them 2 level 20 equipment. She only hoped that they could safely bring back the people from Kikyaromen. When it came to the Godly Blade faction, Water Spirit was forced to agree and give them 2 pieces of level 20 equipment as a way to keep the peace. With the 3 clans added together, the Tiangongmen had to pay a total of 6 level 20 equipment. So many level 20 equipment was already making things difficult for Water Spirit. Even if he was a consecrated of the Tiangongmen, how was he supposed to explain this amount of equipment when he returned? Now, Yin Dao also wanted a level 20 equipment, which made things even more difficult for Water Spirit. Although Yin Dao's reason was very strong, but in Water Spirit's eyes, it wasn't enough. This was because the Tiangongmen couldn't afford so many level 20 equipment. Although Water Spirit sympathized with Yin Dao, he couldn't agree. If Yin Dao wanted a level 15 equipment, then Water Spirit could give him one from his collection. But if he wanted to give him a level 20 equipment, then there was no way he could give it to him. Water Spirit has a piece of level 20 equipment, but that piece of level 20 equipment is Water Spirit's most prized possession. It was also a piece of level 20 equipment that he had created himself. This level 20 equipment was simply too rare for Water Spirit. Basically, he would look at it once every 3 days. Therefore, Water Spirit would not give the level 20 equipment that she regarded as a treasure to Silver Knife. Yin Dao was very pitiful, but he really didn't have any relationship with him. If Yin Dao was his disciple or his family, then he might consider giving him the level 20 equipment. But Silver Knife was nothing, he wasn't his disciple, nor was he his family. Why would Water Spirit give him such a precious piece of level 20 equipment? Thinking about this, Water Spirit took a deep breath and then slowly exhaled. At the same time, he also spat out a trace of sympathy in his mind. Brother Yin Dao, I understand your difficulties. You shouldn't do this. You also know how precious level 20 equipment is. I can't give it to you. Speaking up to here, Water Spirit suddenly sighed and continued, if you are willing, I can take out a level 15 equipment from my collection and give it to you. Brother Silverblade, what do you think? Actually, with Yin Dao's level 15 equipment was very rare for him. Of course, he was just looking at it. As for owning it, he had never even thought about it. This was because level 15 equipment was quite extravagant for someone of his level. After listening to Water Spirit's words, Yin Dao's brows suddenly wrinkled. From Water Spirit's words, he understood that the reason why she gave him the level 15 equipment was out of sympathy. More importantly, Yin Dao could hear from these words that there was a deeper meaning behind Water Spirit's words. In other words, Silverblade was only worthy of this level 15 equipment. And this was only because Water Spirit sympathized with him that she gave him this level 15 equipment. If it wasn't for her sympathy, then Silverblade probably wouldn't even have been able to get this level 15 equipment. Hearing the meaning behind her words, Yin Dao's eyes suddenly became cold. He stared at Water Spirit and lightly said, Water Spirit, could it be that you think I'm not worthy of that level 20 equipment? Water Spirit didn't think that Yin Dao would think so much. She quickly shook her head and said, Brother Yin Dao, you think too much. How could you not be worthy of that level 20 equipment? Hearing Water Spirit's words, Yin Dao coldly laughed and said, Water Spirit, then tell me, what do you mean by your words? Chapter 476. Water Spirit originally had good intentions, but she didn't think that Silver Knife would misunderstand. Looking at the angry face of Silver Knife, Water Spirit hurriedly laughed and said, Brother Silver Knife, you misunderstood. The reason why I gave you a level 15 equipment is because level 20 equipment is too rare. Even with our Tiangongmen's strength, it's not easy to forge one. So I hope Brother Silver Knife can understand and accept my level 15 equipment. Silver Knife shook his head and suddenly sneered, Water Spirit, the reason why you gave me a level 15 equipment, is it because you think I'm pitiful? Hearing Silver Knife's words, Water Spirit hurriedly waved her hand, Brother Silver Knife, I definitely didn't mean that. Silver Knife looked at Water Spirit and sneered, then what do you mean? I clearly wanted level 20 equipment, why did you give me a level 15 equipment? Water Spirit shook her head, Brother Silver Knife, please don't misunderstand. The reason why I gave you a level 15 equipment is because the Tiangongmen really can't take out too many level 20 equipment. Speaking up to this point, Water Spirit paused for a moment before continuing, Brother Silverblade, as you can see, the Wu clan and Shadowless clan each gave 2 pieces of level 20 equipment. In addition to your Godly Blade Gate, the Heaven's Craftsman Gate will have to give you 6 pieces of level 20 equipment. No matter how powerful the Heaven's Craftsman faction is, it won't be easy to gather so many level 20 equipment. That's why I hope Brother Silver Saber can understand and change your level 20 equipment to level 15 equipment. Hearing Water Spirit's explanation, Silver Knife's cold eyes softened a little. He also saw what happened a moment ago, so he naturally understood that what Water Spirit said was true. It was indeed difficult for the Tiangongmen to take out so many level 20 equipment at once. Silver Knife understood all of this. Thinking up to here, Silver Knife was a little moved. If he could get a level 15 equipment, it would be a priceless treasure. Although he would suffer a little injury, it was definitely worth it. Silver Knife looked around. Although he was a little tempted, his heart was more reluctant and unwilling to give up. What a good opportunity this was. Silver Knife was sure that no matter what he did now, Water Spirit wouldn't dare to fall out with him because he had the Godly Knife sect behind him. If Water Spirit dared to fall out with him, then it would be a war between the Godly Knife sect and the Tiangongmen. Although the Tiangongmen were invincible in the South region, in terms of martial arts, there was still a gap between them and the Godly Knife sect. The Heavens Craftsman faction relied on smithing equipment for a living, while the Godly Knife faction relied on martial arts for a living. The professions of the two factions were not on the same level. If the Godly Knife sect and Tiangongmen fight, the Tiangongmen would be the Tiangongmen. In this kind of situation where Water Spirit didn't dare to turn hostile, taking the opportunity to ask for the equipment wasn't the best opportunity. Silver Knife sect, Silver Knife SSS opportunities, here's a chance. If D, knife S knife Satiti have say it. He could have obtained level 20 equipment, but he could only obtain level 15 equipment. Silver Knife was extremely unwilling. Thinking about how much of an advantage he would have if he could equip level 20 equipment in the future, Silver Blade felt a surge of heat in his heart. It was so hot that his eyes were shining. Thinking of this, Yin Dao suddenly clenched his teeth and loudly said, "Water Spirit, if you think my injuries are not enough, then punch me again." Hearing Yin Dao's words, Shui Ling's expression suddenly changed and she hurriedly said, "Brother Yin Dao, why don't you understand the difficulties of Tiangongmen?" Yin Dao sneered, "I understand the difficulties of the Tiangongmen, but who will understand my difficulties?" Speaking up to here, Yin Dao paused, then turned to Shui Lingzi and said in a low voice, "Shui Lingzi, you are high and mighty, how could you understand the difficulties of someone like me who is ranked first in martial arts? In your eyes, a piece of level 20 equipment is just a piece of high-level equipment. But you should know that in my eyes, a piece of level 20 equipment is more important than my life." Hearing Silver Knife's words, Water Spirit subconsciously took a step back, creating some distance between her and Silver Knife. She could see that Silver Knife's state was a bit crazy. For that level 20 equipment, this Silver Knife in front of her was willing to do anything. Looking at the retreating Shui Lingzi, Yin Dao suddenly sneered and said, "Shui Lingzi, am I very pitiful?" Shui Lingzi hurriedly shook her head, "How could that be? As long as you practice martial arts, you will definitely become an expert in the future. How could you be pitiful? Expert?" Yin Dao muttered to himself. After a while, he suddenly snorted, "Shui Lingzi, do you know why the Godly Knife sect sent me this time?" Hearing Yin Dao's question, Shui Lingzi hurriedly smiled and said, "Of course it's because Brother Yin Dao handles things well, so your sect master can rest assured. That's why he sent you." Hearing Shui Lingzi's words, Yin Dao suddenly shook his head, "You know, you just don't want to say it. Since you don't want to say it, then I will. I understand, this time I was sent not because I handle things well, but because my martial arts are low and I am obedient." Speaking up to here, Yin Dao's tone paused, then continued with a sneer, "Even if this kind of person is sacrificed, it's not a pity. That's why they sent me, an obedient person with no future in martial arts, to come." Hearing Yin Dao's words, Shui Lingzi pondered for a moment, then understood that he was right. The Godly Knife sect sent some people with low martial arts to cause trouble. It could even be said that they were deliberately sacrificing them to provoke a battle with the Tiangongmen. Since they had this goal, it was impossible for them to send disciples with a future. They would definitely send some insignificant people because even if they lost them, it wouldn't affect the Godly Knife sect. Understanding this point, Shui Lingzi could only sigh in her heart. At the same time, she suddenly thought of herself. This time, she came here with the Tiangongmen, was it also for the same reason? Was it to be like Yin Dao, a disciple that could be sacrificed at will? When this thought appeared in her heart, Shui Lingzi's thoughts couldn't be stopped. Although this time she took the initiative to come, but thinking about it carefully, it seemed that there was an inexplicable force that led her thoughts forward step by step until she volunteered to fight. Thinking about everything that happened when everyone was discussing the details of this matter, cold sweat appeared on Shui Lingzi's forehead, and her heart gradually became cold. Could it be that what she guessed was true? Although her martial arts were higher than Yin Dao's, their goal was the same. Chapter 477. Water Spirit's forehead was covered in cold sweat. She suddenly realized that this feeling was very uncomfortable. If what I guessed was true, then wouldn't I also be one of their pawns? Thinking about how she took the initiative to come here, Water Spirit's heart was filled with regret. She regretted that she came here. Yin Dao naturally didn't know what Water Spirit was thinking. His heart was completely occupied by that level 20 equipment. Wu Lai saw the level 20 equipment. Although he also wanted to have it, his heart was not as strong as Yin Dao's. If he didn't have this opportunity, Yin Dao wouldn't even dare to think about level 20 equipment. For someone of his level, wanting to get a level 20 equipment was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Now that the opportunity came, Yin Dao would never let it go. This was his only chance to get a level 20 equipment in his life. Yin Dao even thought that even if he was crippled by fire spirit, he would accept it. As long as he could get that level 20 equipment, he would accept it even if he was crippled. Seeing that Water Spirit didn't speak, Yin Dao was a little anxious. He wanted to speak, but because of his excitement, his voice was a little hoarse. Yin Dao coughed and swallowed a mouthful of saliva to moisten his throat. Then he softly said, "Water Spirit, what do you want from my equipment? Will you give it to me or not?" Hearing Yin Dao's words, Water Spirit was suddenly awakened. She raised her head and wanted to speak, but found that she didn't know what to say. After a while, Water Spirit let out a sigh. "Silverblade, I can't make the decision on this matter because the amount of level 20 equipment I've promised is too much. I'm afraid that even if I agree to your request, I won't be able to fulfill it. Rather than that, I think it would be better for you to change to something that I can fulfill." "Wouldn't that be better?" Seeing that the level 20 equipment was about to pass him by, Yin Dao naturally wouldn't give up so easily. He gritted his teeth and sneered, "Water Spirit, is it because my injuries aren't heavy enough that you won't agree?" Water Spirit shook her head. She looked at Yin Dao and bitterly smiled, "It's not that I don't want to agree, but I really can't." Hearing Shui Ling's answer, Yin Dao coldly asked, "Why? Tell me, why not?" Water Spirit looked at Silverblade for a while before sighing, "Brother Silverblade, do you really think you're suited for level 20 equipment?" Hearing Shui Ling's question, Yin Dao's face suddenly changed and he snapped, "Shui Lingzi, are you looking down on me?" Water Spirit bitterly smiled and shook her head, "Brother Silverblade, I'm not looking down on you. I just want to ask you, do you really want to obtain a piece of level 20 equipment?" Hearing this, Yin Dao's eyes lit up and he nodded with a sneer, "Water Spirit, don't you want it?" At this point, Yin Dao paused for a moment before suddenly laughing. "My martial arts are not good enough. Even if I want to advance to Golden Dao level, I'm afraid it will take me at least 20 years. Therefore, if I want to increase my own strength, I can't think of any other way besides using equipment. In addition, if I have this level 20 equipment, I think that people of the same level as me won't even be able to break through my defense, so how can they fight me? Moreover, Water Spirit, don't you think that having a level 20 equipment is something to be proud of? If I have a level 20 equipment, whether it's my senior brother, junior brother, or even my martial uncles, they will all have a whole new level of respect for me. Water Spirit, don't you think this is important?" After listening to Yin Dao's words, Shui Lingzi was silent for a moment before slowly raising her head to look at Yin Dao and bitterly asked, "Do you really think so?" Yin Dao nodded, "Of course. If I don't think so, why would I do it?" Speaking of this, Yin Dao suddenly turned to Shui Lingzi and asked with a frown, "Could it be that you think I'm wrong?" Shui Lingzi sighed, "Brother Yin Dao, you're really wrong. Although level 20 equipment has amazing defense, it really isn't as important as you think." At this point, Shui Lingzi paused for a moment before looking at Yin Dao and hesitating for a moment before continuing, "Brother Yin Dao, do you really think that with your martial arts, you're really suited to equip a level 20 equipment?" Hearing Shui Lingzi's question, Yin Dao suddenly became angry. He took a step forward and sternly shouted, "Shui Lingzi, in the end, you're still looking down on me. Do you think that with my martial arts, I can't equip a level 20 equipment?" Seeing that Yin Dao was angry, Shui Lingzi didn't care. She slowly sighed and softly said, "Brother Yin Dao, do you know how precious a level 20 equipment is?" Yin Dao nodded, "Of course I know." Shui Lingzi continued to ask, "Brother Yin Dao, Do you know how many people want a level 20 equipment? Yin Dao nodded again. I know, there are a lot of people who want a level 20 equipment. Hearing Yin Dao's answer, Shui Lingzi sighed. Brother Yin Dao, if you know that so many people want a level 20 equipment, why do you insist on a level 20 equipment? Hearing Shui Lingzi's words, Yin Dao sneered. If so many people want a level 20 equipment, why can't I? Shui Lingzi took a deep breath. Since so many people want a level 20 equipment, do you still not understand? You're not suited to equip a level 20 equipment. You're talking nonsense. As soon as he finished speaking, Yin Dao's expression changed greatly, and his brows furrowed deeply. Seeing Yin Dao's appearance, Shui Lingzi sighed. She stepped forward and patted Yin Dao's shoulder and softly said, Now do you understand why I said you're not suited to equip a level 20 equipment? Hearing Shui Lingzi's words, Yin Dao didn't answer and instead lowered his head to think. Not only was Yin Dao lowering his head to think, but he was also sweating non-stop. Cold sweat came out so fast that it quickly flowed down Yin Dao's forehead. Yin Dao's face was a bit pale and even his hands were slightly trembling. After a while, Yin Dao slowly raised his head and stared at Shui Lingzi. He gritted his teeth and asked, Am I really not suited to equip a level 20 equipment? Shui Lingzi sighed and patted Yin Dao's shoulder again. Brother Yin Dao, this is the truth. You should take it easy. No. As soon as Shui Lingzi's voice fell, Yin Dao suddenly let out a low roar. After roaring, Yin Dao took a few deep breaths before shouting in a hoarse voice. Chapter 478. Silver Knife said in a hoarse voice, I don't accept. Why can't I get level 20 equipment? Water Spirit sighed, Brother Silverblade, I'll be honest with you. Level 15 equipment isn't suitable for you. If you listen to me, I'll give you a level 10 equipment. That won't be a problem at all. After hearing Water Spirit's words, Silver Knife froze for a moment. He turned his head and stared at Water Spirit, thinking that his level 20 equipment had turned into level 10 equipment in the blink of an eye. How could he accept this? This was like putting a piece of gold and a piece of silver in front of Silver Knife and letting him choose. Perhaps this comparison wasn't right, because level 20 equipment and level 10 equipment were simply worlds apart. It should be the difference between a piece of gold and a piece of scrap iron. Thinking that the gold in his hand would turn into scrap iron, Silver Knife suddenly shouted, No, I don't want level 10 equipment, I want level 20 equipment. Hearing Silver Knife's somewhat crazy words, Water Spirit was somewhat helpless. Her purpose in talking to Silver Knife for so long was indeed to exchange level 10 equipment for level 20 equipment. Although Water Spirit's purpose wasn't pure, but what she said was absolutely correct. With Silver Knife's martial arts, if he really wore level 20 equipment, he would be able to block the attacks of others at the same level, and others wouldn't be able to break through his defense. However, those who wanted level 20 equipment weren't limited to people at the same level as Silver Knife. Many people wanted level 20 equipment, but they couldn't get it. Although they couldn't get it, they still wanted to get it. Just like Silver Knife's martial uncle and the others, with their level, wanting to get level 20 equipment was definitely a difficult matter. If Silver Knife had level 20 equipment, with so many strong enemies surrounding him, it was only a matter of time before he lost it. Since so many people wanted level 20 equipment, why were only a few people able to get it? Was it because they couldn't afford level 20 equipment? After Silver Knife got this equipment, even if he didn't want to wear it, it would be impossible for him to sell it. No one would be able to afford this level 20 equipment. At the very least, those who were at the same level as him or those who were one level higher than him would never be able to afford this level 20 equipment. Since they couldn't afford level 20 equipment, there was only one way, and everyone knew what it was. With Silverblade's martial arts, it was impossible for him to protect this level 20 equipment under the siege of so many powerful enemies. Even though Silver Knife had obtained this level 20 equipment, he had also obtained a calamity. A calamity that could cause him to disappear from this world. Without the corresponding martial arts and strength, if he wanted to wear level 20 equipment, not only would it not bring true safety, but it would also bring true disaster. Silver Knife's martial arts weren't high, he didn't have any treasures. But if he really had level 20 equipment, then he would be in danger. Water Spirit understood this, and so did Yin Dao. Level 20 equipment was something he had always dreamed of. Perhaps in his dreams, he would be able to see what level 20 equipment looked like. Perhaps in his dreams, he would be able to wear level 20 equipment and show off. But in reality, this was absolutely impossible. Water Spirit sighed, "Brother Silver Knife, don't you understand? Even if you get level 20 equipment, you won't be able to keep it." Silver Knife raised his red eyes and looked at Water Spirit in front of him, then suddenly said in a hoarse voice, "Water Spirit, I want to try, I really want to have level 20 equipment." Water Spirit sighed and shook her head, "It's useless. In fact, you also understand, and I also understand in your heart, but you also have to understand that some things can't be tried. If you fail, you won't be able to bear the consequences." Hearing Water Spirit's words, Silver Knife sadly lowered his head. He naturally understood Water Spirit's words, but with such a good opportunity in front of him, he would regret it for the rest of his life. Thinking of this, Silver Knife once again raised his head, gritted his teeth, and said, "Water Spirit, I want to try, otherwise, I won't be willing for the rest of my life." After hearing Silver Knife's words, Water Spirit once again sighed, "Brother Silver Knife, you just said that the most precious thing in this world is life. If you lose your life, then you have nothing. Do you think that your life is only worth a level 20 equipment?" Shui Ling's words were like a bolt from the blue, striking Yin Dao's mind, causing his somewhat chaotic thoughts to clear up a little. Yes, no matter how good level 20 equipment is, you still need to be alive to use it. If you lose your life, then you really have nothing left. The most important thing was that Silver Knife didn't think that his life was only worth a level 20 equipment. How could a cold equipment compare to his life? Thinking of this, Silver Knife's fiery mood gradually calmed down. As long as he was alive, the future would be better. Although level 20 equipment was good, as long as he worked hard, he still had a chance to obtain it in the future. Silver Knife closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and then slowly exhaled, calming his somewhat regretful and uncomfortable mood. Just as Yin Dao was about to exhale, he suddenly felt something. If he wanted to improve his martial arts, in addition to his own hard work, he also needed a teacher. Although his teacher was good and was willing to teach him seriously, if he had a better teacher, then wouldn't his progress be faster? The original plan was to take 20 years to reach the level of a golden knife, but if he had a good teacher, then maybe it would only take 10 years to reach the level of a golden knife. He was only 31 years old this year, so if he reached the level of a golden knife in 10 years, then he would only be 41 years old. To reach the level of a golden knife at 41 years old, although it wasn't much in the eyes of some geniuses, but in Silver Knife's eyes, it was already a very amazing thing. However, if he wanted a better teacher to teach him, what should he rely on? His not-so-good aptitude, or his not-so-good martial arts? Thinking of this, Silver Knife's eyes gradually lit up. If he got this level 20 equipment, even if he didn't equip it, if he gave it to a future teacher, then that teacher would look at this equipment and carefully teach him so that he could reach the level of a golden knife as soon as possible. Thinking of this, Silver Knife already had an idea. He looked up at Shui Lingzi, cupped his fist, and said with a smile, "Thank you for your guidance, Senior Shui Lingzi. I now understand." After hearing Silver Knife's words, Shui Lingzi was immediately overjoyed. Since Silver Knife understood and expressed his gratitude to her, then didn't that mean that Silver Knife didn't want the level 20 equipment? Chapter 479. Water Spirit cupped her hands towards Silver Blade. "Congratulations, Brother Silver Blade, you've finally understood. Then, as compensation for your injuries, I'll give you a high-quality level 10 equipment. What do you think, Brother Silver Blade?" Hearing Water Spirit's words, Silver Blade smiled and shook his head. "Water Spirit, I don't want level 10 equipment, I want level 20 equipment." Water Spirit was stunned. She stared at the silver saber in a daze, not knowing what to say for a moment. Since he already understood that level 20 equipment was not suitable for him, why would he still want level 20 equipment? After a while, Water Spirit tentatively asked, "Brother Silverblade, do you still not understand? Level 20 equipment isn't good for you." Silverblade nodded, "I understand. I won't wear level 20 equipment because I have a greater use for it." Hearing Yin Dao's words, Shui Lingzi secretly sighed. Naturally, level 20 equipment would not only bring disaster to others, but it would also bring countless benefits. The reason why she said such a terrifying thing to Silverblade was to make him back off and use level 10 equipment to deal with him. Thinking of this, Water Spirit softly asked, "Don't you want to think about it?" Silverblade shook his head. "No, this level 20 equipment is very important to me. It can even be said that it relates to my future, so I must get it." At this moment, Water Spirit completely understood. Her painstaking efforts to persuade him were all in vain. Silverblade was determined to get level 20 equipment. This was a fact, and there was no way to change it. But, was she really going to give Silverblade a level 20 equipment? If she really wanted to give Silverblade a level 20 equipment, Water Spirit was really reluctant. The Wu clan's situation was different from other people. The Wu clan's martial arts were too high, and Water Spirit and Fire Spirit were no match for them. They had no choice but to agree to give them 2 level 20 equipment in exchange for the Wu clan's promise. Even for Shadowless, although the strength behind him was strong, Water Spirit still didn't want to give him any equipment. She only wanted to use her martial arts to beat Shadowless into submission and save 2 level 20 equipment. But she never thought that Shadowless Master, Du Wudai, would appear again. Du Wudai's martial arts wasn't something that Water Spirit and Fire Spirit could match up to. In this situation, Water Spirit could only agree to Shadowless' request and gave him 2 level 20 equipment. The Godly Sword faction's Silverblade was a pain in the ass. For the sake of the Godly Sword faction, she really couldn't do anything to them. So, she could only give them 2 level 20 equipment. This was a helpless situation. Otherwise, if these factions caused trouble, Water Spirit wouldn't be able to take Kikyaromen's people away. But the matter with Silverblade's matter, Water Spirit wasn't willing to give up. No matter how pitiful Silver Knife sounded, no matter how helpless he sounded, with his martial arts, Water Spirit definitely didn't want to give him level 20 equipment as compensation. However, Yin Dao was a member of the Godly Blade sect. If he offended the Godly Blade sect, it would definitely be a fatal blow to the Heaven's Craftsman sect. What should she do? Giving Silver Blade a level 20 equipment was something that Water Spirit really didn't want to do. Level 20 equipment was not as common as cabbages. They were rather precious items. If someone like Silverblade had a level 20 equipment, then once the news spread out, Water Spirit could guarantee that Silverblade wouldn't be able to live for more than a day before his equipment would be taken away. Looking at Water Spirit, who was lost in thought, Yin Dao smiled and said, "Senior Water Spirit, don't worry, I won't use this equipment for myself. I can tell you the truth, I'll give this equipment to someone else." At this moment, how could Water Spirit be in the mood to care about who Silverblade would give the equipment to? She was only thinking about how to get rid of this matter. The best solution right now was to give Silverblade a level 10 equipment to get rid of this matter. Moreover, Water Spirit had already made up her mind. Even if she were to give Silver Knife a piece of level 10 equipment, she would pay for it herself. She didn't want this matter to spread to the Heaven's Craftsman Gate and become a joke to others. Even if she could bring the people from Kikyaromen back, she would have to pay the price of 6 level 20 equipment. With this price, there would be a lot of people looking for trouble in the Tiangongmen. Therefore, she couldn't pay more. Thinking of this, Shui Lingzi slowly raised her head, looked at the smiling Silverblade, and said seriously, "Brother Silverblade, since you understand, I will tell you the truth. As compensation, no matter what equipment I give you, it will be my personal gift to you. It has nothing to do with the Tiangongmen. Therefore, please be lenient and lower the price a bit." Speaking up to here, Water Spirit paused for a moment before continuing, "If Brother Silverblade isn't satisfied with level 10 equipment, then we can discuss it again. As for level 15 equipment, I believe Brother Silverblade should be satisfied. Even if you want to give it away, level 15 equipment is enough to give Brother Silverblade face. Therefore, I ask Brother Silverblade not to make things difficult for this old man." Originally, Silverblade's face was full of smiles, but after hearing Water Spirit's words, the smile on his face gradually disappeared. In the end, it turned into frost. "Water Spirit, are you messing with me?" Water Spirit shook her head and said with a bitter smile, At this time, I don't have the heart to mess with you. As long as you don't mess with me, I'll be very happy. Silver Blade sneered, since you're not messing with me, then why did level 20 equipment become level 15 equipment? Hearing this, Water Spirit hurriedly waved her hand. Brother Silverblade, did you not hear what I said just now? As compensation, no matter what equipment I give you, it will be a gift from me, Water Spirit. It has nothing to do with the Heavens Craftsman faction. Therefore, I'm here to ask Brother Silver Saber to make an exception and discuss a solution. Silver Blade shook his head. I don't care. It doesn't matter who gave me the equipment. Whether it's you or the Tiangongmen, it's all the same to me. There's no difference. Right now, I only want my level 20 equipment. Other than that, I won't think about anything else. Seeing that Silverblade's will was firm and refused to back down, Water Spirit was annoyed, but there was nothing she could do. Because she was very clear that at this time, she couldn't offend the Godly Blade sect. Thinking up to here, Water Spirit wiped the cold sweat from her forehead and said, I only have one level 20 equipment in my collection. But that equipment, I already promised my disciple that as long as he completes my test, I will give it to him. Therefore, my only level 20 equipment is actually an item with an owner. I really can't give it to you. Silver Blade shook his head. I don't care about this. I only want my level 20 equipment. Chapter 480. Yin Dao said, I only want my level 20 equipment. As for who took it, it has nothing to do with me. Water Spirit sighed, no matter what, with Brother Yin Dao's injuries, the Tiangongmen definitely won't agree to exchange it for level 20 equipment. Even if it's a level 15 equipment, I'll give it to you personally because of Brother Yin Dao. Hearing Water Spirit's words, Yin Dao's expression suddenly changed. He suddenly sneered, Water Spirit, are you saying that my injuries aren't serious enough? Water Spirit shook her head and bitterly smiled, Brother Yin Dao, things aren't as simple as you think. Although us brothers are Tiangongmen, the Tiangongmen aren't owned by our family. We can't do whatever we want. Just like how Fire Spirit injured you, the Tiangongmen won't care. Even if we compensate Brother Yin Dao, it'll be us compensating you, not the Tiangongmen. I hope Brother Yin Dao can understand this. Yin Dao suddenly took a deep breath and turned to look at Fire Spirit. After staring blankly for a moment, a smile suddenly appeared on his face. He turned back to Water Spirit and said with a smile, Water Spirit, as the two of you are consecrators of the Heavens Craftsman Gate, both of you should have level 20 equipment. Since your level 20 equipment is reserved for your disciple, I won't force you. I think Fire Spirit should also have a level 20 equipment. He probably didn't give it away, so why don't you give it to me as my compensation? Yin Dao didn't lower his voice. Fire Spirit wasn't standing too far away, so he naturally heard what he said. Fire Spirit was immediately enraged. Although he and Water Spirit both had level 20 equipment, they both treated this level 20 equipment as a treasure. Their level 20 equipment didn't just fall from the sky. They were rewarded for their outstanding contributions to the Heavens Craftsman faction. In order to get level 20 equipment, they had to pay a lot. Therefore, Water Spirit and Fire Spirit treated this equipment as a treasure and wouldn't easily give it away. The reason why Water Spirit agreed to give his level 20 equipment to his disciple was because his disciple's talent was too high, and his results were also very good. Therefore, he gritted his teeth and prepared to give this level 20 equipment to his disciple. Otherwise, even if he had to die with his disciple, he wouldn't have given it to someone else. Yin Dao brat, you've gone too far. I only gave you 2 punches, and I didn't even use much strength. What are you trying to do? Yin Dao turned around and looked at Fire Spirit as he sneered and said, Fire Spirit, come. My injuries aren't that serious yet. Come and punch me again. Hearing Yin Dao's words, even the powerful Fire Spirit couldn't help but take a step back. He didn't want to be dragged down by this brat. Yin Dao didn't care about Fire Spirit's reaction. He turned to Water Spirit and said with a smile, Water Spirit, since we've made things clear, then I'll say it directly. I want a level 20 equipment as compensation. No matter what the reason is, I want it. I hope Senior Water Spirit can understand and help me with this big favor. This junior will never forget and will find a way to repay senior in the future. Hearing Yin Dao's words, Water Spirit froze for a moment. Looking at Yin Dao, who was cupping his fist, she didn't know what to say. At this moment, if Yin Dao's request was something else, then Water Spirit would definitely agree. But level 20 equipment, Water Spirit really couldn't agree to his request. Unless Water Spirit was willing to give Silver Knife her level 20 equipment, otherwise, it was impossible. Although Fire Spirit also had a level 20 equipment, Water Spirit knew that even if she killed Fire Spirit, he wouldn't give his level 20 equipment to Yin Dao. Thinking of this, Water Spirit sighed and said softly, "Brother Yin Dao, I know your intentions and know what you want to do, but it's impossible. You know how precious level 20 equipment is. Even with my status, after so many years, I've only gotten one level 20 equipment." Saying this, Water Spirit turned to look at Yin Dao and slowly said, "Brother Yin Dao, it's not that I'm looking down on you, but with your martial arts, it's very difficult to get level 20 equipment. Even if you do get a level 20 equipment, it won't be a blessing, but a disaster." Hearing Water Spirit's words, Yin Dao sighed, "I naturally know that I don't deserve level 20 equipment, so I don't need level 20 equipment. I just want to use this level 20 equipment in exchange for my future." Hearing this, Water Spirit's heart suddenly moved. He suddenly smiled and said, "Brother Yin Dao, I think, if you want someone to teach you, you can tell me. I'll talk to them for you. I believe that they will listen to this old man's words and teach you martial arts." Saying this, Water Spirit's face was full of joy. The Tiangongmen was a big sect in the south region that made equipment, so they naturally had a lot of connections with other big sects in the south region. Water Spirit knew a lot of people from the Godly Sword sect, so he was very confident that he could talk to a good master for Yin Dao to teach him martial arts. If this matter was successful, then wouldn't he have saved a piece of level 20 equipment, and Silver Dagger would have achieved his goal? Wouldn't this be killing two birds with one stone? Thinking of this, Water Spirit's heart relaxed. In the Godly Sword sect, he really did have a few good friends. These good friends of his were also people with high martial arts, so he believed that they would be able to satisfy Yin Dao's needs. Hearing Water Spirit's words, Yin Dao froze for a moment, then shook his head, "No, I'm afraid you can't do it." Hearing Yin Dao's answer, Water Spirit was stunned for a moment, then he stroked his beard and laughed, "Brother Yin Dao, you still don't understand this old man." Saying this, Water Spirit's tone paused for a moment, then he continued, "After so many years, the Godly Sword sect and the Tiangongmen have a lot of contacts. During this time, this old man also met a lot of experts from the Godly Sword sect and had a good relationship with them. It's not that this old man wants to boast, but if this old man says something, some people will listen." Water Spirit turned his head to look at Yin Dao and said with a smile, "Brother Yin Dao, please rest assured. As long as you tell me who you want to join, I will definitely do it for you as compensation." Hearing Water Spirit's words, Yin Dao's eyes suddenly lit up, and he suddenly said, "I want to join the Godly Sword sect. I wonder if Senior Water Spirit has a way." Hearing Yin Dao's words, Shui Lingzi was shocked. "Could it be that you want to become a disciple of the Godly Knife sect's patriarch?" Yin Dao nodded, "Senior Water Spirit, you are right." Chapter 481. Yin Dao slowly said, "Senior Shui Lingzi, this junior wants to become a disciple of the Godly Knife sect's patriarch." Yin Dao paused for a moment before continuing, "This junior has thought about it for a long time. Only by becoming a disciple of the Godly Knife sect's patriarch can I have a better future." Shui Lingzi looked at Yin Dao in a daze. She never thought that Yin Dao would want to become a disciple of the Godly Knife sect's patriarch. If it was someone else, Shui Lingzi would have a way to help him achieve his goal of becoming a disciple of the Godly Knife sect. But for the Godly Knife sect's patriarch, Shui Lingzi really had no way. Becoming a disciple of the Godly Knife sect's patriarch was not a simple matter. This was because the Godly Knife sect's patriarch had a very high chance of becoming the next patriarch. It was also because of this reason that the Godly Knife sect's patriarch was very careful when choosing disciples. Other than innate talent and intelligence, one also needed to have a good character. If one only had high innate talent, then it would be useless. In addition, one also needed to have a good family background. In short, There were countless disciples who wanted to become a disciple of the Godly Knife sect, but the number of people who were accepted was very small. Because the conditions were too harsh, naturally the number of people who were accepted was also very small. Yin Dao's innate talent was not high, his character was not high, and his family background was not strong. For such a person to become a disciple of the Godly Knife sect's patriarch, it could be said that it was impossible. It could even be said that one should not even think about it because it was simply unrealistic. However, this Yin Dao in front of her actually said such an unrealistic thing. After a while, Shui Lingzi suddenly said, "Brother Yin Dao, do you think this is possible? Will the Godly Knife sect's patriarch accept you as a disciple?" Hearing Shui Lingzi's question, Yin Dao shook his head in dismay. "Impossible, I don't have enough qualifications. The Godly Knife sect's patriarch will not accept me as a disciple." Hearing this, Shui Lingzi's worried heart finally relaxed. As long as Yin Dao could recognize his own shortcomings, then he would definitely let go of this unrealistic idea. Who knew that Yin Dao's tone only paused for a moment before he continued, "With my current qualifications, I naturally can't. But if I have a piece of level 20 equipment and give it to the Godly Knife sect's patriarch as a gift, I believe that he will accept my request." Hearing Yin Dao's words, Shui Lingzi could only secretly sigh in her heart. If things were that simple, then everyone could give a piece of level 20 equipment to the sect master of the Godly Knife sect. Wouldn't that mean that everyone could become the sect master of the Godly Knife sect? It seems that this Yin Dao's patriarch was too naive thinking of such a simple logic. Thinking of this, Shui Lingzi stepped forward and patted Yin Dao's shoulder. She bitterly smiled and said, "Brother Yin Dao, do you really think that the Godly Knife sect leader will accept you as a disciple just because you have level 20 equipment?" Hearing Shui Lingzi's question, Yin Dao heavily nodded and said with a smile, "Level 20 equipment is so precious. I believe that as long as I have level 20 equipment, the Godly Knife sect's patriarch will definitely accept me as a disciple." Shui Lingzi sighed. She couldn't bear to strike Yin Dao's confidence, but if she didn't strike him down, then she wouldn't be able to convince him of his arrogance. Shui Lingzi was sure that even if Yin Dao had a piece of level 20 equipment, the Godly Knife sect's patriarch would definitely not accept him as a disciple. What kind of status did the Godly Knife sect's patriarch have? What kind of things had he not seen before? The level 20 equipment in Yin Dao's eyes was incomparably precious, but in the eyes of the Godly Knife sect's patriarch, it could even be said that it was an ordinary item. With different statuses, one's experience would naturally be different. In Yin Dao's mind, a level 20 equipment was already super good. He was even willing to receive heavy injuries in exchange for that equipment. However, in the eyes of the Godly Knife sect's patriarch, a level 20 equipment couldn't even be exchanged for a needle-sized wound on his hand. This was the gap, a helpless gap. Yin Dao saw that Shui Lingzi didn't reply for a long time, so he hurriedly asked, "Senior Shui Lingzi, do you want to give me my level 20 equipment or not?" Looking at the anxious Yin Dao, Shui Lingzi decided to tell him the truth to prevent him from thinking too much and doing something unrealistic. "Brother Yin Dao, it's useless, it's really useless. Even if you have level 20 equipment, the Godly Knife sect's patriarch still won't accept you as a disciple. You're talking nonsense." As soon as Shui Lingzi's voice fell, Yin Dao exclaimed, "Shui Lingzi, you're talking nonsense. Level 20 equipment is so precious, why wouldn't the Godly Knife sect's patriarch accept me as a disciple? Don't tell me he doesn't want such precious equipment." Hearing Yin Dao's question, Shui Lingzi didn't reply. Instead, she slowly closed her eyes and pondered for a moment. Then, she opened her eyes again and turned to look at Yin Dao. She sighed and said, "I remember that last autumn, the Godly Knife sect's patriarch sent people to deliver some precious materials and asked us to forge a level 24 equipment for him." Speaking up to here, Shui Lingzi paused for a moment before continuing, "That equipment, the Tiangong men used a total of 3 experts to forge for 7 days and 7 nights before it was finally completed. However, although the cost of this equipment wasn't small, it was a pity that there were some impurities in the materials that were sent and we couldn't remove them. Therefore, the final product didn't reach level 24 and only reached level 23. Speaking up to here, Shui Lingzi turned to look at the pale Yin Dao and continued, Because this equipment didn't meet the requirements of the godly knife-sex patriarch, after this equipment was completed, he asked us to send it to the auction house for auction. Shui Lingzi looked at Yin Dao and was silent for a moment before slowly asking, "Brother Yin Dao, do you understand what I mean?" Hearing Shui Lingzi's question, Yin Dao's somewhat dazed eyes finally showed a trace of light. However, his face became more and more unsightly. After a while, he asked in a hoarse voice, "Senior Shui Lingzi, is what you said true?" When he asked this question, Yin Dao's heart was filled with hope. He hoped that Shui Lingzi would admit that what he just said was false and that the situation didn't happen. However, at the same time, he also understood the purpose of Shui Lingzi's words. Even if he obtained a level 20 equipment, so what? The godly knife sect's patriarch didn't even care about level 23 equipment, let alone level 20 equipment. Thinking about how he didn't hesitate to get a level 20 equipment even if he was seriously injured, in the eyes of the godly knife sect's patriarch, it was just trash. Thinking about this reality, Yin Dao's heart ached. He longed to use this level 20 equipment to change his life. If there were no accidents, he would reach the level of Golden Blade in 20 years, but what was the point? At that time, he would already be old and wouldn't have any achievements. Even if he reached the level of Golden Blade, he would still be the least valued person. Chapter 482. Yin Dao longed to use this level 20 equipment to change his fate. It was his last hope, and also his only hope. Now, his hopes had been dashed. Level 20 equipment could not change his fate. His life trajectory would be as he had imagined in the past. He would be mediocre for the rest of his life. Silver Knife was unwilling to give up. The reason why he wanted to get a level 20 equipment was to change his fate. Thinking of this, a glimmer of light suddenly appeared in Yin Dao's somewhat crazy eyes. He had thought of something. Since level 20 equipment couldn't change his fate, then he could ask for something higher. Level 25 equipment. As long as he could get Water Spirit to give him a level 25 equipment, he would definitely be able to move the heart of the godly knife sect's patriarch and make him accept him as a disciple. Thinking of this, Yin Dao's heart spun even faster. As long as he had a level 25 equipment, he would be able to change his fate, his original life path. Yin Dao believed that although his talent wasn't high, but if the godly knife sect's patriarch taught him carefully, he would definitely become outstanding. Yin Dao even thought that if his luck was good, the godly knife sect's patriarch, after having countless dreams in his heart, Yin Dao suddenly woke up after a long time. He turned his head to look at Water Spirit and suddenly said loudly, "Senior Water Spirit, you have to help me. You have to help me." Seeing Yin Dao's appearance, Water Spirit nodded and said with a smile, "Brother Yin Dao, as long as you don't want to become a disciple of the godly knife sect's patriarch, I will definitely find a way to help you." Saying this, Water Spirit patted Yin Dao's shoulder. "Brother Yin Dao, slowly endure. In the future, you will definitely become outstanding." Hearing Water Spirit's words, Yin Dao nodded gratefully and then said loudly, "I don't want to become a disciple of someone else. I want to become a disciple of the godly knife sect's patriarch. Senior Water Spirit, as long as you give me a level 25 equipment, I will be able to achieve this dream. I hope you can help me. I only want a level 25 equipment." Hearing this, Water Spirit's eyes widened in shock as she stared at the silver saber in disbelief. It was only after a long time that she finally recovered her wits. "Brother Yin Dao, are you joking?" Yin Dao shook his head and said with a face full of expectation, "Senior Water Spirit, I'm not joking. I'm serious. I've already calculated everything. The reason why the godly knife sect master is forging level 24 equipment is because he needs level 24 equipment. That's why he sold the level 23 equipment." Speaking up to this point, Silver Knife could not help but laugh. It was as if he had just discovered an incredible secret. His smile was so sincere. "Senior Water Spirit, if I had a piece of level 25 equipment, he would definitely accept me as a disciple. Senior Water Spirit, can you help me?" After hearing Yin Dao's words and seeing the smile on his face, Shui Lingzi suddenly discovered that Yin Dao's smile was somewhat distorted. Seeing this, Shui Lingzi subconsciously took 2 steps back. Even if he was skilled in martial arts, There was nothing he could do when he met a lunatic. Especially this kind of lunatic who could neither be beaten nor scolded. He was even more helpless. Shui Lingzi stood firm and sighed, "Brother Yin Dao, please forgive me for not being able to help you." "I'm sorry." Hearing Shui Lingzi's answer, Yin Dao immediately took a step forward and closed the distance between them. Only then did he stare into Shui Lingzi's eyes and said with a smile, "Senior Water Spirit, please don't tease this junior. You're a consecrator of the Tiangongmen. Although level 25 equipment is rare, it's definitely not a problem for an elder like you." Speaking up to here, Yin Dao paused for a moment and laughed along with Shui Lingzi before continuing, "Senior Water Spirit, if you help this junior this time, this junior will definitely repay senior in the future." After hearing Yin Dao's words, Shui Lingzi sighed. Although helping others is a good trait, if the helper does not meet the requirements of the person being helped, then no one can do anything. Shui Lingzi pondered for a moment before looking up at Yin Dao and softly said, "Brother Yin Dao, do you know how many level 25 equipment this old man has seen in his long life?" Hearing this, Yin Dao smiled and replied, "With your status and age, you must have seen countless level 25 equipment." Shui Lingzi shook her head and lightly sighed, "This old man has seen a total of 10 times. Hearing Shui Lingzi's answer, Yin Dao couldn't help but frown as he asked, "Really? Senior Water Spirit, you're not lying to me?" Shui Lingzi sighed, "Why would I lie to you? Up until now, this old man has only seen level 25 equipment 10 times. Speaking up to here, Shui Lingzi's tone paused for a moment as a trace of nostalgia appeared in her eyes. After a while, she slowly said, "Those who can have level 25 equipment are all senior experts. Many of them are no longer in this world or have already seen through the world of mortals and are living in seclusion. In short, anyone who can possess level 25 equipment is definitely an extraordinary person." Hearing this, Yin Dao tentatively asked, "Senior Water Spirit, could it be that you don't have level 25 equipment?" Shui Lingzi bitterly smiled and shook her head, "Super equipment like that, not only this old man doesn't have it, but even the Tiangongmen don't have it." Hearing Shui Lingzi's words, Yin Dao's face suddenly became ashen. He looked at Shui Lingzi and suddenly roared, "You're lying to me. In order to not give me level 25 equipment, you're finding excuses to lie to me." Speaking up to here, Yin Dao suddenly sneered and took a step forward, getting closer to Shui Lingzi, then coldly said, "You said you don't have level 25 equipment, even the Tiangongmen don't have level 25 equipment. Do you think I'll believe this kind of lie? Your Tiangongmen are the biggest equipment-making sect in the South region, and you actually said that the Tiangongmen don't have level 25 equipment. Isn't this too laughable?" Shui Lingzi looked at Yin Dao with some pity and sighed, "Brother Yin Dao, you have to calm down. What I said is true. Think about it, even your godly blade sect's sect master might not have level 25 equipment. Don't you understand how precious level 25 equipment is?" Yin Dao suddenly roared and pointed at Shui Lingzi, "I don't care, you injured me, so you have to compensate me with a level 25 equipment, otherwise, all the conditions we just discussed will be null and void." Shui Lingzi sighed and looked at the angry Yin Dao. After a while, she slowly said, "Brother Yin Dao, don't you understand why I'm talking to you so much?" Hearing this, Yin Dao coldly snorted, "Why else? You clearly look down on me and don't want to compensate me." Shui Lingzi shook her head, "I can swear that I didn't mean that. The reason I'm talking to you for so long is because I know that Brother Yin Dao doesn't have it easy, so I want to solve this problem peacefully. It's not that I don't want to compensate you, you misunderstood." Chapter 483. Yin Dao loudly asked, "Water Spirit, you keep saying that you're not looking down on me. Then why don't you compensate me?" Water Spirit sighed, "Brother Yin Dao, even I don't have level 25 equipment. How can I compensate you?" Yin Dao coldly laughed, "Water Spirit, just because you don't have level 25 equipment doesn't mean that the Tiangongmen don't have it either." At this point, Silver Knife paused for a moment before continuing, "You can talk to the people in charge of the Heavens Craftsman faction and ask them to compensate me with a piece of level 25 equipment." Just as Yin Dao finished speaking, Fire Spirit coldly laughed, "Yin Dao brat, are you crazy? Do you know what you're talking about?" Hearing Fire Spirit's words, Yin Dao slowly turned his head and coldly said, "Fire Spirit, who are you calling crazy?" When Yin Dao turned his head, Fire Spirit saw his expression and was shocked. At this moment, Yin Dao's expression was filled with madness. Fire Spirit calmed himself down and said loudly, Yin Dao, do you know how precious a level 25 equipment is? Don't forget, even your godly sword sect master can't get a piece of level 25 equipment easily, let alone you. Hearing Fire Spirit's words, Silverblade's face twitched a few times. He then let out a cold laugh. Fire Spirit, are you trying to say that even your godly blade sect master can't get a piece of level 25 equipment? You useless fellow, stop dreaming. Fire Spirit nodded and calmly said, that's what I mean. Do you think anyone can get a level 25 equipment? Not to mention you, even many of the Tiangongmen's disciples haven't seen level 25 equipment. After hearing Fire Spirit's answer, Silver Knife suddenly laughed out loud. Isn't that even better? Level 25 equipment is actually so precious. Then, as long as I get it, I can fulfill my dream. Fire Spirit shook his head and coldly laughed. If you want to rely on this level 25 equipment to fulfill your dream, then forget it. Put away your laughable thoughts. We don't have any level 25 equipment. If you really want it, go to your guild master. Hearing this, Yin Dao's eyes suddenly widened. He stared at Fire Spirit and asked in a low voice, Fire Spirit, you really don't want to give it to me? Fire Spirit laughed coldly, even I don't have level 25 equipment, what can I give you? Hearing Fire Spirit's answer, Yin Dao suddenly took a deep breath. He suddenly turned his head to look at his brothers behind him and said loudly, Brother, if I'm killed later, don't forget to go back and tell the faction master that the Water Spirit and Fire Spirit of the Heavens Craftsman faction want to provoke a war between the two factions. I hope he'll take precautions early and not let the people of the Heavens Craftsman faction succeed. After hearing Yin Dao's words, the people behind him responded in unison. Understood. After hearing this, Yin Dao turned around and looked at Fire Spirit. He took another step forward and got even closer to Fire Spirit before speaking in a cold voice. Fire Spirit, the distance between us should be the most suitable distance for you to attack. At this distance, you should be able to use your full strength. Speaking up to here, Yin Dao paused for a moment before continuing. Fire Spirit, make your move. Fire Spirit looked at Yin Dao in shock and asked in a low voice, what do you want to do? Fire Spirit had wandered the world for so long and had met countless people. However, there were only 3 types of people. After meeting a strong enemy, one type of person would be afraid of death and would beg for mercy. The other type of person would fight to the death and would never back down. The last type of person would not even say a word. As long as they saw a strong enemy, they would turn around and run. However, this was the first time Fire Spirit had met someone like Yin Dao. Fire Spirit already understood Yin Dao's meaning. Therefore, he did not dare to make a move. If he really broke Yin Dao, then things would be bad. Even if Fire Spirit had a bad temper, he was not an idiot. He knew how strong the Godly Sword sect was. In terms of equipment, the Godly Sword sect was definitely not a match for the Tiangongmen. However, in terms of martial arts, the Tiangongmen were definitely not a match for the Godly Sword sect. If the two sects fought, the Tiangongmen would definitely lose. It was because of this reason that Fire Spirit did not want to make a move. He did not want to cause trouble. If he offended a giant like the Godly Sword sect and brought disaster to the Tiangongmen, then he would be the eternal sinner of the Tiangongmen. At this point, the powerful Fire Spirit was actually forced back a step by Yin Dao, who was weak in martial arts. Yin Dao laughed coldly and asked, Fire Spirit, do you think this distance is not enough? Then I'll come closer and let you fight to your heart's content. As he spoke, Yin Dao took another step forward and got even closer to Fire Spirit. Seeing Yin Dao's fearless expression, Fire Spirit asked with a trembling voice, Yin Dao, let's talk. Before Fire Spirit could finish, he was interrupted by Yin Dao. Fire Spirit, what else do we have to talk about? Since you don't want to compensate me, then hurry up and make your move. Seeing Yin Dao walk over again, Fire Spirit couldn't make up his mind and quickly turned to Shui Spirit, only to see that Shui Spirit was also looking over with a frown on her face, looking hesitant. Fire Spirit was anxious and his anger was rising. How dare a small fry like Silver Knife challenge him? Fire Spirit took another step back and could no longer suppress the anger in his heart. He suddenly shouted, "Yin Dao, since you're like this, then don't blame me for being impolite." Seeing Fire Spirit so angry that his hair was tied up, if he took another step forward, he would have to endure his anger. Yin Dao was stunned for a moment, but soon, a sense of unwillingness appeared in his heart. This was his last chance. If he did not work hard and grab this chance, then he would spend his life in mediocrity. Perhaps, it would not be easy to live in mediocrity. There were too many mediocre disciples in the godly sword sect. Yin Dao had seen too many of their endings, so he did not want to be a mediocre person. He wanted to succeed and become stronger. The reason why he was willing to come this time was not because he was brave, but because he was looking for an opportunity. Yin Dao knew that it would be very dangerous this time, but he still came because he did not want to let go of any opportunity. The opportunity was right in front of him, but he could not grab it. However, the target was still very close to him. It was as if he only needed to jump up and grab the target. Yin Dao would not let go of such a close target. If he did, then he would not have another chance. Thinking of this, Yin Dao felt a surge of blood rush to his heart. It rushed to his brain and made him excited. Fire Spirit was not far away. Yin Dao suddenly shouted, "Fire Spirit, use your strongest attack." Chapter 484. Yin Dao's angry roar actually scared the Fire Spirit. After he reacted, the Fire Spirit was really angry. The Fire Spirit was not a good-tempered person. When had he ever been forced to this point? Seeing Yin Dao take another step forward, the Fire Spirit snorted coldly. He slowly clenched his right fist. At the same time, he slowly took a step forward with his left foot. He was ready to use force. The Fire Spirit's two actions seemed to take a long time, but it actually happened in the blink of an eye. The Fire Spirit roared. His body suddenly turned into an afterimage as he threw a punch at Yin Dao. When Yin Dao saw the power of this fist, he was also shocked. However, he also understood that even if he wanted to dodge, he would not be able to. The Fire Spirit's martial arts were much higher than his. Even if there were 30 or 50 Yin Dao, they would not be a match for the Fire Spirit. Without any hesitation, the Fire Spirit sent the silver saber flying far away with a single punch. "Yin Dao brat, let's see if you still dare to be so arrogant." The Fire Spirit scolded as he walked towards Yin Dao, who had already landed on the ground. The moment Yin Dao landed on the ground, he immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale and he frowned deeply. Yin Dao wiped the corner of his mouth and looked up at the Fire Spirit. He coldly said, "Fire Spirit, your martial arts are not good enough. I'm so close to you and you still haven't succeeded. What a failure." Seeing that Yin Dao was still provoking him, the Fire Spirit took a step forward and suddenly kicked Yin Dao away again. The power of a fist was naturally not as strong as a kick. The moment the Fire Spirit kicked Silver Knife, he heard a crisp sound followed by Silver Knife's scream. The Fire Spirit knew that Silver Knife's arm must have been broken. Just as Fire Spirit had guessed, after the silver blade fell to the ground, his brows furrowed even tighter. The pain caused his expression to become twisted. When he stood up again, he could only use his right arm to support himself. His left arm was dragging on the ground without any strength. Seeing this, the Fire Spirit suddenly felt extremely carefree. After letting this brat be so arrogant for so long, he finally got rid of the hatred in his heart. The tyrannical emotions in the Fire Spirit's heart were also dispelled by this field. Fire Spirit walked in front of Yin Dao and asked coldly, "Yin Dao brat, you will know how powerful I am." Cough cough. Silver Knife wanted to answer, but he was stopped by a violent coughing sound. After the coughing stopped, Silver Knife spat out another mouthful of blood. Yin Dao took a deep breath and grasped the uncomfortable feeling in his heart. Only then did he raise his head to look at Fire Spirit in front of him and laugh. "Fire Spirit, your martial arts aren't that good. Cough cough, your strength is too weak. Cough cough, I think you should go back and train for a few more years. Cough cough, don't come here and embarrass yourself." Cough cough cough. Seeing that Yin Dao was seriously injured and still dared to take the blame for him, the Fire Spirit roared angrily. Then, he threw a kick at Yin Dao. Fire Spirit's martial arts were much higher than Yin Dao's. Even if Yin Dao wasn't injured, he wouldn't be able to dodge Fire Spirit's attack. Now that he was injured, he couldn't dodge. Ah! Fire Spirit kicked out and the silver knife was kicked far away like a toy. In the air, Yin Dao couldn't help but spit out a few mouthfuls of blood. When he landed on the ground, he felt his vision turn black. His body was in so much pain that he couldn't help but scream again. Fire Spirit slowly walked in front of Yin Dao and asked in a low voice, "Yin Dao brat, do you admit defeat?" Pooh. Fire Spirit's reply was Yin Dao's pooh. Yin Dao couldn't get up anymore. He could only lie there and look up at Fire Spirit who was walking towards him. After panting for a while, Yin Dao laughed coldly and said, "Cough cough, Fire Spirit, cough cough, your strength is still too weak." Cough cough. Before Yin Dao could finish, he was interrupted by a violent coughing sound. At this time, Water Spirit also came to Fire Spirit's side. She looked down at Yin Dao and sighed. "Brother Yin Dao, why do you have to do this?" Yin Dao wanted to answer, but his throat was blocked. He could only cough violently and couldn't say a complete sentence. Water Spirit nodded, "Brother Yin Dao, I can tell you the truth. What you're doing is meaningless." Speaking up to here, Water Spirit paused for a moment before continuing, "Level 25 equipment is impossible to obtain." Hearing Water Spirit's words, Yin Dao's eyes suddenly widened. He stared at Water Spirit and tried his best to speak. "Why, cough, cough, is it?" Water Spirit sighed, "Level 25 equipment isn't that easy to create. Not only us brothers don't have it, but even the Tiangongmen only have one. Think about it, would the Tiangongmen give you one?" Yin Dao shook his head, "I don't care. Cough, I just want level 25 equipment." Cough cough. Water Spirit shook her head, "Brother Yin Dao, it's good for people to have dreams, but dreams have to be realistic. Doing what you're doing will only harm yourself. You won't get anything." Speaking up to here, Water Spirit paused for a moment before continuing, "Originally, I saw that you had dreams and that you were a promising person. I wanted to give you a level 15 equipment, but you're too greedy. You always want things that are impossible. Now, even if you're heavily injured, I'm afraid you won't even be able to get a level 15 equipment." Yin Dao sneered. After resting for a while, his injuries had stabilized and he could speak without hindrance. "Water Spirit, don't scare me. If you're not afraid of the Godly Sword Sect and the Tiangongmen going to war, then you can kill me." Speaking up to here, Yin Dao paused for a moment before continuing, "Anyway, my life is worthless and worthless. On the other hand, I'm afraid your Heaven's Craftsman faction won't be able to bear this responsibility. Once you infuriate the Godly Knife faction, I'm afraid your Heaven's Craftsman faction will be destroyed in an instant. Water Spirit, I advise you to think about it. If you don't want the Tiangongmen to go to war with the Godly Sword Sect, then agree to my conditions." Water Spirit looked deeply at Yin Dao, then shook her head, "Brother Yin Dao, have you ever thought about it? Since the Godly Sword Sect is stronger than the Tiangongmen, then why hasn't the Godly Sword Sect attacked the Tiangongmen for so many years?" Hearing Water Spirit's words, Yin Dao was stunned. A trace of doubt appeared in his eyes. Why? In the Godly Blade School, Yin Dao was only a small character. Even Golden Dao, who was important in Yin Dao's eyes, was also an unimportant character in the Godly Blade School. From this, one could imagine how unimportant Yin Dao's position in the Godly Blade School was. With Yin Dao's position, how could he know the problem? Yin Dao did not know. Chapter 485. Silver Knife didn't know, but Water Spirit definitely knew. Shui Lingzi let out a sigh, "Brother Yin Dao, I won't tell you the reason. I only want to tell you one thing, that is, even if you're hung here today, it won't cause a war between the Godly Blade Sect and the Heaven's Craftsman faction." Nonsense. Cough cough. As soon as Water Spirit finished speaking, Silver Knife shouted, but because he shouted too fiercely, it caused another round of violent coughing. After this round of coughing, Silver Knife shouted, "Water Spirit, you're talking nonsense. If you dare to touch me today, you can just wait for the Godly Knife Sect and the Tiangongmen to start a war." Water Spirit looked at Silver Knife with pity. "I thought you were an ambitious young man, but I didn't expect you to be so stupid. Why would I lie to you? If it was like what you said, the Tiangongmen would have been destroyed by the godly knife sect, but now everyone is safe and sound. Don't you understand? Speaking up to here, Water Spirit paused for a moment before continuing. Brother Silver Knife, don't do anything stupid. Silver Knife suddenly laughed coldly. Water Spirit, you think I'm doing something stupid? Water Spirit shook her head. Isn't it so? You know you can't get something, but you still want it. If this isn't stupid, then what is? Cough cough. After coughing for a while, Silver Knife looked at Water Spirit and slowly said, Water Spirit, maybe you think I'm doing something stupid, but I think this is my chance, my only chance. If I succeed and get a level 25 equipment, then my life will change. Speaking up to here, Silver Knife's tone suddenly stopped, and then he said self-deprecatingly, actually, even if I fail, it doesn't matter. I don't have any hope in my life. Even if I fail, at least I tried, so I won't regret it. Hearing Silver Knife's words, Water Spirit sighed. After a while, she slowly said, Brother Silver Knife, if you're willing, then my offer still stands. I'll give you a level 15 equipment. What do you think? Silver Knife shook his head. It's useless. It's just a level 15 equipment. It's useless. Hearing this, Water Spirit sighed. Brother Yin Dao, if you're still so greedy, then I have nothing to say. Yin Dao struggled to sit up, causing another round of violent coughing. After the coughing subsided, he slowly said, Level 25 equipment. Only by obtaining level 25 equipment can I change my life. Other than these, I have nothing else to ask for. At this point, Yin Dao paused. He turned to look at Fire Spirit and smiled. Fire Spirit, I'm guessing that you don't dare to be heavy-handed with me. You only dare to injure me. After hearing Yin Dao's words, Fire Spirit's expression changed. He really did not dare to use too much force. If he dared to use too much force, he would only need one punch to turn Silver Knife into a pulp. Although the Godly Knife Clan and the Tiangongmen would not start a war because of the Silver Knife, it was still not a good thing. No matter what, Yin Dao was a member of the Godly Knife Clan. If Fire Spirit really killed Yin Dao, then even if both sides were at peace, it would still be a troublesome matter. Most importantly, there were not only people from the Tiangongmen and the Godly Knife Clan, but also people from the Wu Clan and the Shadowless Clan. Fire Spirit was very sure that if he dared to kill Yin Dao today, then the Godly Knife Clan would know about it tomorrow. Seeing Fire Spirit frowning and not saying anything, Yin Dao suddenly laughed coldly. Fire Spirit, you really are not a man. You actually used so many punches to deal with someone like me, and I'm still fine. I think your martial arts are really bad. Hearing this, Fire Spirit's anger that had calmed down began to boil again. He was not a good-tempered person to begin with, and after being provoked by Yin Dao, he could not hold it in anymore and roared. Since it's like this, then I'll risk being punished by the clan leader and kill you first. As he spoke, Fire Spirit clenched his fist again and smashed it towards Yin Dao. Fire Spirit's body was like lightning, and his fist was like the wind. With a thought, his fist smashed forward like lightning. At this time, a fist appeared in front of him and blocked his attack. Fire Spirit exclaimed, Big brother, why did you block me? Water Spirit slowly took back her fist and shook her head. Fire Spirit, back off first. I have my own plans for this. Fire Spirit could only glare at Yin Dao and back off to the side. Water Spirit took a deep breath and turned to look at Silverblade, asking in a deep voice, Brother Silverblade, tell me your conditions. Besides that level 25 equipment, can you think of any other conditions that can replace that level 25 equipment? Yin Dao shook his head. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and he looked at Water Spirit. Water Spirit, if you don't want to give me level 25 equipment, that's fine. As long as you can make the Godly Knife Clan leader accept me as a disciple, then I won't ask for level 25 equipment from you. After hearing Yin Dao's conditions, Water Spirit was stunned for a while before shaking her head. I can't help you with this condition. Yin Dao sighed, then I can only ask for level 25 equipment. I think that as long as I give this level 25 equipment to the Godly Knife Clan leader, he will definitely accept me as a disciple. Water Spirit sighed and sincerely said, Brother Yin Dao, you're crazy, you're really crazy. Don't you understand that even if you die here, it won't affect the relationship between our two clans? Don't you understand what I'm saying? Yin Dao shook his head and sneered, Water Spirit, don't lie to me. If it's as simple as you say, and it won't affect the relationship between the Godly Knife Clan and the Tiangongmen, then you would have already done it. Why would you still be here talking nonsense with me? Hearing Yin Dao's words, Shui Lingzi was really angry. What was a little Yin Dao? Even if he died, it would only be a small problem. If she didn't pity him, then she wouldn't have talked to him for so long. Water Spirit's talent in martial arts wasn't that high, but his forging skills were very high. That was why he was able to slowly get to where he was today. Water Spirit knew the difficulty of this. When he saw Yin Dao, it was as if he saw himself in the past. That kind of hesitation, that kind of helplessness, that kind of desire to be recognized by others, was so strong. During that time, what he needed the most was someone to help him. Water Spirit's luck was very good. Of course, it was also related to his hard work. In the Tiangongmen, sometimes it wasn't just martial arts that was high, but also skills. Forging skills were the absolute truth. Water Spirit's forging skills were very high, so he was able to obtain the guidance of an expert. After his hard work, he was able to get to where he was today. Chapter 486. For Water Spirit to have his current position, it was definitely related to his hard work. Yin Dao was also like that, he also wanted to succeed. Water Spirit understood Yin Dao's thoughts, he wanted to help him succeed. But Water Spirit wasn't omnipotent, even if he wanted to help Yin Dao, he could only help within his ability. Yin Dao's requirements were too high, level 25 equipment, this was already beyond Water Spirit's ability. Even level 20 equipment was difficult for Water Spirit, let alone level 25 equipment. Looking at Yin Dao on the ground, Water Spirit's heart was filled with sorrow. A young man who wanted to succeed could also be said to be a young man with wishful thinking. Water Spirit didn't know if he should sympathize or despise him. It was good for people to have dreams, but the road to one's dreams wasn't like this. Back then, Shui Lingzi was also as unknown as Yin Dao, and her talent in martial arts was also not very high, but the path that Shui Lingzi chose was absolutely different from Yin Dao's. Yin Dao wanted instant benefits, he wanted to reach the heavens in a single step and become the disciple of the Godly Knife sect's leader. But Shui Lingzi was different. She knew exactly what she had to do to win that future. Water Spirit diligently cultivated his martial arts, at the same time, he also practiced his manufacturing techniques. Water Spirit had always been waiting for an opportunity, waiting for a chance to make him famous. Reality proved that his luck wasn't bad. 5 years after he entered the sect, the Tiangongmen held a competition for inner disciples. Whether it was martial arts or manufacturing, Water Spirit's talent wasn't the highest, but he worked very hard and cultivated very seriously. In this competition, a total of 80 disciples participated, and Water Spirit was ranked 11th, he didn't even enter the top 10. However, even though he didn't make it into the top 10, Water Spirit still had some schemes in mind. He chose to make a very unpopular equipment, this kind of technique, he had been diligently practicing, the time he spent on it far surpassed the time he spent on those popular equipment. Because of this, even though Water Spirit was ranked 11th and didn't enter the top 10, he was still put in an important position. This was because the development of a sect couldn't only rely on one product, so Water Spirit's research direction was supported. From then on, Water Spirit's luck gradually increased, and after so many years, he finally reached his current position. Shui Lingzi was very clear that if he hadn't chosen that unpopular equipment, he definitely wouldn't have been ranked 11th. That was because his crafting skills weren't very high at that time. Even if he had made other equipment, his final ranking would probably have been below the 30th rank. This was an opportunity, and also an opportunity. Water Spirit used his own wisdom and judgment to seize this opportunity and win a future for himself. Thinking about his past, Water Spirit felt a mix of emotions, but at the same time, he was also very proud. But looking at the heavily injured Yin Dao in front of her, Shui Lingzi was filled with anger and hatred. Silver Knife was delusional to think that he could rely on a piece of level 25 equipment to reach the heavens in a single bound. This was simply a dream. Water Spirit was very clear that even if Yin Dao had a level 25 equipment, he wouldn't have any future, because he didn't know how to win his own future. Thinking about this, Water Spirit sighed, Brother Yin Dao, don't you understand that what you're doing is meaningless? Besides hurting yourself, you won't succeed. Even if you have level 25 equipment, you still won't succeed. Yin Dao bitterly smiled and shook his head, impossible, you're lying to me. If I had level 25 equipment, I would definitely be accepted as a disciple by the Godly Knife sect leader. Hearing Yin Dao's reply, Water Spirit suddenly sneered, Yin Dao, let me ask you, even if the Godly Knife sect leader accepts you as a disciple, so what? Hearing this, Yin Dao laughed, as long as the Godly Knife sect leader accepts me as a disciple, with his guidance, my martial arts will improve very quickly. At that time, as long as my martial arts are high, my position in the Godly Knife sect will also be high. Water Spirit sneered, Yin Dao, do you think that the Godly Knife sect leader only has you as a disciple? Speaking up to this point, Water Spirit paused for a moment before continuing, moreover, your talent isn't very high. When the Godly Knife sect leader accepts a disciple, he will definitely choose someone with excellent talent as his disciple. In front of these geniuses, can you stand out? If you can't, then what future do you have? Won't you still be unknown? Water Spirit suddenly sighed, actually, this isn't good for you. In front of geniuses, you will always be the target of ridicule. This is not good for your cultivation in the future. It will destroy your self-confidence and make your self-confidence disappear after being ridiculed again and again. At that time, you will never be able to stand up again. Hearing Water Spirit's words, Yin Dao was stunned for a moment before suddenly shouting, You're lying to me, you must be lying to me. You don't want to give me level 25 equipment, that's why you're lying to me. Speaking up to this point, Yin Dao paused for a moment before continuing, Water Spirit, you can't lie to me. Water Spirit shook her head, Brother Yin Dao, I've already done my best. Since you're so stubborn, then I can't do anything about it. Yin Dao sneered, Water Spirit, what do you want? Water Spirit sighed, Brother Yin Dao, I don't want to do anything. I just want to tell you that you're not important. Even in the eyes of the Godly Knife sect, you're not important. Even if you die today, I'm afraid that no one will remember you tomorrow. Hearing this, Yin Dao suddenly sneered, I don't believe you. Seeing that Yin Dao was still stubborn, Water Spirit sighed and took a step back. Then she suddenly looked up at the people behind Yin Dao and loudly asked, Which one of you is the leader here? When the people behind Yin Dao heard Water Spirit's question, they subconsciously looked at Yin Dao and then shook their heads. Seeing these people shake their heads, Water Spirit shouted again, You heard it just now. Yin Dao ignored the friendship between the Tiangong men and the Godly Knife sect and blackmailed the Godly Knife sect. Because of this, he was seriously injured. When you go back, you must explain this matter. Before Shui Lingzi could finish her words, from behind these black-robed men, two people also wearing black robes walked out. Seeing these two people, Shui Lingzi subconsciously couldn't say what she wanted to say. When these two black people came in front of everyone, the one on the left suddenly laughed a few times and then cupped his fist towards Water Spirit. Water Spirit, I didn't expect your memory to be so bad. You even forgot an old friend. Hearing this voice, Yin Dao's face suddenly changed. He quickly turned his head and spoke with a trembling voice. Chapter 487. Yin Dao said with a trembling voice, This subordinate greets the two protectors. The black-clothed man waved his hand at Yin Dao, Very good, you did well, I am very satisfied. After saying this, the black-clothed man turned to Shui Lingzi and said with a sneer, Shui Lingzi, you injured our godly blade sex people, how do you want to deal with it? When the two black-clothed men came to the front, Shui Lingzi immediately recognized who they were. They were the protectors of Godly Blade Sect, Li Mingshui and Li Mingshan. The martial arts of the Li brothers were not something a small Yin Dao could compare with. Even Shui Lingzi did not dare to look down on them. So it's the Li brothers of Godly Blade Sect. I wonder why you came here today? Li Mingshan smiled, Shui Lingzi, don't tell me you don't welcome us. Shui Lingzi shook her head, Of course I welcome you, but I don't know why you came here today. Li Shan turned his head to look at Yin Dao, then turned his head to Shui Lingzi and said with a sneer, Shui Lingzi, I think you're just saying one thing and thinking another. You should be saying that you don't welcome us brothers. Shui Lingzi heard this, her face suddenly changed, then she smiled and said, "What are you talking about? This is not my place. If you brothers want to come, I have no reason to stop you." Li Mingshan sneered, "We brothers are here, so you can't recklessly injure our godly blade sect's disciples. Isn't this a bit regretful?" Before Shui Lingzi could answer, Li Mingshui also sneered, "Shui Lingzi, you guys are quite awe-inspiring. You clearly know that they are our godly blade sect's people, but you still want to kill them. If we brothers didn't arrive in time, I'm afraid all of us here would have been killed by you too." Hearing the words of the two, Shui Lingzi secretly complained in her heart. She knew that the Li brothers definitely did not have good intentions. The black-robed men just stood there and didn't move. Shui Lingzi found it strange. Why would they just calmly stand there and watch as their leader was beaten up by others? Now Shui Lingzi understood why those black-robed men didn't come forward to help. It turned out that Yin Dao wasn't their real leader, but the Li brothers who were standing behind them. Shui Lingzi had been wondering why the godly sword sect would send such a weak opponent like Yin Dao when they were so powerful. Now she understood that their experts had been hiding behind the crowd. What gave Shui Lingzi a headache wasn't just the appearance of the Li brothers, but another problem. Yin Dao was heavily injured by Fire Spirit. It wasn't from a single punch. Fire Spirit had to attack several times before he was able to heavily injure Yin Dao. Even so, the Li brothers did not appear. Only in the end did the Li brothers appear. What did this mean? It meant that the Li brothers had been waiting for this opportunity. Silver Knife had just asked Water Spirit for level 25 equipment. Perhaps the Li brothers also harbored such thoughts after hearing this news. Silver Blade wanted level 25 equipment from Water Spirit, but this wasn't a big deal. Silver Blade's martial arts weren't good enough, and Water Spirit could deal with him with a single finger. But the Li brothers weren't good enough. As the protectors of the godly sword sect, their martial arts were naturally very high. It would be impossible to bully them like how they bullied Yin Dao. If that was the case, then the level 25 equipment that Yin Dao wanted. Thinking of this, Shui Lingzi felt a splitting headache. If the Li brothers really had such a goal, then today's matter would be very difficult to solve. Seeing Shui Lingzi lowering her head and not speaking, Li Mingshan suddenly sneered, "Shui Lingzi, I know what you're thinking. Are you thinking of how to fool them?" Hearing Li Mingshan's words, Shui Lingzi was even more certain that the Li brothers had such a goal. Thinking of this, Shui Lingzi bitterly smiled. "What are you talking about? You saw it yourself. If he wasn't pressuring us, why would we have made a move?" Li Mingshui suddenly stepped forward and loudly said, "Shui Lingzi, no matter how many excuses you have, Yin Dao has already been heavily injured by you. What do you think we should do?" Seeing that the Li brothers were questioning him, Fire Spirit couldn't hold it in anymore and shouted, "That brat Yin Dao was injured by me. If you have any problems, come find me. Do you think I'm afraid of you?" Li Mingshui sneered, "Fire Spirit, of course you're not afraid of me." Speaking of this, Li Mingshui paused for a moment before continuing, "But do you think I'm afraid of you?" Hearing this, Fire Spirit immediately laughed, "If that's the case, then let's have a competition and see who's afraid of who." Li Mingshui sneered, "Okay, then let's have a competition and see who's the coward." Fire Spirit had a fiery temper. Hearing this, he immediately stepped forward and punched out with his right fist towards Li Mingshui. As the protector of the godly sword sect, Li Mingshui naturally wasn't afraid of Fire Spirit. Seeing that Fire Spirit's attack was about to reach him, he sneered and immediately punched out towards Fire Spirit's fist. Pa! Two whistling fists collided with each other, producing a dull sound. After the sound passed, the two of them were shaken back a few steps by the force of the impact. Fire Spirit took 3 steps back before stabilizing himself. "Li Mingshui, I don't think you're that strong. You can't even take one of my punches and you still dare to brag." Hearing Fire Spirit's words, Li Mingshui was instantly furious. Fire Spirit had been forced back 3 steps, but Li Mingshui had been forced back 4 steps. It was clear that Li Mingshui had been defeated in this exchange. Although Li Mingshui was at a disadvantage, he wasn't afraid. Because he was from the godly sword sect and his martial arts were all based on his sword. Li Mingshui snorted and reached for the sword behind him. Fire Spirit, you're not bad. Since you want to see it, then I'll let you see my real martial arts. Following Li Mingshui's words, a shiny steel sword was slowly pulled out and appeared in front of the two of them. Under the moonlight, the steel sword shone with a cold light. As it trembled, it constantly reflected light and shone in all directions. Seeing Li Mingshui take out his weapon, Fire Spirit was shocked. He naturally knew that the godly sword sect's strongest point wasn't their fists but their sword techniques. Seeing Fire Spirit's change of expression, Li Mingshui suddenly sneered and pointed his sword at Fire Spirit. Are you afraid? Fire Spirit's eyes widened as he stared at Li Mingshui and said angrily, I, Fire Spirit, am afraid of you. What a joke. Li Mingshui sneered, since you're not afraid, then I'll beat you until you're afraid. Don't talk big. Come at me if you can. We still don't know who's the coward. Although Fire Spirit replied casually, his heart wasn't relaxed at all. Chapter 488. Li Mingshui slowly moved, and at the same time, his powerful internal force began to circulate. At this time, Li Mingshan suddenly reached out and stopped him. He turned to look at Shui Lingzi and sneered, Shui Lingzi, do you really want to be enemies with our godly sword sect? Hearing Li Mingshan's words, Shui Lingzi was shocked. He quickly turned to Fire Spirit and said, why aren't you moving back? Hearing this, Fire Spirit retreated to the side resentfully. Seeing Fire Spirit move back, Shui Lingzi cupped his fist and said, today, we have offended you. Please allow us brothers to come and apologize in the future. Today, we really have something to do. Please forgive us brothers. Li Mingshan sighed, I really want to forgive you, but our sect's disciple, Yin Dao, may not want to forgive you. Hearing this, Shui Lingzi couldn't help but grit his teeth and clench his fists tightly. He completely understood Li Mingshui's meaning. At this moment, Shui Lingzi suddenly had the thought of not caring about this matter and immediately leaving. Today, other than himself, the other three factions that came were not easy opponents. He had already promised the Wu clan 2 level 20 equipment, and 2 level 20 equipment from Shadowless. Now that the godly sword sect was here, 2 level 20 equipment was not enough to satisfy them. Level 25 equipment was something that Shui Lingzi would never agree to. A level 25 equipment, in terms of value, was far more valuable than 6 level 20 equipment. How could he give away such rare equipment just like that? Thinking about this, Shui Lingzi wanted to immediately leave and not care about this matter. But as soon as this thought appeared, it was quickly extinguished. If he really didn't care about this matter, then what if Kikyaromen was taken away by someone else, and the secret was true? What should he do then? This thought kept lingering in Shui Lingzi's mind, making him in a dilemma. Should he immediately leave this place, or should he choose to stay and negotiate with the people here? After a long time, Shui Lingzi sighed. He chose to stay and negotiate with these despicable people. If the secret was true, then the Tiangongmen were finished. If the Tiangongmen were finished, then he, Shui Lingzi, was also finished. Thinking about this, Shui Lingzi could only sigh and continue to negotiate with these despicable people. Shui Lingzi lightly coughed, then looked up at Li Mingshan and slowly said, since today's matter has already happened, then what do you all say, what should we do? Li Mingshan coldly laughed, since you dared to hit our godly sword sect's people, then you don't put us in your eyes, and now you dare to ask me what to do. Shui Lingzi, I want to ask you, what do you want to do? Water Spirit shook her head, you saw what happened just now. If it weren't for Yin Dao going too far, we wouldn't have made a move. Li Shan shook his head, I don't care about those things. I only saw you beating up our godly knife sect's disciples. Other than that, I didn't see anything else. Li Mingshans, you, used to you, did you, to him, you, he threatened, you, Mingshan time, Mingshans, you, Li Mingshan shook his head, I'm sorry, I really didn't hear that. I only saw you beating him up, nothing else happened. Fire Spirit angrily roared, if that's the case, then I'll just take care of him, so that he won't harm others. Fire Spirit had a fiery temper, and as soon as his voice fell, he rushed towards Mingshan. Shui Lingzi, seeing this, quickly reached out to stop him. After Fire Spirit pulled her back, she lowered her voice and said, Fire Spirit, Don't be rash. After we solve this problem, we'll think of a way to deal with it. After hearing Shui Lingzi's words, Fire Spirit angrily nodded and lowered his head, no longer speaking. Li Mingshan on the side suddenly clapped his hands and coldly laughed. Fire Spirit, do you think that as long as you kill Mingshan, this matter will be over? Fire Spirit's anger, which had just been extinguished, was immediately ignited by Li Mingshan. Li Mingshan, what do you want? If you don't agree, then let's fight. Li Mingshan shook his head. Why would I fight with you? Right now, you Tiangongmen are bullying my godly sword sect. I just want to be the judge, I don't want to fight with you. Fire Spirit suddenly laughed out loud. You want to be the judge? Fine, then let's be the judge. At this point, the Fire Spirit paused for a moment before continuing. Yin Dao blackmailed the Heavens Craftsman sect in an attempt to cause a war between the Godly Blade sect and the Heavens Craftsman sect. Is there anything wrong with me hitting him? After hearing Fire Spirit's words, Li Mingshan didn't answer. Instead, he turned to look at Mingshan and softly asked, Mingshan, is Fire Spirit right? Were you trying to blackmail the Tiangongmen? Hearing the Protector's question, Mingshan didn't dare to hesitate and quickly shook his head. No, I didn't blackmail the Tiangongmen. After hearing Mingshan's answer, Li Mingshan turned to look at Fire Spirit and sneered. Fire Spirit, you heard it too, right? Mingshan didn't blackmail the Tiangongmen? Fire Spirit said angrily. Was it not blackmail when he asked for level 25 equipment? Li Mingshan turned to look at Mingshan again and sternly asked, Mingshan, is this true? You actually dared to ask the Tiangongmen for level 25 equipment? Is this true? Hearing Li Mingshan's stern question, Silver Knife was suddenly startled. He hurriedly replied in a low voice, No, this disciple doesn't. The reason this disciple wants level 25 equipment is because they injured this disciple. This disciple wants this level 25 equipment as compensation. Hearing Mingshan's answer, Li Mingshan nodded and turned to look at Fire Spirit again. Fire Spirit, you heard it, right? The level 25 equipment was used as compensation for injuring him. It wasn't like you said, asking for it from the Tiangongmen. Hearing Li Mingshan's words, Fire Spirit was furious. What's the difference? If it wasn't asking for it from us, then what was it? Hearing Fire Spirit's angry roar, Li Mingshan suddenly sighed. You guys seriously injured him. I think you guys should compensate him. I think you guys should compensate him. Fire Spirit said angrily, even if it's compensation, it shouldn't be level 25 equipment. Li Mingshan turned to look at Fire Spirit. After a while, he suddenly asked seriously, Fire Spirit, do you think that our Godly Knife faction's disciple shouldn't be compensated by you guys? Fire Spirit sneered, Li Mingshan, don't tell me you don't know how precious level 25 equipment is. Do you think he can get level 25 equipment with his injuries? Don't you think that's ridiculous? Hearing Fire Spirit's words, Li Mingshan shook his head. Chapter 489. Li Shanshan sneered, Fire Spirit, are you saying that our Godly Knife faction is worthless? After hearing Li Shanshan's words, Fire Spirit angrily retorted, Li Shanshan, when did I say that? I only said that Silver Blade's injuries cannot be compensated with a piece of level 25 equipment. I didn't say that your Godly Blade faction's members are worthless. After hearing Fire Spirit's words, Li Mingshan's eyes suddenly narrowed as he coldly stared at Fire Spirit. After a while, he spoke in a soft voice. After a while, he softly said, Fire Spirit, are you saying that Silver Knife's injuries aren't serious enough? Speaking up to here, Li Shanshan paused for a moment before continuing. If you think that Silver Knife's injuries aren't serious enough, then it's fine. You can punch him a few more times until you are satisfied. Hearing Li Shanshan's words, Fire Spirit angrily roared, Li Shanshan, you're talking nonsense. How about this? If that's the case, then you punch me twice and give me a level 25 equipment. What do you think? Li Shanshan shook his head. It's not me punching you, it's you punching Silver Knife. Before I came, you had already heavily injured him. Speaking up to here, Li Shanshan turned his head to look at Silver Knife and said softly, Silver Knife's injuries are very serious. I'm afraid that his internal organs have already been damaged. If we don't hurry and treat him, even if we save him, his vitality will be greatly damaged. In terms of martial arts, it will be impossible for him to progress any further. Hearing Li Shanshan's indifferent tone, Fire Spirit angrily said, Li Shanshan, since you know that Silver Knife's injuries are very serious, why don't you hurry and treat him? Do you want to wait for his injuries to worsen before you treat him? Li Shanshan shook his head, you're wrong. The one who injured him is you, not me. Even if we want to save Silver Knife, we need you to do it. This time, before Fire Spirit could speak, Water Spirit spoke first. If that's the case, then let's hurry and treat Silver Knife. Hearing Water Spirit's words, Li Shanshan faintly smiled and gave Li Mingshui a look. Li Mingshui understood and the two immediately took a few steps back. Water Spirit, then you go and save him. Water Spirit nodded and quickly walked over to Yin Dao. Seeing Shui Lingzi walk over, Yin Dao hesitated. He heard Li Mingshan's words just now. He knew that he was seriously injured, but he didn't expect it to be so serious. According to Li Shanshan, if he didn't take the time to treat it, then his martial arts would never improve. The reason why Yin Dao was hesitant was because he still had a trace of hope in his heart. Level 25 equipment. If Water Spirit were to treat his injuries, he wouldn't be able to get any compensation. But if he didn't let Shui Lingzi treat his injuries, then what if it really was like Li Shanshan said and his martial arts would forever stagnate? What would he do then? The reason why Silver Knife was willing to be heavily injured by Fire Spirit was because he wanted Fire Spirit to compensate him for his level 25 equipment. With this level 25 equipment, he could embark on another glorious journey in his life. If Water Spirit treated his injuries, then he would no longer have the chance to become a disciple of the godly knife sect's patriarch. Seeing Shui Lingzi walk closer and closer, Yin Dao fiercely clenched his teeth and suddenly shouted, Water Spirit, stop. If you don't compensate me for my equipment, then don't treat my injuries. Hearing Yin Dao's shout, Shui Lingzi secretly sighed. Although he was angry, the smile on his face didn't weaken at all. Brother Yin Dao, your injuries are very serious. If you don't take the time to treat it, I'm afraid it will greatly damage your cultivation in the future. Let's talk about other things later. Let's treat your injuries first. Hearing Shui Lingzi's words, Yin Dao suddenly sneered, Shui Lingzi, don't think I don't know what you're thinking. Do you think that as long as you treat my injuries, you won't need to compensate me for my equipment? Speaking up to here, Yin Dao paused for a moment before continuing, Shui Lingzi, let me tell you, that's impossible. Since you dared to heavily injure me, then you must compensate me. Hearing Yin Dao's words, Shui Lingzi's footsteps stopped. He never thought that even though Yin Dao had clearly heard Li Shanshan's words, he still refused to treat his injuries. Shui Lingzi really did want to treat Yin Dao's injuries. Then, the level 25 equipment would naturally be left untouched. But now, it seemed that this plan had failed. As long as Yin Dao didn't agree to treat his injuries, then this matter would never be resolved. Thinking up to here, Fire Spirit suppressed his anger and looked up at Yin Dao. He smiled and said, Brother Yin Dao, your injuries are very serious. If you don't take the time to treat them, I'm afraid you'll never be able to reach Yin Dao's level. Speaking up to here, Shui Lingzi paused for a moment before continuing, perhaps, if your injuries are too serious, not only will you not be able to surpass Yin Dao's level, your martial arts will also weaken. You have to think about it carefully. Hearing Shui Lingzi's words, Yin Dao's face couldn't help but change. After a while, cold sweat appeared on his forehead. The cold sweat on his forehead wasn't because of the deep injuries, but because Yin Dao knew that what Shui Lingzi said was true. Cultivating martial arts was like rowing a boat against the current. If you don't advance, you'll fall behind. Yin Dao was very clear about this. Although Yin Dao was very clear about this, it didn't mean that he would do it. After Li Shan and Li Mingshui arrived, Yin Dao had been secretly observing them. He wanted to know their thoughts. Now, Yin Dao was very clear about Li Shan and Li Mingshui's thoughts. Their thoughts were the same as his, which was to obtain the level 25 equipment. Thinking up to here, Yin Dao once again hardened his heart. Even if he would be crippled in the future, he would still fight this time. At first, his strength wasn't enough and he was beaten everywhere. But with the support of Li Shan and Li Mingshui, Yin Dao believed that he would definitely be able to obtain the level 25 equipment. Thinking about the benefits that level 25 equipment would bring him, Yin Dao decided to fight and make his life even more glorious in the future. Yin Dao looked at Shui Lingzi and suddenly sighed, Shui Lingzi, I advise you to save your strength. I think what you should do right now is to think about how to take out a level 25 equipment as compensation. Shui Lingzi shook her head, we have level 25 equipment, but the Tiangong men also don't have level 25 equipment. So, I ask Brother Yin Dao to quickly heal your injuries. As soon as Shui Lingzi's voice fell, before Yin Dao could speak, Li Shan suddenly sneered and said, Shui Lingzi, don't talk nonsense. Since your Yin Dao is willing to let you heal his injuries, you should do as he said and think about how to compensate for the equipment. Shui Lingzi turned her head to look at Li Mingshan and asked, emphasizing each word. Chapter 490. Water Spirit asked, Li Mingshan, do you really think that I should compensate you with a level 25 equipment? Hearing Water Spirit's words, Li Mingshan paused for a moment, then nodded. Although Yin Dao's martial arts aren't good enough, he is still a disciple of our Godly Blade sect. Moreover, he is the leader of the Godly Blade sect. This means that we value him a lot. Our Godly Blade sect's proud disciple was heavily injured by you. Is there anything wrong with compensating us? Water Spirit shook her head, we did injure Yin Dao, so we should compensate, but a level 25 equipment. Isn't that a bit too much? After hearing Shui Lingzi's words, Li Mingshui, who hadn't spoken until now, suddenly sneered and said, Shui Lingzi, since you don't want to compensate, then I'll also punch you a few times. That way we'll be even, you don't need to compensate. Speaking up to hear, Li Mingshui paused for a moment before continuing, Water Spirit, my condition is fair, right? Hearing Li Mingshui's words, Water Spirit was about to reply, but Fire Spirit suddenly stepped forward and said, Li Mingshui, you said it yourself. As long as you hit back, this matter will be over, right? Li Mingshui nodded, alright, I'll keep my word. You punched Yin Dao a few times, then I'll punch you a few times. This matter will be over and our Godly Blade sect will not pursue this matter. Hearing Li Mingshui's words, Fire Spirit suddenly laughed, good, since it's like this, then I'll let you punch me a few times. Hearing the conversation between the two of them, Shui Lingzi was shocked. When Fire Spirit hit Yin Dao, he didn't dare to use too much strength. What if Li Mingshui secretly killed the Fire Spirit when he was fighting it? What if the Fire Spirit was crippled? If it was someone else, Water Spirit might have to consider whether this matter was feasible or not, but Fire Spirit was definitely out of the question. No, I don't agree. Hearing Water Spirit's words, Li Mingshui sneered and looked at Fire Spirit. He shrugged and helplessly said, Fire Spirit, as you can see, it's not that I don't want to give you a chance, but that Water Spirit doesn't want it. Don't blame us. Hearing this, Fire Spirit quickly turned to Water Spirit and said, Big brother, just let him hit me a few times, so what? At this point, the Fire Spirit paused before continuing, I believe that with Li Mingshui's martial arts, he won't be able to do anything to me even if he punches me a few times. Big brother, don't worry. Water Spirit shook her head and flatly refused, no, I won't allow it. Li Mingshan suddenly sneered and said, Shui Lingzi, I've already given you a chance, but since you don't want it, we can only use our previous plan. At this point, Li Shan paused for a moment before continuing, Water Spirit, hurry up and prepare a level 25 equipment. Hearing this, Shui Lingzi frowned again. If level 25 equipment was so easy to prepare, why would he waste so much time? Shui Lingzi thought for a moment before slowly saying, Li Mingshan, our Tiangongmen and your Godly Knife sect have always had a good relationship. Why do you want to ruin the relationship between our two sects for such a small matter? Li Mingshan shook his head, Shui Lingzi, you're wrong. It's not me who wants to ruin the relationship between our two sects, it's you. Speaking up to hear, Li Shan pointed at Yin Dao and continued, Shui Lingzi, tell me, when Yin Dao first arrived, was he fine or not? Shui Lingzi clenched her teeth and nodded. Li Mingshan sneered, then it settled. Yin Dao arrived not long ago and was heavily injured by you. Once this matter spreads out, I'm afraid the one who will ruin the relationship between our two sects will be you, Shui Lingzi. At this point, Li Mingshan paused for a moment before continuing. If one day, the Tiangongmen and the godly knife sect really go to war, then you, Shui Lingzi, will be the sinner of the Tiangongmen, haha. Listening to Li Mingshan's unbridled laughter, Shui Lingzi's heart was filled with anger as she glared at Yin Dao. If it wasn't for this reckless fool, how could so many things have happened? It was all her fault for not being ruthless to him in the first place because of his ambition. Now, he had caused so much trouble for her. If she had immediately killed Yin Dao at the beginning, it would have just been an accident. Even so, it would be impossible to compensate the godly knife sect with a level 25 equipment. However, this was just a thought. If she wanted to do it now, Li Mingshan would definitely not agree. Maybe it would cause even more trouble. Thinking of this, Shui Lingzi's heart became even more annoyed. Today's mission was just to take away Kikyaromen's people, but who knew that it would cause so much trouble? Seeing that Shui Lingzi wasn't willing to answer, Li Mingshan sneered again. Shui Lingzi, even if you think about it, it's useless. The one who was injured is our godly knife sect's disciple. No matter what, you have to compensate him. Hearing Li Mingshan's words, Fire Spirit suddenly shouted, Big brother, let them hit me a few times. We can't compensate that kid with equipment. Don't worry, it's just a few punches. They can't do anything to me. Hearing Fire Spirit's shout, Li Mingshan sneered, Shui Lingzi, have you thought it through? Fire Spirit is getting impatient. Shui Lingzi sighed and slowly raised her head to look at Li Mingshan. Li Mingshan, since Yin Dao is injured, I can compensate him with a level 15 equipment. What do you think? Hearing Shui Lingzi's condition, Li Mingshan shook his head. No, a level 15 equipment is too weak compared to a level 25 equipment. Speaking up to here, Li Mingshan paused for a moment before asking, Shui Lingzi, if you were me, would you exchange it? Shui Lingzi shook her head and didn't answer Li Mingshan's question. She bitterly smiled and said, Li Mingshan, you've also bought equipment from the Tiangongmen before. I don't think I've treated you badly. Can't we take a step back? What do you think? Li Mingshan shook his head, nothing much. I only see us taking a big step back and you Tiangongmen taking a big advantage. Other than that, I don't see anything else. Hearing Li Mingshan's words, Shui Lingzi secretly sighed. After a while, she slowly asked, other than level 25 equipment, do we have anything else to compensate? Li Mingshan shook his head and pointed at Yin Dao. He loudly said, Shui Lingzi, the equipment you're compensating isn't what I want. It's the injured Yin Dao that you want as compensation. If Yin Dao agrees with you using other methods to compensate, then I won't have any objections and won't cause trouble for you. After listening to Li Mingshan's words, Shui Lingzi sighed. Chapter 491. Shui Lingzi sighed and turned to look at Yin Dao, asking in a soft voice, Brother Yin Dao, you heard what I said just now. I think we should heal your injuries first. Before Water Spirit could finish, she was interrupted by Yin Dao. Water Spirit, other than level 25 equipment, I don't want anything else. Don't say any more. Hearing Yin Dao's words, Li Shan sneered, Water Spirit, you heard it too. Yin Dao doesn't want to compensate you in other ways. You should think of a way to get level 25 equipment. Hearing this, the anger in Water Spirit's heart could no longer be suppressed. As a consecrator of the Heavenly Palace sect, she naturally had a lot of power in the Tiangongmen. Every day, no one dared to talk to her like this. If it wasn't for completing this mission, she wouldn't be a pushover. Water Spirit suddenly turned to look at Yin Dao lying on the ground. She clenched her fists and coldly asked, Yin Dao, you really don't want to compensate you in other ways? Shui Lingzi's martial arts were powerful. Under his anger, a powerful pressure burst out from his body and rushed toward the silver saber from all directions. Seeing Shui Lingzi's aura, Yin Dao was horrified. Cold sweat dripped down his forehead. As Water Spirit got closer and closer, Yin Dao's heartbeat sped up. Looking at Water Spirit in front of him, he felt as if a bone-eating demon beast was rushing towards him. Yin Dao wanted to retreat, but this aura suppressed him so much that he couldn't even move. Even his wide-open mouth couldn't close. His entire being was left with only a terrified thought. Other than that, he couldn't control himself at all. Just as Silver Knife was panicking, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him without a sound. When this figure appeared in front of Yin Dao immediately felt the terrifying pressure disappear. The emptiness after the terror made Yin Dao gasp for breath. His whole body was soaked in cold sweat. After a while, Yin Dao regained his consciousness. He found that the person standing in front of him was the protector of the godly sword sect, Li Shan Shan. Li Shan Shan and Water Spirit stared at each other for a while. At the same time, they sneered and the pressure slowly dissipated. Li Shan Shan spoke first. Water Spirit, what do you want to do? Water Spirit shook her head. I don't want to do anything. I just want to see how Brother Yin Dao's injuries are recovering. Li Shan Shan sneered. Do you check other people's injuries using this method? Water Spirit sighed. No, it's only occasionally that I use this method to check. Li Shan Shan shook his head. Water Spirit, your method isn't very good. Water Spirit sneered. If it wasn't for you blocking me, this method would have been very effective. Li Mingshan nodded. Is that so? It seems that you still blame me. I shouldn't have stopped you from checking your injuries. Water Spirit clenched her teeth and sneered. If you were reasonable, I wouldn't have used this method to check his injuries. Li Mingshan looked at Shui Lingzi, and after a long while, he suddenly sneered. Shui Lingzi, do you want to fight? Water Spirit sighed. If I had any other way, I wouldn't have chosen to do it. Speaking up to here, Shui Lingzi paused for a moment before continuing. But if there is really no other way, then I can only choose to take action. After hearing Shui Lingzi's words, Li Mingshan nodded. So you don't have any other way, right? Water Spirit nodded. I definitely don't have level 25 equipment. Not only me, even the Tiangongmen don't have it, so I really have no other way. Li Mingshan looked at Shui Lingzi and suddenly smiled. It seems we have no choice but to fight. Water Spirit nodded. If you insist, then we can only take action. Li Mingshan turned to look at Shui Lingzi. Do you think those two are our opponents? Shui Lingzi shook her head. I don't know. I've long heard that the godly saber sect's protectors' martial arts are powerful, so I really want to experience it. Li Mingshan was silent for a moment before suddenly saying, Shui Lingzi, I also don't have confidence. Shui Lingzi nodded and suddenly smiled. Since we don't have confidence, doesn't that mean both of us have a chance of winning? Li Mingshan also nodded. Indeed, both of us have a chance of winning. Speaking up to here, Li Mingshan's tone paused for a moment before continuing. But both of us have a chance of losing. Shui Lingzi sighed. Yes, if we really fight, neither of us have a chance of winning. Both of us have a chance of losing. Li Mingshan smiled. Since both of us have a chance of losing, then why should we fight? Shui Lingzi shook her head and bitterly smiled. I already said, if there is a way, I won't take action. Li Shan Shan suddenly sighed. Could it be that we really have no other way? Shui Lingzi shook her head. If one of us is willing to take a step back, then there is a way, but if none of us is willing to take a step back, then there is no other way. Li Mingshan turned his head and looked at Shui Lingzi. Shui Lingzi, do you think I am afraid of you? Shui Lingzi shook her head. You are not afraid of me. Li Mingshan asked again. Do you think I can solve this matter? Shui Lingzi shook her head. I don't know. Li Mingshan smiled. You don't know, but I know. I am the protector of the Godly Knife Sect and Silver Knife is a disciple of the Godly Knife Sect. As long as I, the protector of the Godly Knife Sect, as a disciple of the Godly Knife Sect, Silver Knife will definitely listen. Don't you think so? Hearing Li Mingshan's words, Shui Lingzi's eyes suddenly lit up. Are you willing to say this? Li Mingshan shook his head and then nodded. Although I am the protector of the Godly Knife Sect and Silver Knife will definitely listen to my words, but I also think that level 15 equipment as compensation is too little. So, I can't say this, and I won't let the Godly Knife Sect's disciple suffer a loss. After hearing Li Mingshan's words, Shui Lingzi nodded. In that case, what kind of conditions do you think will not let the Godly Knife Sect's disciple suffer a loss? Hearing Shui Lingzi's words, Li Mingshan's face became dignified. He stretched out two fingers and slowly said, a level 20 equipment, I think the Godly Knife Sect's disciple won't suffer a loss. Looking at Li Mingshan's fingers, Shui Lingzi suddenly sighed. A level 20 equipment, the Godly Knife Sect's disciple won't suffer a loss, but don't you think that the Tiangongmen will suffer a big loss? Li Shanshan shook his head and said seriously, "This is my way and my condition. If you don't agree to it, then..." Chapter 492. Li Shanshan continued, "If you don't agree, then pretend I didn't say anything." After hearing Li Shanshan's words, Shui Lingzi clenched her fists even tighter. Although Li Shanshan's conditions were lowered, they were still very high. Level 20 equipment wasn't as common as cabbages, and it wasn't easy to forge a level 20 equipment. Moreover, the one who was injured was Yin Dao, an insignificant disciple of the Godly Knife faction. For an insignificant disciple to have to compensate with a piece of level 20 equipment, this was simply a joke. Therefore, Shui Lingzi absolutely couldn't agree. Even if it was a level 15 equipment compensation, it would be from his personal pocket. Otherwise, people would laugh at the Tiangongmen. Shui Lingzi looked at Li Shanshan, and after a while, she slowly said, "What if I don't agree?" Li Shanshan shook his head, "I don't care about this matter, as long as Yin Dao agrees." Speaking up to here, Li Shanshan paused for a moment before continuing, "But if Yin Dao doesn't agree, then I'm sorry, but I won't agree either." Shui Lingzi suddenly sneered, "Li Shanshan, do you think it's worth it to destroy the friendship between the Godly Knife faction and the Tiangongmen for a level 20 equipment?" Li Shanshan shook his head, "I will only protect the disciples of the Godly Knife faction from harm. As for other matters, I don't care." Hearing this, Water Spirit slowly stepped forward and softly said, "Li Mingshan, I'll say this for the last time. My condition is a level 15 equipment and this matter is over. If you have any other conditions, then forgive me for not being able to agree." Li Shanshan heard this and sneered, "Then I'd like to see what kind of ability you have to boast here." Shui Lingzi shook her head, "This is not boasting, this is helplessness. Your Godly Knife faction has gone too far. Even if this spread out, it would be your Godly Knife faction being unrighteous." As soon as Water Spirit's voice fell, before Li Mingshan could reply, Silver Knife suddenly roared, "No, level 20 equipment, I won't agree." After hearing Silver Knife's words, Li Mingshan shook his head slightly. Then, he turned to Shui Lingzi and said with a smile, "Shui Lingzi, did you hear that? If you delay any longer, we won't be able to reach an agreement on level 20 equipment." Hearing Yin Dao's roar, Water Spirit couldn't help but grit her teeth. "Li Mingshan, do you think I will give you equipment?" Li Shanshan shook his head. "I don't know. I only know that you must be in a difficult position right now." After hearing Li Shanshan's words, Shui Lingzi was stunned for a moment. She turned to look at the people from Kikyaromen in the distance and sighed in her heart. It seemed that it would be difficult to take away Kikyaromen's people today. Water Spirit could agree to give the Godly Sword sect 2 pieces of level 20 equipment as a condition. This was a matter between the two sects, so it wasn't a big deal. Although he would be looked down upon when he returned, he wouldn't be the one taking the equipment. However, if they were the ones who injured someone, the Tiangongmen would never take the compensation for them. Unless Kikyaromen's secret was true. They could easily make level 20 and above equipment. But was this secret true? Was Shui Lingzi still doubting it? If level 20 equipment was so easy to make, then what was the use of these master craftsmen? Therefore, Shui Lingzi believed that even if the compensation was for Yin Dao's equipment, whether it was level 15 or level 20 equipment, he would have to take it himself. A level 20 equipment for the Tiangongmen wasn't a big deal. But for Shui Lingzi, it was a big deal. After so many years, Shui Lingzi had only gotten one level 20 equipment. Now, a little Yin Dao, could it be that she would give away this level 20 equipment? If she really wanted to give away the level 20 equipment, then it would be a big favor. However, Shui Lingzi could guarantee that even if she gave the level 20 equipment to Yin Dao, not only would it not be a big favor, but it would also cause them to laugh at her. Therefore, Shui Lingzi would never give away the equipment, especially in this kind of situation. Thinking of this, Shui Lingzi turned to look at Yin Dao, but she saw that Yin Dao was also looking at her with a sneer. Seeing Yin Dao's gaze, Shui Lingzi's heart was about to explode. A little Yin Dao from the Godly Sword sect dared to challenge a consecrated of the Tiangongmen. If this spread out, it would definitely cause endless ridicule. Thinking of this, Shui Lingzi secretly decided that even if it was level 15 equipment, she would not give it to them. Seeing that Shui Lingzi was not willing to answer, Li Mingshan became impatient. Shui Lingzi, have you thought it through? Hearing Li Mingshan's question, Shui Lingzi clenched her teeth and shook her head. I have thought it through. I will not give you the compensation. If you have any complaints, I will accept it. Hearing Shui Lingzi's words, Li Mingshan's face changed. Li Mingshan and Li Mingshui had already arrived. The reason why they didn't show up immediately was because they had other goals. Yin Dao's actions made them decide to watch from the side. This was because they also knew that this was a good opportunity. If Shui Lingzi was forced to agree to Yin Dao's conditions, then she would immediately receive a level 25 equipment. How high level 25 equipment was, Li Mingshan and Li Mingshui naturally knew better than Yin Dao. If Shui Lingzi could compensate Yin Dao with a level 25 equipment because of such a small matter, then it would be a great thing. Of course, Li Mingshan also knew that the possibility of this was not high. In Li Mingshan's heart, although he was very eager for level 25 equipment, if there was a level 20 equipment, then he would be very satisfied. Therefore, they only appeared after seeing that Yin Dao was seriously injured. As for the compensation of the equipment belonging to Silverblade, that was not a problem at all. A mere disciple of the Godly Blade sect would obediently surrender under the pressure of the two protectors of the Godly Blade sect and hand over the equipment. Seeing Shui Lingzi's ugly face, Li Mingshan knew that this was going to be bad. Thinking of this, Li Mingshan suddenly laughed. Shui Lingzi, I will not talk nonsense with you. Level 25 equipment is indeed difficult for you. Level 20 equipment, as long as you take out a level 20 equipment, I, Li Mingshan, will promise not to pursue this matter. What do you think? Hearing Li Mingshan take the initiative to lower the conditions, Shui Lingzi's heart was moved. If she used a level 20 equipment in exchange for peace, was it worth it? Just when Shui Lingzi was moved, she suddenly heard Yin Dao's shout. No, I won't agree. You must have a level 25 equipment, otherwise I will not agree to this condition. When Yin Dao's words came out, Li Mingshan and Shui Lingzi's face changed at the same time. Shui Lingzi looked up at Li Mingshan and sneered, Li Mingshan, it seems like your words are useless. Chapter 493. Li Shanshan shook his head with an ugly expression. Water Spirit, don't worry. If you want me to promise you, I will definitely do it. Water Spirit sneered, even if Yin Dao doesn't agree, it's not a problem. Hearing Water Spirit's question, Li Shanshan slightly turned his head and looked at Yin Dao lying on the ground. Then he looked back at Water Spirit and nodded. Water Spirit, don't worry. As long as you give me a level 20 equipment, this matter can be solved. What do you think? Water Spirit was a bit hesitant. She didn't know what choice to make. Although Li Mingshan had already lowered the conditions, a single piece of level 20 equipment and a single person was still very difficult for Shui Lingzi. Level 20 equipment wasn't as precious as level 25 equipment, but it was still something that ordinary people couldn't ask for. Water Spirit turned her head and looked at Yin Dao, only to see Yin Dao looking at Li Shanshan with a face full of hatred. Seeing this scene, Water Spirit's heart moved. She suddenly had an idea. Water Spirit looked at Li Shanshan and nodded. Li Shanshan, do you really mean what you say? Seeing that Water Spirit was about to agree, Li Shanshan was suddenly overjoyed. Although level 20 equipment was as precious as level 25 equipment, since it was free, why wouldn't he be willing to accept it? Thinking of this, Li Shanshan quickly nodded and smiled. Don't worry, Water Spirit. We are old friends. Don't you believe the words of an old friend? Seeing that Li Shanshan still had the face to say that they were old friends, Water Spirit sneered and secretly spat at him in her heart. This kind of old friend, the less the better. It would be best if there wasn't even one, that would be the best. Although Water Spirit sneered in her heart, the smile on her face didn't change. Li Shanshan, since you are straightforward, I naturally won't talk nonsense. Okay, just as Water Spirit's words reached here, Yin Dao's shout suddenly interrupted her. No, I don't agree. You clearly said level 25 equipment, why did it become level 20 equipment? I won't agree. Hearing Yin Dao's shout, Li Shan couldn't help but frown. But he didn't turn his head to look at Yin Dao. Instead, he looked at Water Spirit and said with a smile, "Don't worry, as long as I agree, there will be no problem." Water Spirit nodded with a smile. "All right, Li Mingshan, I believe in you." Speaking up to here, Shui Lingzi paused for a moment before continuing. "However, in order to prevent future troubles, I still hope to hear Yin Dao agree to this matter." Hearing this, Li Mingshan's expression changed. He stared at Shui Lingzi for a long time before gritting his teeth and asking, "Shui Lingzi, what do you mean? Don't you believe me?" After hearing Li Mingshan's words, Shui Lingzi shook her head. "It's not that I don't believe him, but I don't believe him." Speaking of this, Water Spirit signaled Silver Knife with her eyes. Li Shan shook his head and said in a deep voice, "Yin Dao is a disciple of the Godly Blade sect. As long as I, the Protector, say a word, he will definitely listen." "Shui Ling, you can rest assured." Shui Lingzi shook her head. "I don't feel assured, I really don't feel assured at all. If I take out the equipment and it can't solve the problem, then wouldn't I suffer a great loss?" Speaking up to here, Shui Lingzi paused for a moment before continuing, "Li Mingshan, you also know that level 20 equipment is very precious. If I take out such a precious item and it can't solve the problem, if it was you, would you be willing?" Hearing Shui Lingzi's words, Li Mingshan finally nodded his head. Shui Lingzi was right, such a precious item, if it can't solve the problem, then why take it out? Li Mingshan slowly turned around and looked down at Yin Dao who was lying on the ground. He chuckled and said, "Yin Dao, you heard the conversation between me and Shui Lingzi, hurry up and agree to it." Li Mingshan's words were very short, but also very useful. He directly stated the main point and made Yin Dao agree to Shui Lingzi's condition. Yin Dao looked at the smiling Li Mingshan, but his forehead was covered in cold sweat. He wasn't deaf, he clearly heard the conversation between Li Mingshan and Shui Lingzi from beginning to end. Not only did he hear it clearly, but he also understood their meaning. The final result of the discussion between Li Mingshan and Shui Lingzi was a level 20 equipment to solve the problem. Although level 20 equipment was good, but it was far from what Yin Dao wanted. Yin Dao still hoped that level 25 equipment would allow him to embark on a glorious life. There was only one chance, after this one, there would be no more chances. Yin Dao was sure that if he left here, no matter where he met Shui Lingzi, as long as he dared to ask for the equipment, he would definitely be beaten to a pulp by Shui Lingzi. What should he do? Li Mingshan already asked, what should he do? Yin Dao could only feel the fine beads of sweat on his forehead. They had already gathered into large beads of sweat and were flowing down his cheeks. If he agreed, he would get a level 20 equipment. Although level 20 equipment was good, Yin Dao already understood that even if he put a level 20 equipment in front of the Godly Knife Sect's sect master, the Godly Knife Sect's sect master wouldn't even look at it. Because level 20 equipment was too low for the Godly Knife Sect's sect master. Only level 25 equipment could make the Godly Knife Sect's sect master look at him differently. But if he didn't agree, looking at Li Mingshan's eyes, he would definitely not be able to pass this test. From the conversation between Li Mingshan and Shui Lingzi, Yin Dao understood that the highest price in Li Mingshan's heart was actually a level 20 equipment. The price in Li Mingshan's heart and Yin Dao's heart were not the same price. Opportunity. Opportunity. These two words kept echoing in Yin Dao's mind. After a while, Yin Dao finally gritted his teeth and made up his mind. "Lord Protector, I don't agree." Hearing Yin Dao's answer, Li Mingshan's face changed and coldly asked, "Yin Dao, do you know who you are talking to?" Yin Dao hurriedly got up and cupped his fist towards Li Mingshan. "Greetings, Lord Protector." Li Mingshan nodded. "Yin Dao, let me ask you, the conditions that I just discussed with Shui Lingzi, do you agree or not?" Yin Dao shook his head, then gritted his teeth and said, "I don't agree." Hearing this, Li Mingshan immediately took a step forward and sternly shouted, "Yin Dao, do you dare to oppose the decision of your Lord Protector?" Saying this, Li Mingshan's tone paused, then he continued, "The seventh rule of our sect, recite it for me." Hearing Li Mingshan's words, Yin Dao's face also changed. For a moment, he was speechless. Seeing that Yin Dao dared to not answer his question, Li Mingshan angrily said, "Yin Dao, I really didn't think that you would dare to disobey the orders of your superiors. Do you believe that I won't use the sect's rules to punish you? Chapter 494. Looking at what was happening, Shui Lingzi sneered in her heart. She already knew that Yin Dao wasn't a good person. Although Li Mingshan agreed that level 20 equipment could solve the problem, Shui Lingzi was sure that Yin Dao, who wanted to rely on level 25 equipment, would never agree to this condition. If Yin Dao wanted to agree, he would have agreed long ago. Why would he wait until now? Not only that, Shui Lingzi was sure that Yin Dao wouldn't give in so easily. This young man had dreams and ambitions, and for the sake of his dreams, he dared to ask for an exorbitant price like water spirits level 25 equipment. From this, one could imagine just how great this young man's ambition was. Li Mingshan wanted to use level 20 equipment to solve the problem, but Yin Dao didn't agree. This way, there would be a conflict between the two. If Li Mingshan attacked Yin Dao in anger, it would be very advantageous for Shui Lingzi. This was the moment that Shui Lingzi was waiting for. The development of the situation was just as Shui Lingzi guessed. After hearing Li Mingshan's words, Yin Dao said loudly after a while. The seventh rule of the Godly Knife Sect is that the disciples of the Godly Knife Sect must obey the orders of their superiors. Hearing Yin Dao reciting this, Li Mingshan sneered, "If you violate the sect rules, what punishment will there be?" Hearing this, Yin Dao's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He replied with a trembling voice, "If you violate the sect rules, you will be punished according to the degree of violation." Li Mingshan turned his head to look at Yin Dao and snorted, "According to the sect rules, how will you be punished?" Hearing this, Yin Dao suddenly said loudly, "Lord Protector, it's not the same thing. The matter between me and Shui Lingzi is our private matter. The Godly Knife Sect's rules can't control me." Hearing Yin Dao's answer, Li Mingshui, who had been silent, suddenly said, "Yin Dao, you talked back to your superiors. This is already a violation of the sect rules. What else do you have to say?" Yin Dao said loudly, "I don't accept this. This is my private matter. The Godly Knife Sect has no right to interfere." Hearing Yin Dao's words, Li Mingshan sneered, "Yin Dao, are you saying that you don't want to listen to me?" Yin Dao shook his head, "That's not what I meant. I just wanted to say that I've already reached an agreement with Water Spirit. He'll compensate me with a piece of level 25 equipment. But you insisted on compensating him with a piece of level 20 equipment. I will never agree to that." After hearing Yin Dao's words, Li Shanshan was a bit annoyed. He felt that there was something wrong with Silver Knife's brain. Wanting to obtain a piece of level 25 equipment with just a little bit of damage was simply too laughable. Water Spirit being able to compensate him with a level 20 equipment made Li Mingshan secretly happy. As for level 25 equipment, Li Mingshan never thought about it, it was simply unrealistic. Li Shanshan took a deep breath and calmed down the anger in his heart. Then he slowly stepped forward and arrived in front of the silver knife. "Yin Dao, do you know how many level 25 equipment there are in the entire South County?" Silver Knife shook his head. "I don't know, and I don't want to know. I only know that since the Tiangong men injured me, they must compensate me with a piece of level 25 equipment. Otherwise, I won't agree." Seeing that Yin Dao was still stubborn, Li Shanshan's heart was once again filled with anger. As the protector of the Godly Knife Sect, talking to Yin Dao was already giving him face. But he didn't expect that Yin Dao wouldn't give him face. However, for the sake of that level 20 equipment, Li Shanshan decided to endure. "Yin Dao, in the entire South County, there are probably less than 10 pieces of level 25 equipment. Do you think the Tiangong men will compensate you with such a precious item?" Yin Dao shook his head. "I don't care how many level 25 equipment there are in the South County. I just want my level 25 equipment." Hearing Yin Dao's answer, Li Shanshan was really angry. He fiercely waved his hand and slapped Yin Dao's face. "Yin Dao, are you crazy? Don't you understand what I'm saying?" Yin Dao was slapped to the ground by Li Wenshan. After struggling for a while, he barely managed to get up. He held his swollen face and said loudly, "Protector, this is my own matter. I know what I'm doing." "Know what you're doing?" Hearing Yin Dao's words, Li Shanshan was so angry that he wanted to slap him again. But when he saw Yin Dao's miserable appearance, he held back. Li Shanshan took a deep breath and calmed down his anger. Then, he tried to dissuade her. Yin Dao, I can tell you the truth. No matter what, the Tiangongmen won't compensate you with level 25 equipment. Just give up. Yin Dao shook his head. No, they won't. If they can agree to level 20 equipment, they will definitely agree to level 25 equipment. After hearing Silver Knife's words, Li Shanshan only felt the anger in his heart surging endlessly. He slowly closed his eyes, no longer looking at Silver Knife in front of him. After a while, when he felt a little better, Li Shanshan opened his eyes, looked at Silver Knife again, and said softly, Yin Dao, just now, if we didn't appear, do you know what the consequences would be? Yin Dao shook his head. I don't know. At this point, Silver Knife paused for a moment before continuing. I only know that they must compensate me with a piece of level 25 equipment. Otherwise, I definitely won't agree to it. Looking at Yin Dao's shining eyes, Li Shanshan suddenly understood. Silver Knife had already gone crazy. He had gone crazy over that level 25 equipment. Li Shanshan patted Yin Dao's shoulder and sighed. Yin Dao, the reason why we appeared was because we saw that Water Spirit was about to make a move on you. Yin Dao sneered and said with disdain. He doesn't dare. He's afraid that the Godly Sword Sect and the Tiangongmen will start a war. So he doesn't dare. Yin Dao paused for a moment before continuing. He's just trying to scare me. He wants me to give in and agree to his conditions. Humph, I won't agree. I want level 25 equipment. Let's see what he can do to me. Looking at Yin Dao's confident expression, Li Shanshan took a deep breath and slowly asked. Yin Dao, if Water Spirit really did attack you, what would you do? Yin Dao shook his head. Lord Protector, don't worry. Water Spirit definitely won't dare to attack. I'm sure of it. Hearing Yin Dao's confident answer, Li Shanshan felt his hands tremble. There was a voice in his heart that kept shouting. Hurry up and attack. Don't hesitate. Beat this annoying guy. Li Shanshan's hands kept clenching into fists and slowly loosening. Li Shanshan didn't understand where Yin Dao's confidence came from. Just now, he had clearly seen that Water Spirit was about to attack Yin Dao. In fact, even if Water Spirit killed Yin Dao, it wouldn't cause too much trouble. Because it was Yin Dao who provoked the Tiangongmen first. Chapter 495. Looking at the confident Silverblade, Li Shanshan's irritable mood suddenly recovered. Silverblade, are you sure? Silverblade nodded. Protector, don't worry. As long as we don't agree, he will definitely agree to our conditions. Li Shanshan nodded and suddenly asked, Silverblade, what if they don't agree? What should we do? Silverblade shook his head and replied, they will definitely agree. Li Shanshan stared at Silverblade. After a while, he suddenly sighed, Silverblade, if they don't agree to your conditions, they might even take the opportunity to kill you. What should we do then? Hearing this, Silverblade froze for a moment. He then shook his head and sneered, don't worry, Protector, they won't dare to do anything. Hearing Silverblade's answer, Li Shanshan impatiently asked, I'm saying if your conditions are too high and Water Spirit and Fire Spirit can't accept it and kill you. At that time, what will you do? Hearing this, Silverblade suddenly felt sad, even if they kill me, I won't change my conditions. Hearing Silverblade's answer, Li Shanshan secretly sighed. He knew that in front of a huge prophet, Silverblade had already gone crazy. However, Li Shanshan didn't look down on Silverblade because of this, because he was also like this. At the beginning, when he wanted to appear, he heard the conversation between Silverblade and Water Spirit. He was also attracted by the level 20 equipment, so he didn't appear. In the end, when he heard the name of the level 25 equipment, Li Shanshan's heart was beating wildly. He was so excited that he couldn't control himself. If he could get a level 25 equipment, Li Shanshan believed that he would be seriously injured by them. This was the reason why Li Shanshan didn't appear. Now, Li Shanshan had two choices. One was to accept Water Spirit's conditions and get a level 20 equipment. If he could get a level 20 equipment, Li Shanshan would be very satisfied. However, behind the level 20 equipment, there was a level 25 equipment hidden among them. Thinking of the level 25 equipment, Li Shanshan felt his heart beat faster. Thinking of himself wearing a level 25 equipment, how glorious it would be. What should he choose? Should he agree to Water Spirit's request, or should he continue to insist on that level 25 equipment? If he agreed to Water Spirit's conditions, then he would be able to obtain level 20 equipment. However, Li Mingshan wasn't so sure about level 25 equipment. Li Mingshan's experience was naturally broader than Silverknife's. He was very clear on how precious a level 25 equipment was. It was precisely because of this that Li Mingshan didn't dare to guarantee that he would be able to obtain the level 25 equipment if he persisted. If they persevered until the end, not only would they fail to obtain level 25 equipment, but they would also fail to obtain level 20 equipment from the workshop. That would truly be a loss. Thinking of this, Li Mingshan became more hesitant. At this moment, Li Shanshan suddenly realized that the level 20 equipment that he had always desired was no longer that important. Although Li Shanshan was the protector of the Godly Knife faction, it didn't mean that he had level 20 equipment. He had only seen other people wearing level 20 equipment. But now, he was actually looking down on level 20 equipment. This was all because of the level 25 equipment, which made Li Mingshan's heart become high. Li Mingshan looked at Silverknife in front of him and subconsciously asked, "Silverknife, are you sure?" Silverknife nodded his head with difficulty. "Yes, I am sure." Hearing Silverknife's answer, Li Mingshan suddenly clenched his teeth. At worst, he would give up that level 20 equipment. As long as he could obtain level 25 equipment, everything would be worth it. Thinking of this, Li Mingshan suddenly turned his head to look at Water Spirit and faintly smiled. "Water Spirit, you see, I have no other choice. Although I promised you that I would use level 20 equipment to solve this matter, Silverknife doesn't agree." Speaking up to here, Li Mingshan's tone paused for a moment before continuing. "How about this, you talk to Silverknife yourself. If he agrees, then this matter will naturally be solved smoothly. If he doesn't agree, then I have no other choice." In fact, even if she didn't hear Li Mingshan's words, Water Spirit already knew what the result of this matter would be. The conversation between Li Mingshan and Silverknife was clearly heard by Water Spirit. She already understood that Li Mingshan was tempted by level 25 equipment. Knowing this result, Water Spirit could only sigh. There was really nothing she could do. She originally thought that Li Mingshan was a rational person. As the protector of the Godly Knife faction, he should know what he could obtain and what he couldn't. However, Water Spirit never thought that a protector of the Godly Knife faction would be infected by a madman. Li Mingshan's originally rational mind actually became irrational after talking to Silverknife. In fact, Water Spirit was very clear that if Li Mingshan used his identity as the protector of the Godly Knife faction to suppress Silverknife, then Silverknife would definitely give in and agree to the conditions they just discussed. However, Li Mingshan didn't insist. Not only did he not persuade Silverknife, he was persuaded by Silverknife. Water Spirit looked up at Li Mingshan and slowly said, "Li Mingshan, this decision, you will regret it." Li Mingshan shook his head. "No, because this is not my decision, it is Silverknife's decision. Therefore, I won't regret it. Even if I regret it, it should be Silverknife who regrets it." Water Spirit sneered, "I didn't think that you would not be satisfied with a level 20 equipment. Don't you know that it is not good to be too greedy?" Li Mingshan shook his head. "Water Spirit, you don't need to say these words to me. If there is anything you want to talk to Silverknife, as long as you come to an agreement, then we will agree to it." Water Spirit turned to look at Silverknife and sighed. "Don't you see that Silverknife has gone crazy?" As soon as Shui Lingzi's voice fell, before Li Mingshan could reply, Yin Dao roared, "Shui Lingzi, don't talk nonsense. How am I crazy? I think you're the crazy one." Silverknife paused for a moment before continuing, "Water Spirit, you don't need to care if I am crazy or not. I just want to tell you that I will not change my level 25 equipment." Hearing Yin Dao's answer, Shui Lingzi shook her head, then turned to Li Mingshan and sneered, "He's already gone crazy, do you want to go crazy with him?" Li Mingshan laughed. Water spirit, if I don't agree to your conditions, then I am crazy. Isn't this too ridiculous? Water spirit sneered. It doesn't matter if you agree to my conditions or not. What is important is that the conditions you are asking for, don't you think it is ridiculous? Level 25 equipment, I will not agree to it. Chapter 496. After hearing Shui Ling's words, Li Shanshan shook his head. I don't know about these things and I don't want to know. The only thing I can do is to protect the disciples of the godly sword sect from being harmed by you. Other than that, it's a matter between the two of you. I don't want to get involved. After hearing Li Shanshan's words, Shui Lingzi clenched her teeth and turned to look at Yin Dao. She coldly said, Yin Dao, can't you change your conditions? Yin Dao saw that Li Shanshan was making the decision for him and his heart was filled with confidence. After hearing Shui Lingzi's question, he immediately replied with a cold smile, Shui Lingzi, my conditions won't change. Unless you can take out level 25 equipment, there's nothing to talk about. Shui Lingzi looked deeply at Yin Dao and suddenly turned to Fire Spirit's side and said with a laugh. It seems like our trip today was in vain. Since we can't meet their conditions, then let's forget about today's matter. After saying this, Shui Lingzi turned to Wu Lai and Du Wudai and cupped her fists. Two seniors, I can't solve this matter anymore. So, the agreement we talked about can't be fulfilled. So, I ask for your understanding. All of the conditions we talked about are now null and void. After everyone heard Shui Ling's words, they were all stunned. The field fell into silence, and only the crackling sound of the bonfire could be heard. After a while, Du Wudai suddenly jumped in front of Shui Lingzi. Shui Lingzi, what do you mean by this? You clearly agreed on the conditions just now. Are you going back on your words in the blink of an eye? Shui Lingzi shook her head. It's not that I'm not going back on my words. The conditions we talked about just now were for you to ignore the matter between us and Kikyaromen. Speaking up to here, Shui Lingzi paused for a moment before continuing. Now you can see that for some reason, I'm giving up on taking away Kikyaromen's people. Naturally, the conditions we talked about before don't count. Shadowless suddenly sneered and said, this doesn't seem right. Since you already promised us, why would you go back on your words? Are you looking down on us? Water Spirit shook her head. I definitely didn't mean that. If I looked down on you, I wouldn't have used equipment as a condition, but, at this point, Water Spirit turned to look at Silver Blade before continuing. Brother Shadowless, you heard it too. Silver Blade of the Godly Blade sect wants me to give him a level 25 equipment as compensation for his injuries, but I can't do it, so I'll give up on this plan. Shadowless sneered, Shui Lingzi, giving up on the plan is your business, it has nothing to do with us. Since you promised us, then you have to keep your word. Shadowless paused for a moment before continuing, otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Water Spirit waved her hand indifferently, Brother Shadowless, it's up to you. Just now, it was because I wanted to take away the 7 skills sects people that I agreed to your conditions. But now that I've given up, our conditions are naturally null and void. If you have any objections, go ahead and do it, it has nothing to do with me. At this moment, Silver Blade was dumbfounded. The reason why he was able to negotiate with Shui Lingzi was because she wanted to take away Kikyaromen. But he never thought that Shui Lingzi would give up. If Shui Lingzi gave up on this plan, then it would be very disadvantageous for him. If Shui Lingzi gave up on taking away Kikyaromen's people, then his injuries would have been in vain. Hearing Shui Ling's words, Li Mingshan was also shocked. The thing he was most worried about had happened. If Shui Lingzi went back on her words, then not to mention the level 25 equipment, even the level 20 equipment would be gone. When Shui Lingzi and Silver Blade were negotiating, he also heard it clearly. As long as the Godly Blade sect didn't care about this matter, then they could have gotten 2 level 20 equipment. But now, because they were too greedy, they couldn't get anything. Seeing everyone's expression, Shui Lingzi sneered in her heart. A bunch of greedy people, since I can't feed you, then I won't feed you anymore. The scene fell into silence again. Even Shadowless had nothing to say. Because he really had nothing to say. He couldn't take the initiative to let Shui Lingzi take away Kikyaromen's people. Shui Lingzi's change of heart caught everyone off guard. For a moment, they didn't know how to react. Among everyone, the happiest was of course Sun Qiao. As long as the Heavenly Palace sect didn't take them away, then they would be safe. Zhong Meng continued to watch with great interest because he knew that this matter wasn't over yet. This was just the beginning. Time passed bit by bit, but the scene was still silent. No one spoke, because everyone was thinking about what to do next. Shui Lingzi couldn't meet everyone's conditions, so he had no other choice but to wait. The rest of the people also had the same idea. They all wanted to take away Kikyaromen's people, but they all knew that this matter wasn't easy to accomplish. 6 pieces of level 20 equipment were not enough to satisfy everyone. Who among the people present could offer a better deal? Looking at the silent Shui Lingzi, Li Mingshan wanted to make peace several times, but he couldn't open his mouth. This was because he wasn't sure if Shui Lingzi would still talk to him if he tried again. Yin Dao was indeed heavily injured by fire spirit, but so what? Yin Dao was only an ordinary disciple of the godly sword sect. Even if he was injured, it wouldn't cause a fight between the two sects. Maybe this matter could be turned into a small one, and a small one into nothing. At this moment, Yin Dao, who had been sitting there quietly all this time, suddenly shouted. Shui Lingzi, you injured me. Today, you must give me an explanation. Otherwise, the godly sword sect won't let you go. Hearing Yin Dao's shout, Shui Lingzi only turned her head and coldly looked at him. Yin Dao, I advise you to save your energy and quickly heal your injuries. Otherwise, when your injuries worsen, it will be too late to regret. Yin Dao loudly shouted, my injuries don't need you to care. I just want you to compensate me. You must give me the level 25 equipment. Hearing Yin Dao's hysterical shouts, Fire Spirit suddenly sneered and said, Yin Dao brat, you should save your energy. You're lucky today. After today, you'll see what happens. Hearing Fire Spirit's threatening words, Yin Dao wasn't afraid at all. He loudly said, Fire Spirit, you don't need to scare me. I'm not afraid of you. If you don't compensate me today, the protectors of the godly sword sect won't let you go. Fire Spirit turned his head and looked at Li Mingshan. He coldly laughed and said, Li Mingshan, you should take care of this madman. Don't let him shout and cause trouble. Chapter 497. After hearing Fire Spirit's words, Li Mingshan was furious. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly sighed and turned to look at Yin Dao. His heart was a bit annoyed. If it wasn't for this idiot, how could things have turned out like this? If they let Water Spirit compensate them with 2 pieces of level 20 equipment and another piece of level 20 equipment, that would be 3 pieces of level 20 equipment. With these 3 pieces of level 20 equipment, when they go back, they would definitely be praised by the sect master. But now, the benefits just now were like a dream. After waking up from the dream, there was nothing left. Not a single piece of equipment. It was all Yin Dao's fault. If it wasn't for him, these 3 pieces of level 20 equipment would have been easily obtained. At this moment, the thought that just appeared in Li Mingshan's mind once again rushed out. Hurry up, don't hesitate. This kid is too annoying. If it wasn't for him, how could things have turned out like this? Hurry up and beat him into a pulp so that he can't say those annoying words again. Li Mingshui suddenly came to Li Mingshan's side and lowered his voice. Big brother, how about I go talk to Water Spirit and agree to his request? After hearing Li Mingshui's words, Li Mingshan looked at Water Spirit and shook his head. If it was us who brought it up first, do you think Water Spirit would agree? Li Mingshui anxiously said, are we just going to let it go like this? Li Mingshan sighed, we don't have a choice. If I'm not wrong, if you took the initiative to talk to Water Spirit, I'm afraid he would only give you a piece of level 15 equipment. As for level 20 equipment, I'm afraid it's impossible. Li Mingshui heard this and angrily said, how can this be? They already promised us, how can they go back on their word? Li Mingshan sighed, it's not them who went back on their words, it's us who went back on our word. After hearing Li Mingshan's words, Li Mingshui was stunned for a moment and then sighed. They did go back on their words. Water Spirit had already agreed to give them a piece of level 20 equipment and Li Mingshan had also agreed. But after Li Mingshan and Yin Dao talked for a while, they actually didn't agree. Thinking of this, Li Ming Shui angrily looked at Yin Dao. Big brother, what did this kid just say to you? Why did you listen to him? Hearing Li Ming Shui's words, Li Mingshan's face turned red. He clearly knew that Yin Dao was a madman, but he actually believed the words of this madman. Didn't this mean that he was worse than a madman? But to say, regret to no avail, Li Mingshan's words, Li Mingshan's to look to see to say, if I didn't listen to him, then it would's to say to Li Mingshan. Li Mingshan to Li Ming Shui, Yin to Mingshan to Ming Shui to say, at s at Li Ming. Li Ming Mingshan to say, Yin Li to say, Li to s to Li, to say, to the two to be to be the way of the Li Ming Yi. Tt Li Ming Li hearing Yin Dao's words, Shui Lingzi turned to look at him and lightly said, this matter doesn't seem to have anything to do with a lowly disciple like you. Hearing Li Mingshan's words, Yin Dao froze for a moment. Soon, anger began to rise from the bottom of his heart. Water spirit, you dare to look down on me? Li Mingshan sneered, you're right, you're just a small disciple of the godly blade sect. If it wasn't for the fact that you're pitiful, do you think I would waste my time talking to you? Speaking to here, Li Mingshan paused for a moment before continuing, although I pity you, you don't know what's good for you. You can't tell good from bad, so I can't do anything about it. Hearing Li Mingshan's words, Yin Dao's face turned ashen. He wanted to get up from the ground, but his injuries were too heavy. Even sitting up consumed all of his strength, so it was impossible for him to stand up. Yin Dao tried for a long time, but was unable to stand up. Helplessly, he could only sit there and take a few deep breaths. Then he turned to Li Mingshan and angrily said, Li Mingshan, I'm telling you, if you don't give me level 25 equipment today, you won't have a good time. Hearing Li Mingshan's words, Li Mingshan slowly walked in front of him and sneered, Yin Dao, if I don't compensate you, what will you do to me? Will you hit me? Scold me? Ha ha. Fire Spirit and Silver Saber, who were laughing at the sky, said coldly, I will report this matter to our sect master and let him know how the people of the Heavens Craftsman faction bullied the disciples of the Godly Saber faction. When the time comes, when the Godly Blade sect and the Tiangong men go to war, let's see if you can still laugh. Hearing Li Mingshan's words, Li Mingshan stopped laughing and said with disdain, Yin Dao brat, with just you? Yin Dao gritted his teeth, if I'm not enough, there are still 2 protectors of the Godly Blade sect. They will testify for me. Li Mingshan nodded, all right then, go back and tell them. I'll wait for your good news. Seeing Li Mingshan's nonchalant attitude, Yin Dao became anxious. He quickly turned to Li Mingshan and said loudly, Li Mingshan, if you don't agree to my conditions, then don't even think about taking away Kikyaromen's people today. Li Mingshan sighed, Yin Dao, you should wake up from your dream. Didn't you hear that I gave up? Do you know what it means to give up? In other words, I gave up on taking away Kikyaromen's people. Hearing Li Mingshan's words, Yin Dao's forehead was covered in cold sweat. But then he continued to shout, Li Mingshan, don't lie to me. You want to take away Kikyaromen's people. Although you said that you won't take them away, I believe that you will find a chance to do so. Hearing Li Mingshan's words, Li Mingshan nodded, that's right, that's what I was thinking. Speaking up to here, Li Mingshan paused for a moment before continuing, I'll wait here for a chance. Once all of you leave, I'll naturally take away the small sect's people. This way, I won't waste a single piece of equipment and I can also take away Kikyaromen's people. Isn't this killing 2 birds with 1 stone? Speaking up to here, Li Mingshan sighed, what a pity. I didn't even give away my 6 pieces of level 20 equipment. Who can I blame for this? Yin Dao sneered, Li Mingshan, as long as you want to take away Kikyaromen's people, then I'll fight you until the end. I won't let you take away any of Kikyaromen's people. Shui Lingzi shook her head and turned to look at Yin Dao. She sneered and said, you think you can do that? Speaking up to here, Li Mingshan paused for a moment before continuing, I don't think that's possible. You've suffered such heavy injuries. If you don't treat them quickly, I believe that you won't last long. You'll be finished before we take away Kikyaromen. Chapter 498. After hearing Shui Lingzi's words, Yin Dao clenched his teeth and snapped. Shui Lingzi, You don't need to scare me. I'll be fine for a while, but if you don't bring him over, I'm afraid your position will be unstable. Haha. Looking at the crazy Yin Dao, Shui Lingzi sighed and slowly walked in front of Yin Dao and whispered, Yin Dao, why are you doing this? If you don't hurry up and treat your condition, even if you get a level 25 equipment, it won't be of any use. Speaking up to here, Shui Lingzi paused for a moment before continuing, Yin Dao, why don't you think about it? Why do you want level 25 equipment? Isn't it so that you can have a bright future? But if your martial arts are crippled, how will you be able to stand out? Even if you are valued by the godly knife-sex patriarch, do you think he will let you be called the godly knife-sex patriarch? Hearing Shui Lingzi's words, Yin Dao's face finally changed. He took a few deep breaths and wanted to say something to comfort himself, but when he opened his mouth, he couldn't say anything. If he really became a cripple, then it would really be over. Yin Dao was also very clear about this point. He was just restraining himself from thinking about it. But when Shui Lingzi said it, this question immediately circled around his mind. Yin Dao could feel that his injuries were very serious. Although he could barely sit up, the pain from his internal organs didn't make him feel good. Feeling his injuries, Yin Dao's forehead was covered in cold sweat. A thought emerged in his mind. Why did he do this? After getting the level 25 equipment, he would give it to the godly knife-sex patriarch and ask him to accept him as a disciple. With his injuries, every breath would bring him intense pain. With such heavy injuries, could he really hold on until that moment? As he thought about it, Silver Knife felt a surge of emotions. Then, he felt a sweetness in his throat and a wave of heat spurted out from his mouth. Shui Lingzi looked at Yin Dao with some pity and sighed, Yin Dao, as a person, you must know your own strengths and weaknesses. You must learn how to seize opportunities. Speaking up to here, Shui Lingzi paused for a moment before continuing, but this opportunity is definitely not an opportunity like today. This is not an opportunity, this is the door to hell for you. If it wasn't for the fact that you were as helpless as I was back then, I'm afraid you would have been killed long ago. Water Spirit sighed again, Yin Dao, you should think about it carefully. What will you do in the future? As Yin Dao listened to Shui Lingzi's words, his internal organs began to churn. After spitting out that mouthful of blood, not only did it not alleviate this feeling, it seemed to have become even more serious. Waves of heat continued to surge into his throat, causing Yin Dao to be unable to bear it any longer and spit out another mouthful of blood. Seeing Yin Dao spit out another mouthful of blood and his complexion become dim, Shui Lingzi was shocked. He had already seen that Silver Knife was forcing himself to persevere, so his injury was temporarily suppressed. However, when he was in a trance, his injury began to worsen. If he didn't hurry and treat him, Yin Dao would probably faint after spitting out a few more mouthfuls of blood. Seeing Yin Dao's lifeless eyes staring blankly at him, his body softened and was about to collapse to the ground again. Shui Lingzi sighed and suddenly reached out a hand and placed it on Yin Dao's shoulder. With a thought, a strong stream of Zhenqi was released from Shui Lingzi's palm and slowly poured into Yin Dao's shoulder. As this stream of Zhenqi entered, in just a moment, Yin Dao's deathly pale face regained a little bit of color. Seeing that Yin Dao was fine for the time being, Shui Lingzi slowly withdrew her hand. Using Zhenqi to save people was very effective, but no one would do it because every time they saved someone, it would consume a lot of Zhenqi and it would take a lot of time to recover. The reason why Shui Lingzi intervened was because she saw the helpless look in Yin Dao's eyes and subconsciously wanted to help. Shui Lingzi's actions were also seen by Li Mingshan on the side, but he didn't stop Shui Lingzi because he also hoped that things would develop this way. Because of Yin Dao's stubbornness, the two sides had reached a deadlock. This problem could have been solved with a level 20 equipment, but Yin Dao insisted on a level 25 equipment. This matter had reached a deadlock. If at this moment, Yin Dao and Shui Lingzi reconciled and went back to the previous transaction, and Shui Lingzi once again took out the level 20 equipment, this matter would have a perfect ending. Thinking of this, Li Mingshan's mouth curved into a smile and he immediately walked towards Shui Lingzi. Coming to Shui Lingzi's side, Li Mingshan sighed, Yin Dao's injuries are really heavy. Thank you for your help just now, otherwise Yin Dao would really be dead. Shui Lingzi shook her head, I didn't save him, and his injuries haven't healed yet. I think you should treat him as soon as possible. If this continues, Yin Dao will be crippled. Li Mingshan nodded and suddenly turned to Shui Lingzi and said with a smile, Shui Lingzi, can we talk about the matter just now? I think Yin Dao should have thought it through and this matter should be solved very well. Hearing Li Mingshan's words, Shui Lingzi couldn't help but sneer in her heart. Just now when they were rushing to beg them, they were all very arrogant. Now that they were ignoring them, they took the initiative to lower their conditions. Although Shui Lingzi was somewhat disdainful of Li Mingshan, her expression didn't change. Even if she heard Li Mingshan's words, she only lightly nodded and didn't say anything. Seeing Shui Lingzi's expression, Li Mingshan could only secretly sigh. He blamed himself for listening to Yin Dao's words and wanting to obtain a level 25 equipment. Although Shui Lingzi didn't say anything, Li Mingshan wanted to continue this matter. He turned to look at Yin Dao and asked in a deep voice, Yin Dao, what do you think? Yin Dao didn't immediately answer Li Mingshan's question because he was feeling very uncomfortable right now. Although water spirit temporarily suppressed the churning of his internal organs, she didn't heal his injuries. His vision was still blurry, and the pain was constantly stimulating his mind. Even if he wanted to speak, he couldn't do so for a while. Looking at Yin Dao's painful expression, Li Mingshan subconsciously took out the Godly Sword sect's holy healing medicine. Just as he was about to hand it over to Yin Dao, he suddenly stopped. This Godly Sword sect's holy healing medicine was incomparably precious. Even he only had 3 of them. The Godly Sword sect's healing medicine was also divided into grades. The healing medicine used by ordinary disciples was very slow due to the raw materials used. It could only stop pain and stop bleeding. It would take a long time to recover. The middle grade healing medicine was the one in Li Mingshan's hand. Chapter 499. The effect of this medicine was very fast. After taking it, it wouldn't take long for the pain to stop, stabilizing the injury and preventing it from worsening. Holding the Godly Sword sect's medicine, Li Shan hesitated, wondering if he should give it to Yin Dao. Li Shan didn't care about the medicine, but was wondering if he should heal Yin Dao's injury. If there were no accidents, after Yin Dao ate this medicine, even if it couldn't completely heal his injury would be much better in a short time. Although it was a good thing that Yin Dao's injury was healed, but what if Shui Lingzi didn't admit it? Li Shan was worried about this, so he hesitated. Looking at the medicine in Li Shan's hand, Shui Lingzi sneered. Li Shan was hesitating. Obviously, he didn't want to treat Yin Dao. Shui Lingzi wasn't in a hurry, because at this point, it didn't matter if she healed Yin Dao or not. All of this was set up to prevent Shui Lingzi from taking away Kikyaromen. If Shui Lingzi gave up on this plan, then everything would be fine. So Shui Lingzi wasn't in a hurry, because she knew that even if she was anxious, it would be useless. If she messed things up because of her anxiety, then that would be the worst thing. Just as Li Shan was hesitating, Yin Dao suddenly shouted, Lord Protector, I won't take the medicine. If I take the medicine, then there will be no evidence. Hearing this, Li Mingshan was taken aback at first, but soon, a smile appeared on his face and he quickly put away the medicine before turning to look at Shui Lingzi. At this moment, after hearing Yin Dao's words, besides sighing in her heart, she really didn't have anything to say. In order to have evidence, he was willing to give up his life. What kind of thinking was this? Yin Dao took a few deep breaths, then turned to Shui Lingzi. Shui Lingzi, I don't want you to heal me, and you still have to give me my equipment, cough cough. Before Yin Dao could finish, he was interrupted by a violent cough. Shui Lingzi looked at Yin Dao, then turned to Li Shan and said with a bitter smile, This Yin Dao is really a good disciple of your Godly Sword sect. Li Shan shook his head slightly, but didn't answer Shui Lingzi's words, and only asked Yin Dao. Yin Dao, your injury is too serious, if you don't hurry up and treat it, then it will be too late. I think, let Shui Lingzi take out a level 20 equipment to compensate you. No, cough cough. As soon as Li Shan finished speaking, Yin Dao shouted anxiously, but in a hurry, he started coughing again. After a while, Silver Knife felt slightly better. He said in a low voice, No, I've suffered such heavy injuries. I need to have level 25 equipment. Otherwise, I definitely won't agree. At this moment, Shadowless slowly walked up to Silver Knife and said, "Little brother, there's no need to be so stubborn. Having a piece of level 20 equipment is not a bad choice." Yin Dao turned to Yin Dao and said angrily, "My business is none of your business." Yin Dao smiled and shook his head, "Your temper is really interesting. You know it's impossible, but you still want to do it." "Interesting." Yin Dao said angrily, "I know what I'm doing, I hope you won't say it again." After being reprimanded by Yin Dao twice, Yin Dao's face changed, then he suddenly sneered. "Yin Dao, do you think Shui Lingzi will give you a level 25 equipment? Stop dreaming. Have you ever seen a level 25 equipment? Ridiculous, you know it's impossible, but you still want to do it. Is there something wrong with your brain?" Hearing Yin Dao's words, Yin Dao was furious. He struggled to get up and fight Yin Dao, but he couldn't. He tried, but not only couldn't he get up, but he also started coughing again. After coughing for a while, Yin Dao's stomach started to churn again, and he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Yin Dao felt better after spitting out this mouthful of blood, and he said angrily, "Yin Dao, what I do is my own business, I hope you won't meddle in other people's business." Yin Dao shook his head, "Who cares about your business, but your stubbornness is affecting me, so I'm here to remind you." At this moment, Wu Kedi also came to the group and nodded after hearing Yin Dao's words. Wu Kedi was different from Yin Dao. He didn't talk to Yin Dao, but instead turned to Li Shan Shan and sneered. "Li Shan Shan, your godly knife faction is really full of talents. I didn't expect you to have such an elite." Hearing Wu Kedi's words, Li Shan couldn't keep his face straight. He turned to look at Wu Kedi and sneered. "Wu Kedi, it's not up to an outsider like you to decide who our godly knife faction is." Wu Kedi shook his head, "What Yin Dao said is right, we had already agreed on the terms, but you guys ruined it and caused us to lose 2 pieces of level 20 equipment. Don't tell me this has nothing to do with us." Before Li Mingshan could reply, Shadowless sneered, "You're right. This brat caused us to lose 2 pieces of level 20 equipment. We can't just let him go like this." Wu Kedi looked at Yin Dao and smiled, "That's right, we can't just let this go. The godly knife faction must give us an explanation." Li Shan Shan's face changed when he heard the two of them say that. Among the people who came today, the Wu family and Yin Dao were the strongest. The Wu family had Wu Lai, so Li Shan and Li Mingshui couldn't compare to them. On Yin Dao's side, Du Wudai was the leader, and his strength was about the same as the Wu family's. Under such circumstances, even if the godly knife faction had Li Shan and Li Mingshui, they definitely wouldn't be a match for the Wu family and Yin Dao. However, even if the godly knife faction wasn't as strong as the Wu family and Yin Dao, would Li Shan be afraid? Impossible. The godly knife faction was strong, and in the entire south region, only the Sky Sword faction could compare to them. Although the Wu family and Yin Dao were strong, the godly knife faction definitely wouldn't be afraid of them. Li Shan Shan suddenly sneered. He turned to look at Wu Kedi, then at Shadowless, and asked indifferently, "What, you guys still want to fight with the godly knife faction?" Hearing Li Shan Shan's words, Wu Kedi and Yin Dao's faces changed at the same time, and they looked at each other subconsciously. After a while, Wu Kedi laughed and said, "Fight? Why do we have to fight? We're all from the South County, why do we have to fight? We're here to ask for an explanation. We can't lose 2 pieces of level 20 equipment because of you, right?" After saying this, Wu Kedi turned to look at Shadowless. Chapter 500. Wu Ku Di looked at Shadowless and said with a smile, "Brother Shadowless, am I right?" Shadowless hurriedly replied with a smile, "Of course. Water Spirit has already promised each of us 2 pieces of level 20 equipment, but because of you, we lost a total of 4 pieces of level 20 equipment. Shouldn't the Godly Sword Gate give us an explanation?" Hearing Wu Ku Di and Shadowless reply, Li Shan Shan sneered in his heart. He knew that Wu Ku Di and Shadowless didn't want to be enemies with the Godly Sword Clan. The reason why they didn't want to be enemies with the Godly Sword Clan was because of their strength. They didn't dare. Thinking of this, Li Shan Shan sneered, "You losing equipment is your own problem. What does it have to do with the Godly Sword Clan?" Seeing that Li Shan Shan didn't admit his mistake, Wu Ku Di couldn't help but frown. He suppressed the anger in his heart and asked in a deep voice. Li Shan, do you really think that we'll just let this go? Li Shan sneered, if we don't let this go, what else do you want? Hearing Li Shan's words, Wu Kudai couldn't hold it in anymore and said angrily, Li Shan, are you looking down on the Wu clan? Li Shan shook his head, Brother Wu, how could I look down on the famous Wu clan? I just want to tell you that the equipment issue has nothing to do with the Godly Sword clan. Even if you want to look for trouble, you should look for the Tiangong men. They went back on their words and that is their responsibility. Don't look for the wrong person. Hearing this, Fire Spirit on the side was furious. He took a step forward and said angrily, Li Shan, if it wasn't for the Godly Sword clan, how could things have developed to this point? What does it have to do with the Tiangong men? Li Shan turned to look at Fire Spirit and sneered, you promised the Wu clan and Shadowless 4 pieces of level 20 equipment. Why didn't you fulfill your promise? Does it have anything to do with the Godly Sword clan? Fire Spirit pointed at the silver knife on the ground and said angrily, if it wasn't for this brat, our problem would have been solved long ago. How can you blame the Tiangong men? Li Mingshui suddenly took a step forward and arrived in front of Fire Spirit. Fire Spirit, why are you so angry? At this point, Li Mingshui paused for a moment before continuing. Fire Spirit, it's all because of your anger that Silver Knife was heavily injured. If it wasn't for you, why would Yin Dao ask you for compensation? It's your problem if you Tiangong men can't afford the compensation. How can you blame us Tiangong men? Fire Spirit said angrily, I admit that Silver Sword is injured, but you can't ask me for level 25 equipment. Isn't this a joke? Li Mingshui sneered, are you kidding? Since you dared to injure him, you must be prepared to compensate. At this point, Li Mingshui paused and sneered again before continuing, since you Tiangong men can't afford the compensation, why are you still so angry? Why did you have to injure him? Fire Spirit pointed at Silver Knife and shouted, this brat is so hateful. Do you want me to endure this brat? I can't do it. If it happens again, I'll still beat him up. After hearing Fire Spirit's words, Li Mingshui immediately gave him a thumbs up and praised, Fire Spirit, you're really good. I admire you. After saying this, Li Mingshui's expression changed. He snorted, since you're so good, why didn't you be good when you compensated? I'm really curious. After hearing Li Mingshui's words, Fire Spirit was about to say something, but he was stopped by Water Spirit. Water Spirit turned to look at Li Mingshui and said, no matter what, we can't afford Silver Sword's compensation, so we're backing out. You can deal with the rest. Li Mingshui sneered, Water Spirit, you think you can just take a step back? Let me ask you, are you going to give them the equipment you promised? Water Spirit shook her head, the reason I gave them the equipment was because I wanted to take away Kikyaromen's people. These 2 pieces of equipment were to prevent them from stopping me. But now I don't want to take away Kikyaromen's people, so I don't need to pay for these 2 pieces of equipment. After hearing Water Spirit's words, Li Mingshui froze for a moment. Seeing that Li Mingshui didn't answer, Water Spirit sneered and asked, Li Mingshui, are we wrong? This time, before Li Mingshui could answer, Li Mingshui answered first, Water Spirit, you have to keep your word. Since you promised to give them the equipment, then you have to do it. As for whether you take away Kikyaromen's people or not, what does that have to do with the equipment? Water Spirit turned to look at Li Mingshan and asked, Li Mingshan, what do you mean by that? If we don't take away Kikyaromen's people, then we have to give you the equipment. Li Mingshan shook his head, I just said that the equipment and Kikyaromen's matter are 2 different things. Since you promised to give us the equipment, then you have to do it. After hearing Li Mingshan's words, Water Spirit suddenly laughed, Li Mingshan, I understand what you mean. Are you saying that since I gave your Godly Sword faction 2 pieces of level 20 equipment, then I don't need to care about Silver Sword's matter? Li Mingshan was stunned for a moment, but he quickly reacted and said angrily, we don't need to care about Kikyaromen's matter, but you injured our Godly Sword faction's disciples, so we have to care. Water Spirit sneered and said, can I understand it this way? Silver Sword's matter is one thing, but taking away Kikyaromen's people is another thing. Li Mingshan said angrily, you Tiangong men injured our Godly Sword faction's disciples, so we have to care. Water Spirit shook her head. Then since you took 2 pieces of level 20 equipment from our Tiangongmen, you can't care about us taking away Kikyaromen's people, right? This time, without waiting for Li Mingshan to answer, Li Mingshui pointed at Fire Spirit and said coldly, you can take away Kikyaromen's people, but I have to keep Fire Spirit. Because he injured our godly sword faction's disciples, he has to give us an explanation. After hearing Li Mingshui's words, Water Spirit sighed, your godly sword faction's way of doing things is really admirable. Even if I gave you the equipment, you still want to care about us. Why should I give you the equipment? So let's just forget about this matter. I'll back out, so the equipment naturally doesn't count. Shadowless suddenly stepped forward and said, I think we should discuss this matter. There are only 4 of us here, so I believe that as long as we discuss this, there will be a way to solve this. After hearing Shadowless' words, Wu Kedi's eyes suddenly lit up and he quickly stepped forward. That's right, let's discuss this properly. Chapter 501. Shadowless smiled and said, we can all discuss this and see if there's a better solution. After hearing Shadowless' words, Li Shanshan also smiled and said, that's right, there's no need to hurt our friendship. It's just a small matter. As long as we discuss it, there will be a solution. After hearing their words, Water Spirit sneered in her heart. She knew that these guys didn't have good intentions. They all wanted to succeed and get the most benefits. However, it wasn't that easy to get what they wanted. Water Spirit made up her mind this time. She had to lower the price as much as possible to minimize the Tiangongmen's loss. Thinking up to here, Water Spirit smiled and asked, since everyone wants to discuss, then what do you think we should discuss? Shadowless smiled and said, of course we have to discuss a solution that everyone is satisfied with. Fire Spirit suddenly sneered and said, what solution is there that everyone is satisfied with? Shadowless turned to Fire Spirit and smiled, of course there is a solution that everyone is satisfied with. At this point, Shadowless paused for a moment before continuing, since the Heaven's Craftsman faction isn't willing to compensate Silver Knife with a piece of level 25 equipment, how about this? As long as the Heaven's Craftsman faction compensates each of us with 3 pieces of level 20 equipment, this matter won't make things difficult for the Heaven's Craftsman faction and we'll all be satisfied. What do you guys think? As soon as Shadowless finished speaking, Wu Kedi clapped his hands and said with a smile, not bad, Brother Shadowless' suggestion is really good. As long as the Heaven's Craftsman Gate compensates each of our 3 families with 3 pieces of level 20 equipment, this matter will be considered over. After hearing Shadowless and Wu Kudi's words, Li Shanshan also secretly nodded. Through what happened just now, he already knew that it was impossible for Water Spirit to compensate him with a piece of level 25 equipment. In order to not compensate with a level 25 equipment, Water Spirit had even given up on the mission. So, level 20 equipment was Water Spirit's bottom line. If it was above level 20, then it would be beyond Water Spirit's bottom line. Naturally, this matter wouldn't be completed. Therefore, they could only focus on level 20 equipment. Thinking of this, Li Shanshan turned to look at Water Spirit and said with a smile, Silverblade's matter is a small matter. As long as we compensate him with 2 more level 20 equipment, our Tiangongmen won't care about this matter anymore. After hearing Li Mingshan's words, Shui Ling's expression didn't change at all. She turned to Wu Kedi and asked, what about you guys? What does your Wu clan think? How much level 20 equipment do you need from us Tiangongmen? Wu Kedi thought for a moment, then extended 3 fingers and said with a smile, the Wu family requires the Tiangongmen to pay 3 pieces of level 20 equipment. At this point, Wu Kedi paused for a moment before continuing, on top of the original 2 pieces of level 20 equipment, you have to give us an additional piece of level 20 equipment. After hearing Wu Kedi's words, Shui Lingzi didn't know whether to agree or disagree. She only asked faintly, Wu Kedi, why do you have to give us an additional piece of level 20 equipment? Wu Kedi pointed at Wu Ketian and said with a smile, Shui Lingzi, as you can see, my big brother was also injured by you guys. Don't you also have to compensate us with a piece of equipment? After hearing Wu Kedi's reason, Shui Lingzi turned to look at Shadowless and asked, Shadowless, I remember that you were also injured. Don't you also have to compensate us with a piece of level 20 equipment? Hearing Shui Ling's question, Shadowless smiled and nodded, that's right. That's also the reason why I want the Tiangongmen to compensate us with 3 pieces of level 20 equipment. After hearing the conditions of the 3 people, Shui Lingzi was about to speak when Silverblade, who wasn't too far away from them, suddenly roared. I don't agree. You clearly promised me level 25 equipment. Why are you only giving me level 20 equipment? I don't agree. I definitely won't agree. Hearing Silverblade's hysterical roar, Li Shan's face couldn't help but change. He turned to look at Silverblade and angrily said, shut up. No one is allowing you to speak right now. Silverblade ignored Li Shan's angry roar and continued to roar, no, I want level 25 equipment. I definitely don't want level 20 equipment. Hurry up and give me level 25 equipment. Seeing that Silverblade didn't listen to him, Li Shan's face suddenly turned green. He was about to go up and teach Silverblade a lesson, but he was stopped by Li Mingshui. Li Shan froze for a moment before he reacted. There were so many people here. If someone wanted to speak up, it should be someone else. Thinking of this, Li Shan stopped his steps as if he didn't hear Silverblade's words. Although Li Shan didn't stop Silverblade, Silverblade didn't relax and continued to roar. Hurry up and give me level 25 equipment. I only want level 25 equipment. In this kind of situation, no one spoke. Only Silver Saber's 4 loud roars were left in the field, echoing in everyone's ears. After who knows how long, Silverblade's voice gradually became softer and softer as if he was tired. Then, he slowly stopped. When there was no more sound, Shadowless smiled and said, Shui Lingzi, since this is a discussion between everyone, you should say something. We've already made our conditions clear, so you should at least give us an answer. Hearing Shadowless' question, Water Spirit nodded, Shadowless, do you think the conditions you stated are reasonable? Should I give it to you? Hearing Water Spirit's words, Shadowless froze for a moment, then smiled and said, of course it's reasonable. You guys injured Silverblade and still gave him level 20 equipment. Am I, Shadowless, not worth as much as Silverblade? Water Spirit nodded, Shadowless, you're right. You are indeed worth more than Silverblade. His conditions are also reasonable. After saying this, Water Spirit turned to Wu Kedi and asked, Wu Kedi, do you think it's reasonable to ask for 3 level 20 equipment from the Tiangongmen? Hearing Water Spirit's question, Wu Kedi immediately nodded and replied loudly, of course it's reasonable. Is my big brother not worth as much as a small silver blade? Hearing Wu Kedi's answer, Shui Lingzi nodded again and turned her gaze to Li Shanshan. Li Shanshan, do you think the conditions of your godly sword sect are reasonable? Li Shanshan nodded without hesitation, of course it's reasonable. 2 pieces of equipment were our initial conditions, so there's nothing to say about it. Most importantly, you injured our godly blade faction's disciples, so you should compensate us with 1 piece of equipment. Is this unreasonable? Hearing Li Shan's answer, Water Spirit nodded again. After pondering for a moment, she raised her hands and waved them towards the sky. At the same time, she kept shouting, Level 20 equipment, hurry up and drop it. They're still waiting for it. Water Spirit looked towards the sky and screamed, You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.